Section 1 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Daines. The Natural History, Volume 2 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 1. Book 6. An account of countries, nations, seas, towns, havens, mountains, rivers, distances, and peoples who now exist or formerly existed. Chapter 1. The Euxine and the Mariandyni. The Euxine Sea, which in former times had the name of the Axenus, from the savage and inhospitable character of the nations living on its borders, by a peculiar whim of nature, which is continually giving way before the greedy inroads of the sea, lies between Europe and Asia. It was not enough for the ocean to have surrounded the earth and then deprived us of a considerable portion of it, thus rendering still greater its uninhabitable proportion. It was not enough for it to have forced a passage through the mountains, to have torn away Calpe from Africa, and to have swallowed up a much larger space than it left untouched. It was not enough for it to have poured its tide into the Propontis through the Hellespont, after swallowing up still more of the dry land, for beyond the Bosphorus as well it pours with its insatiate appetite upon another space of immense extent, until the Maeotian lakes unite their ravening waters with it as it ranges far and wide. That all this has taken place in spite, as it were, of the earth, is manifested by the existence of so many straits and such numbers of narrow passages formed against the will of nature, that of the Hellespont being only 875 paces in width, while at the two Bosphori the passages across may be effected by oxen swimming, a fact from which they have both derived their name. And then besides, although they are thus severed, there are certain points on which these coasts stand in the relation of brotherhood towards each other. The singing of birds and the barking of dogs on the one side can be heard on the other, and an intercourse can be maintained between these two worlds by the medium even of the human voice, if the winds should not happen to carry away the sound thereof. The length of the borders of the Euxine from the Bosphorus to the lake Maeotis has been reckoned by some writers as 1,438 miles. Aristophanes, however, says that it is 100 less. According to Agrippa, the distance from Chalcedon to the Phasis is 1,000 miles, and from that river to the Cimmerian Bosphorus 360. We will here give in a general form the distances as they've been ascertained in our own times, for our arms have even penetrated to the very mouth of the Cimmerian Straits. After passing the mouth of the Bosphorus, we come to the river Rebus, by some writers called the Rhesus. We next come to Psilis, the port of Calpas, and the Sagaris, a famous river which rises in Phrygia, and receives the waters of other rivers of vast magnitude, among which are the Tambrocius and the Gallus, the last of which is by many called the Sangarius. After leaving the Sagaris, the Gulf of the Mariandyni begins, and we come to the town of Heraclea on the river Lycus. This place is distant from the mouth of the Euxine at 200 miles. The seaport of Icone comes next, which has a fearful notoriety for its aconite or wolfsbane, a deadly poison, and then the caverns of Acherusia, the rivers Pidopides, Calicorus, and Sonortes, the town of Tium, distance from Heraclea 38 miles, and the river Bilis. Chapter 2. Paphlagonia. Beyond this river begins the nation of Paphlagonia, by some writers called Pylomenia. It is closed in behind by the country of Galatia, a town founded by the Milesians, and then Cromna, at which spot Cornelius Nepos also places the Henati, from whom he would have us believe that the Veneti of Italy, who have a similar name, are descended. The city also of Sesamon, now called Amastris, Mount Cytorus, distant 63 miles from Tium, the towns of Simolis and Stephanae, and the river Parthenius. The promontory of Carambis, which extends a great distance into the sea, is distant from the mouth of the Euxine 325 miles, or, according to some writers, 350, being the same distance from the Cimmerian Bosphorus, or, as some persons think, only 312 miles. There was formerly also a town of the same name, and another near it called Armene. We now find there the colony of Sinope, distant from Mount Cytorus 164 miles. We then come to the river Avarcus, and after that a people of the Cappadocians, the towns of Gazaura and Gazalum, the river Halis, which runs from the foot of Mount Taurus through Catonia and Cappadocia, the towns of Gangre and Carusa, the free town of Amisus, distant from Sinope 130 miles, and a gulf of the same name of such vast extent as to make Asia assume the form of a peninsula, the isthmus of which is only some 200 miles in breadth, or a little more across the Gulf of Issus in Cilicia. In all this district there are, it is said, only 3 races that can rightly be termed Greeks: the Dorians, the Ionians, and the Aeolians, all the rest being of barbarian origin. To Amisus was joined the town of Eupatoria, founded by Mithridates after his defeat. They were both included under the name of Pompeiopolis. Chapter 3. Cappadocia. Cappadocia has in the interior Archelaus, a colony founded by Claudius Caesar, and past which the river Hylis flows. Also the towns of Comona, watered by the Saurus, Neo-Caesarea by the Lycus, and Amasia, the region of Gazicane, washed by the Aris. In Colopene it has Sebastia and Sebastopolis. These are insignificant places, but still equal in importance to those just mentioned. In its remaining districts there is Mileta, founded by Semiramis, and not far from the Euphrates, Diocaesarea, Tyana, Castabala, and at the foot of Mount Aegaeus, Mesarca, now called Caesarea. That part of Cappadocia which lies stretched out before the greater Armenia is called Meletine, before Campagene Catania, before Phrygia Garsoritis, Sargarasune and Camanene, before Galatia Morimene, where their territories are divided by the river Cappadox, from which this people have taken their name. They were formerly known as the Leucosyri. From Neo-Caesarea above mentioned, the Lesser Armenia is separated by the river Lycus. In the interior there is also the famous river Canorus, and on the coast, beyond the town of Amisus, the town and river of Casidia, after which the region of Themyscira begins. Chapter 4. The region of Themyscira and the nations therein. The river Iris brings down to the sea the waters of the Lycus. In the interior is the city of Ziela, famous for the deceit of Triarus and the victory of Caesar. Upon the coast there is the river Thermodon, which rises at the fortified place called Phaneroia, and flows past out of the foot of Mount Amazonius. This was formerly a town of the same name as the river, and 5 others in all: Abazonium, Themyscira, Sotira, Amarcia, and Comona, now only a Menentium. The nations of the Gatini, the Calbides, the town of Cotiorum, the nations of the Tibereni and the Mosini, who make marks upon their bodies, the people called Macraephali, Cerasus, the port of Cordule, the nations called the Pachires and the Bazuri, the river Maes, the people called the Macrones and Sidine, with its river Sidinus, by which the town of Polemonium is washed, at a distance from Imenus of 120 miles. We next come to the rivers Iasonius and Melanthius, and at a distance of 80 miles from Amisus, the town of Pharnaca, the fortress and town of Tripolis, the fortress and river of Philokalia, the fortress of Liviopolis, but not upon a river, and at a distance of 100 miles from Pharnacia, the free city of Trapezus, shut in by a mountain of vast size. Beyond this town is the nation of the Armenocybelides and the Greater Armenia at a distance of 30 miles. On the coast, before Trapezus, flows the river Pyxites, and beyond it is the nation of the Senai Helioci. Next comes the river Abyssaurus, with a fortress of the same name at its mouth, distant from Trapezus 140 miles. At the back of the mountains of this district is Iberia, while on the coast are the Henioci, the Amprutai, the Lazi, the rivers Acampsis, Isis, Mogros, and Bathis, the nations of the Colchi, the town of Martium, the river Heraclium, and the promontory of the same name, and the Pharsis, the most celebrated river of Pontus. This river rises among the Moschi, and is navigable for the largest vessels a distance of 38 miles and a half, and for the small ones very much higher up. It is crossed by 120 bridges. It formerly had many cities of note on its banks, the more famous of which were Tyndaris, Sicaium, Cygnus, and Pharsis at its mouth. But the most celebrated of all of them was Aia, 15 miles distant from the sea, where the Hippos and the Kanaios rivers of vast size flow into it from opposite directions. At the present day, its only place of note is Surium, which derives its name from the river which flows at that spot into the Pharsis, and up to which the Pharsis is navigable for large vessels, as we have already mentioned. It receives also some other rivers, wonderful for their number and magnitude, and among them the Glaucus. At the mouth of the Pharsis, at a distance of 70 miles from Absaurus, are some islands, which, however, have no name. After passing this, we come to another river, the Corycus, and the nations of the Salai, by the ancients called Therophagi, as also Suani. The river Cobus flows from the Caucasus through the country of the Suani. The river Rhoas comes next, then the region of the Erectrice, the rivers Syngames, Tarsorus, Astelphus, Chrysohoros, the nations of the Absili, the castle of Sebastopolis, 100 miles distant from Pharsis, the nations of the Sanigae, the town of Cygnus, and the river of town of Penias. We then come to the tribes of the Helioci, who are distinguished by numerous names. Chapter 5. The region of Colica, the nations of the Archaei, and other nations in the same parts. Below this lies the region of Pontus, known as Coliae, in which the mountain chain of the Caucasus bends away towards the Riphaean mountains, as we have previously mentioned. One side running down towards the Euxine and the lake Myotis, the other towards the Cassian and the Hyrcanian Sea. The remaining portion of these shores is peopled by savage nations, the Melanclini and the Caraxi, who formerly dwelt in Dioscurias near the river Anthemus, now deserted, but once a famous city, so much so indeed that we learn from Timosthenes that 300 nations, all of different languages, were in the habit of resorting to it, and in later times we had there 130 interpreters for the purpose of transacting business. There are some authors who are of the opinion that this place was built by Amphitus and Telchius, the charioteers of Castor and Pollux, from whom it is generally understood that the nation of the Henioci sprang. After passing Dioscurias, we come to the town of Heraclium, 70 miles distant from Sebastopolis, and then the Achaei, the Mardi, and the Kerkatai, and behind them the Keri and the Kephilotimi. In the innermost part of this district there was Ptotius, a city of very considerable opulence, but it was destroyed by the Henioci. Behind it are the Eparigitae, a people of Sarmatian origin, dwelling upon the range of the Caucasus, and beyond then the Sauromatai. It was with these people that Mithridates took refuge in the reign of the Emperor Claudius, and from him we learn that the Thali joined up to them, a people who border on the eastern side upon the mouth of the Caspian Sea. He tells us also that at the reflux the channel is dry there. Upon the coast of the Euxine, near the country of the Kerkutai, is the river Icarus, with the town and the river of Hierus, distant from Heracleum 136 miles. Next to this is the promontory of Crunai, after passing which we find the Teretae upon a lofty ridge of mountains. The city of Sindus is distant from Hierus 67 miles and a half, after passing which we come to the river Cetheres. From thence to the entrance of the Cimmerian Bosphorus the distance is 88 miles and a half. End of section 1. Recording by Chris Daines.
Section 2 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 2. Chapter 6. The Cimmerian Bosphorus. The length of the peninsula that projects between the Euxine and Lake Maeotis is not more than 67 miles and a half, and the width across never less than 2 jugera. It has the name of Ion. The shores of the Bosphorus then take a curve both on the side of Europe and of Asia, thus forming the Maeotis. The towns at the entrance of the Bosphorus are, first, Hermonassa, next, Sipai, founded by the Milesians, and then Stratoclea and Phanagoria, and the almost deserted town of Apaturus, and, at the extremity of the mouth, Cimmerium, which was formerly called Cerberian. We then come to Lake Maeotis, which has been already mentioned in the description of Europe. Chapter 7. Lake Maeotis and the adjoining nations. After passing Cimmerium, the coast is inhabited by the Maeotici, the Velai, the Serbai, the Erecae, the Zingai, and the Sesai. We then come to the river Tanais, which discharges itself into the sea by 2 mouths, and the banks of which are inhabited by the Sarmatae, the descendants of the Medai, it is said, a people divided into numerous tribes. The first of these are the Sauromatei, Gynecocratumenae, the husbands of the Amazons. Next to them are the Evadze, the Coitae, the Sicymenae, the Messenianae, the Castobolcae, the Coatre, the Zygae, the Dendarii, the Thesagetae, and the Irsae, as far as certain rugged deserts and densely wooded valleys, beyond which again are the Erymphaei, who extend as far as the Riphaean mountains. The Scythians call the river Tanais by the name of Silis, and the Maeotis the Temarunda, meaning the mother of the sea. There's a city also at the mouth of the Tanais. The neighboring country was inhabited first by the Carians, then by the Clazomenii and Meones, and after them by the Penticapenses. There are some writers who state that there are the following nations dwelling around the Maeotis, as far as the Ceronian mountains. At a short distance from the shore, the Napitae, and beyond them the Essidones, who join up to the Colchians and dwell upon the summits of the mountains. After these again the Camasse, the Orenai, the Otasse, the Metzacasai, the Cantiose, the Agamethae, the Pisai, the Rimosoli, the Acascomerai, and upon the ridges of the Caucasus the Itacale, the Imadokai, the Ramai, the Anklace, the Tidii, the Kerastasiae, and the Enthiandae. The river Lagus runs from the Cathian mountains, and into it flows the Euphorus. Upon it are the tribes of the Cothadae and the Ophoraetae. Next to these are the rivers Menothoras and Imitias, which flow from the Sicilian mountains among the peoples called the Ecdii, the Carni, the Oscardii, the Asazai, the Gebrai, the Gogarai, and, around the source of the Imitias, the Imitaei, and the Apatreai. Some writers say that the Oquetae, the Athernii, and the Asampatae Scythian tribes have made inroads upon this territory, and have destroyed the Tanete and the Inapei to a man. Others again represent the Ocarias as running through the Kentasi and the Sapei, and the Tanes as passing through the territories of the Sarkarkei, the Hertisei, the Spondolicae, the Sinhiete, the Anasai, the Aisai, the Catete, the Tagore, the Caronai, the Niraipai, the Agandei, the Mandarei, the Satarkei, and the Spalei. Chapter 8. The situation of Cappadocia. We have now gone over the coast which borders upon the inner sea, and have enumerated the various nations that dwell thereon. Let us now turn to those vast tracts of land which lie further in the interior. I do not deny that in my description I shall differ very materially from the ancient writers, but still it is one that has been compiled with the most anxious research, from a full examination into the events which have transpired of late in these countries under the command of Domitius Corbulo, and from information received either from kings who have been sent thence to Rome as suppliants for our mercy, or else the sons of kings who have visited us in the character of hostages. We will begin then with the nation of the Cappadocians. Of all the countries of Pontus, this extends the greatest distance into the interior. On the left it leaves behind the Lesser and the Greater Armenia, as well as Commagena, and on the right all the nations of the province of Asia which we have previously described. Spreading over numerous peoples, it rises rapidly in elevation in an easterly direction towards the range of Taurus. Then, passing Lycaonia, Pisidia, and Cilicia, it advances above the district of Antiochia, the portion of it known as Cataonia, extending as far as Cyrestica, which forms part of that district. The length of Asia here is 1,250 miles, its breadth 640. Chapter 9. The Lesser and the Greater Armenia. Greater Armenia, beginning at the mountains known as the Pariadris, is separated, as we have already stated, from Cappadocia by the river Euphrates, and, where that river turns off in its course, from Mesopotamia by the no less famous river Tigris. Both of these rivers take their rise in Armenia, which also forms the commencement of Mesopotamia, a tract of country which lies between these streams, the intervening space between them being occupied by the Arabian Orii. It thus extends its frontier as far as Adiabene, at which point it is stopped short by a chain of mountains which takes a cross direction, whereupon the province extends in width to the left, crossing the course of the Araxes as far as the river Cyrus, while in length it reaches as far as the Lesser Armenia, from which it is separated by the river Absarus, which flows into the Euxine, and by the mountains known as the Pariadris, in which the Absarus takes its rise. Chapter 10. The rivers Cyrus and Araxes. The river Cyrus takes its rise in the mountains of the Heniochai, by some writers called the Coraxesai. The Araxes rises in the same mountains as the river Euphrates, at a distance from it of 6 miles only, and after being increased by the waters of the Usus, falls itself, as many authors have supposed, into the Cyrus, by which it is carried into the Caspian Sea. The more famous towns in Lesser Armenia are Caesarea, Adza, and Nicopolis. In the greater Arsamosata, which lies near the Euphrates, Carcathiocerta upon the Tigris, Tigranocerta, which stands on an elevated side, and, on a plain adjoining the river Araxes, Artaxata. According to Ophidius, the circumference of the whole of Armenia is 5,000 miles, while Claudius Caesar makes the length from the Scuza to the borders of the Caspian Sea 1,300 miles, and the breadth from Tigranocerta to Iberia half that distance. It is a well-known fact that this country is divided into prefectures, called strategies, some of which singly formed a kingdom in former times. They are 120 in number, with barbarous and uncouth names. On the east it is bounded, though not immediately, by the Cyronian mountains and the district of Adiabene. The space that intervenes is occupied by the Sopheni, beyond whom is the chain of mountains, and then beyond them the inhabitants of Adiabene. Dwelling in the valleys adjoining to Armenia are the Menobardai and the Moscheni. The Tigris and inaccessible mountains surround Adiabene. To the left of it is the territory of the Medai, and in the distance is seen the Caspian Sea, which, as we shall state in the proper place, receives its waters from the ocean, and is wholly surrounded by the Caucasian mountains. The inhabitants upon the confines of Armenia shall now be treated of. Chapter 11. Albania, Iberia, and the adjoining nations. The whole plain, which extends away from the river Cyrus, is inhabited by the nation of the Albani, and after them by that of the Iberi, who are separated from them by the river Alazon, which flows into the Cyrus from the Caucasian chain. The chief cities are Cabelaca in Albania, Hermastus near a river of Iberia, and Neoris. There is the region also of Thassae, and that of Triere, extending as far as the mountains known as the Periadries. Beyond these are the deserts of Colchias, on the side of which that looks towards the Cyronian mountains dwell the Armenocalibes, and there is the country of the Moschi, extending to the river Iberus, which flows into the Cyrus. Below them are the Sacassani, and after them the Macrones, upon the river Abserus. Such is the manner in which the plains and low country are parcelled out. Again, after passing the confines of Albania, the wild tribes of the Silvae inhabit the face of the mountains, below them those of the Lubianae, and after them the Didurai and the Sodaiae. Chapter 12. The passes of the Caucasus. After passing the Lest, we come to the gates of Caucasus, by many persons most erroneously called the Caspian passes, a vast work of nature, which has suddenly wrenched asunder in this place a chain of mountains. At this spot are gates barred up with beams shod with iron, while beneath the middle there runs a stream which emits a most fetid odour. On this side of it is a rock, defended by a fortress, the name of which is Cumania, erected for the purpose of preventing the passage of the innumerable tribes that lie beyond. Here, then, we may see the habitable world severed into two parts by a pair of gates. They are just opposite to Hormastus, a town of the Iberi. Beyond the gates of Caucasus, in the Gordian mountains, the Valai and the Sueni, uncivilized tribes, are found. Still, however, they work the mines of gold there. Beyond these nations, and extending as far away as Pontus, are numerous nations of the Heniochi, and after them of the Achaei. Such is the present state of one of the most famous tracts upon the face of the earth. Some writers have stated that the distance between the Euxine and the Caspian Sea is not more than 375 miles. Cornelius Nepos makes it only 250. Within such straits is Asia pent up in this second instance by the agency of the sea. Claudius Caesar has informed us that from the Cimmerian Bosphorus to the Caspian Sea is a distance of only 150 miles, and that Nicator Seleucus contemplated cutting through this isthmus just at the time when he was slain by Ptolemy Ceraunus. It is a well-known fact that the distance from the gates of Caucasus to the shores of the Euxine is 200 miles. Chapter 13. The Islands of the Euxine. The islands of the Euxine are the Planctae or Cyaneae, otherwise called Symplegades, and Apollonia, surnamed Thynias, to distinguish it from the island of that name in Europe. It is 4 miles in circumference, and 1 mile distant from the mainland. Opposite to Pharnacia is Calcerites, to which the Greeks have given the name of Area, and consecrated it to Mars. Here, they say, there were birds that used to attack strangers with blows of their wings. Chapter 14. Nations in the vicinity of the Scythian Ocean. Having now stated all that bears reference to the interior of Asia, let us cross in imagination the Riphaean mountains and traverse the shores of the ocean to the right. On three sides does this ocean wash the coasts of Asia, as the Scythian Ocean on the north, the Eastern Ocean on the east, and the Indian Ocean on the south, and it is again divided into various names, derived from the numerous gulfs which it forms, and the nations which dwell upon its shores. A great part of Asia, however, which lies exposed to the north, through the noxious effects of those freezing climates, consists of nothing but vast deserts. From the extreme north-northeast to the point where the sun rises in the summer, it is the country of the Scythians. Still further than them, and beyond the point where north-northeast begins, some writers have placed the Hyperboreae, who are said, indeed, by the majority to be a people of Europe. After passing this point, the first place that is known is Litarmes, a promontory of Celtica, and next to it the river Carymbusus, where the chain of the Riphaean mountains terminates, and with it the extreme rigor of the climate. Here too we have heard of a certain people being situate, called the Erymphaei, a race not much unlike the Hyperboreae. Their habitations are the groves, and the berries their diet. Long hair is held to be disgraceful by the women as well as the men, and they are mild in their manners. Hence it is that they are reported to be a sacred race, and are never molested, even by the savage tribes which border upon them, and not only they, but such other persons as well as may have fled to them for refuge. Beyond these we come straight to the Scythians, the Cimmerii, the Cyzianthai, the Georgii, and the nation of Amazons. These last extend to the Caspian and Hyrcanian Sea. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 3. Chapter 15. The Caspian and Hyrcanian Sea. Bursting through, this sea makes a passage from the Scythian Ocean into the back of Asia, receiving various names from the nations which dwell upon its banks, the two most famous of which are the Caspian and the Hyrcanian races. Clitarchus is of opinion that the Caspian Sea is not less in area than the Euxine. Eratosthenes gives the measure of it on the southeast along the coast of Cadusia and Albania as 5,400 stadia. Thence, through the territories of the Anariaci, the Amardai, and the Hyrcani, to the mouth of the river Zonus, he makes 4,800 stadia, and thence to the mouth of the Jaxartes 2,400, which makes in all a distance of 1,575 miles. Artemidorus, however, makes this sum smaller by 25 miles. Agrippa bounds the Caspian Sea and the nations around it, including Armenia, on the east by the ocean of the Ceres, on the west by the chain of the Caucasus, on the south by that of Taurus, and on the north by the Scythian Ocean, and he states it, so far as its extent is known, to be 480 miles in length and 290 in breadth. There are not wanting, however, some authors who state that its whole circumference from the straits is 2,500 miles. Its waters make their way into the sea by a very narrow mouth, but of considerable length, and where it begins to enlarge it curves obliquely with horns in the form of a crescent, just as though it would make a descent from its mouth into Lake Meotis, resembling a sickle in shape, as Marcus Varro says. The first of its gulfs is called the Scythian Gulf. It is inhabited on both sides by the Scythians, who hold communication with each other across the straits, the Nomades being on one side, together with the Sauromatae, divided into tribes with numerous names, and on the other the Epzoe, who are also divided into an equal number. At the entrance on the right-hand side, dwell the Eudini, a Scythian tribe at the very angle of the mouth. Then along the coast there are the Albani, the descendants of Jason, it is said. That part of the sea which lies in front of them bears the name of Albanian. This nation, which lies along the Caucasian chain, comes down, as we have previously stated, as far as the river Cyrus, which forms the boundary of Armenia and Iberia. Above the maritime coast of Albania and the nation of the Eudini, the Sarmate, the Utidorsai, and the Aeroteres stretch along its shores, and in their rear the Sarmatian Amazons, already spoken of. The rivers which run through Albania in their course to the sea are the Cassius and the Albanus, and then the Cambyses, which rises in the Caucasian mountains, and next to it the Cyrus, rising in those of the Coraxaci, as already mentioned. Agrippa states that the whole of this coast, inaccessible from rocks of an immense height, is 425 miles in length, beginning from the river Cassius. After we pass the mouth of the Cyrus, it begins to be called the Caspian Sea, the Caspii being a people who dwell upon its shores. In this place it may be as well to correct an error into which many persons have fallen, and even those who lately took part with Corbulo in the Armenian War. The gates of Iberia, which we have mentioned as the Caucasian, they have spoken of as being called the Caspian, and the coloured plains which have been sent from those parts to Rome have that name written upon them. The menaced expedition, too, that was contemplated by the Emperor Nero, was said to be designed to extend as far as the Caspian gates, whereas it was really intended for those which lead through Iberia into the territory of the Sarmate, there being hardly any possibility of approach to the Caspian Sea by reason of the close juxtaposition of the mountains there. There are, however, other Caspian gates, which join up to the Caspian tribes, but these can only be distinguished from a perusal of the narrative of those who took part in the expedition of Alexander the Great. Chapter 16. Adiabene. The kingdom of the Persians, by which we now understand that of Parthia, is elevated upon the Caucasian chain between two seas, the Persian and the Hyrcanian. To the greater Armenia, which in the front slopes towards Commagene, is joined Sophene, which lies upon the descent on both sides thereof, and next to it is Adiabene, the most advanced frontier of Assyria, a part of which is Arbilitis, where Alexander conquered Darius, and which joins up to Syria. The whole of this country was called Mygdonia by the Macedonians, on account of the resemblance it bore to Mygdonia in Europe. Its cities are Alexandria and Antiochia, also called Nisibis. This last place is distant from Artaxata 750 miles. There was also, in former times, Ninus, a most renowned city, on the banks of the Tigris, with an aspect towards the west. Adjoining the other front of Greater Armenia, which runs down towards the Caspian Sea, we find Atropatene, which is separated from Otini, a region of Armenia, by the river Araxes. Gaze is its chief city, distant from Artaxata 450 miles, and the same from Ecbatana in Media, to which country Atropatene belongs. Chapter 17. Media and the Caspian Gates. Ecbatana, the capital of Media, was built by King Seleucus at a distance from Great Seleucia of 750 miles, and 20 miles from the Caspian Gates. The remaining towns of the Medians are Fazaca, Aganzaga, and Apamea, surnamed Regiani. The reason of these passes receiving the name of gates is the same that has been stated above. The chain of mountains is suddenly broken by a passage of such extreme narrowness that, for a distance of 8 miles, a single chariot can barely find room to move along. The whole of this pass has been formed by artificial means. Both on the right hand and the left are overhanging rocks, which look as though they had been exposed to the action of fire, and there is a tract of country quite destitute of water, 28 miles in extent. This narrow pass, too, is rendered still more difficult by a liquid salt which oozes from the rocks, and, uniting in a single stream, makes its way along the pass. Besides this, it is frequented by such multitudes of serpents that the passage is quite impracticable except in winter. Joining up to Adiabene are the people formerly known as the Carduchi, now the Cordueni, in front of whom the river Tigris flows, and next to them are the Pratite, entitled the Par Odon, who hold possession of the Caspian gates. On the other side of these gates we come to the deserts of Parthia and the mountain chain of Sithanis, and after that the most pleasant locality of all Parthia, Quera by name. Here were two cities of the Parthians, built in former times for their protection against the people of Media, Calliope and Isetis, the last of which stood formerly on a rock. Hecatompolis, the capital of Parthia, is distant from the Caspian gates 133 miles. In such an effectual manner is the kingdom of Parthia shut out by these passes. After leaving these gates, we find the nation of the Caspii, extending as far as the shores of the Caspian, a race which has given its name to these gates as well as to the sea. On the left there is a mountainous district. Turning back from this nation to the river Cyrus, the distance is said to be 220 miles, but if we go from that river as far down as the Caspian gates, the distance is 700 miles. In the itineraries of Alexander the Great, these gates were made the central or turning point in his expeditions, the distance from the Caspian gates to the frontier of India being there set down as 15,680 stadia, to the city of Bactra, commonly called Zariespa, 3,700, and thence to the river Jaxartes, 5,000 stadia. Chapter 18. Nations situate around the Hyrcanian Sea. Lying to the east of the Caspii is the region known as Epavortini, in which there is a place noted for its singular fertility, called Dareium. We then come to the nations of the Taperi, the Eneriaci, the Stores, and the Hyrcani, past whose shores and beyond the river Sideris the Caspian begins to take the name of the Hyrcanian Sea. On this side of that stream are also the rivers Maxaras and Strato. All of them take their rise in the Caucasian chain. Next comes the district of Margiani, so remarkable for its sunny climate. It is the only spot in all these regions that produces the vine, being shut in on every side by verdant and refreshing hills. This district is 1,500 stadia in circumference, but is rendered remarkably difficult of access by sandy deserts, which extend a distance of 120 miles. It lies opposite to the country of Parthia, and in it Alexander founded the city of Alexandria. This place having been destroyed by the barbarians, Antiochus, the son of Seleucus, rebuilt it on the same site as a Syrian city. For, seeing that it was watered by the Margus, which passes through it and is afterwards divided into a number of streams for the irrigation of this district of Zothali, he restored it, but preferred giving it the name of Antiochia. The circumference of this city is 70 stadia. It was to this place that Orodes conducted such of the Romans as had survived the defeat of Crassus. From the mountain heights of this district, along the range of Caucasus, the savage race of the Mardai, a free people, extends as far as the Bactri. Below the district inhabited by them, we find the nations of the Orsiani, the Comorai, the Berdrige, the Harmatotropi, the Sitomari, the Comeni, the Marucei, and the Mendrueni. The rivers here are the Mendris and the Kindris. Beyond the nations already mentioned are the Chorasmii, the Candarai, the Etacinai, the Pericani, the Serengi, the Merotiani, the Aorsai, the Galai, by the Greek writers called Caducii, the Matiani, the city of Heraclea, which was founded by Alexander but was afterwards destroyed and rebuilt by Antiochus and by him called Achaeus. The Derbices also, through the middle of whose territory the river Oxus runs, after rising in Lake Oxus. The Sarmatae, the Oxydracae, the Heniochi, the Batanae, the Seraparae, and the Bactriae, whose chief city is Zeriaspe, which afterwards received the name of Bactra from the river there. This last nation lies at the back of Mount Peloponnesus, over against the sources of the river Indus, and is bounded by the river Ochus. Beyond it are the Sogdianae, the town of Panda, and at the very extremity of their territory, Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great. At this spot are the altars which were raised by Hercules and Father Liber, as also by Cyrus, Semiramis, and Alexander. For the expeditions of all these conquerors stopped short at this region, bounded as it is by the river Jaxartes, by the Scythians known as the Scyllus, and by Alexander and his officers supposed to have been the Tannae. This river was crossed by Demodamas, a general of Kings Seleucus and Antiochus, and whose account more particularly we have here followed. He also consecrated certain altars here to Apollo Didymaeus. Chapter 19. The nations of Scythia and the countries on the eastern ocean. Beyond this river are the peoples of Scythia. The Persians have called them by the general name of Sake, which properly belongs to only the nearest nation of them. The more ancient writers give them the name of Eramii. The Scythians themselves give the name of Corsairi to the Persians, and they call Mount Caucasus Graucasus, which means white with snow. The multitude of these Scythian nations is quite innumerable. In their life and habits they much resemble the people of Parthia. The tribes among them that are better known are the Sake, the Massagetae, the Dahe, the Ecedones, the Ariacae, the Rimicae, the Pasicae, the Amardai, the Histae, the Adonis, the Chame, the Chamacae, the Eucatae, the Cotieri, the Enthusianae, the Sacae, the Arimaspai, the Antacatae, the Croasae, and the Etaei. Among them the Napaei are said to have been destroyed by the Palaei. The rivers in their country that are the best known are the Mandrageas and the Carpassus. Indeed, upon no subject that I know of are there greater discrepancies among writers, from the circumstance, I suppose, of these nations being so extremely numerous and of such migratory habits. Alexander the Great has left it stated that the water of the sea is fresh, and Marcus Varro informs us that some of it, of a similar character, was brought to Pompey, and holding the chief command in the Mithridatic war in its vicinity. The salt, no doubt, being overpowered by the volume of water discharged by the rivers which flow into it. He adds also that under the direction of Pompey it was ascertained that it is 7 days' journey from India to the river Icarus, in the country of the Bactriae, which discharges itself into the Oxus, and that the merchandise of India being conveyed from it through the Caspian Sea into the Cyrus may be brought by land to Phasis in Pontus in 5 days at most. There are numerous islands throughout the whole of the Caspian Sea. The only one that is well known is that of Tatzeta. Chapter 20. The Series. After we have passed the Caspian Sea and the Scythian Ocean, our course takes an easterly direction, such being the turn here taken by the line of the coast. The first portion of these shores, after we pass the Scythian promontory, is totally uninhabitable, owing to the snow, and the regions adjoining are uncultivated, in consequence of the savage state of the nations which dwell there. Here are the abodes of the Scythian anthropophagi, who feed on human flesh. Hence it is that all around them consists of vast deserts, inhabited by multitudes of wild beasts, which are continually lying in wait, ready to fall upon human beings, just as savage as themselves. After leaving these, we again come to a nation of the Scythians, and then again to desert tracts tenanted by wild beasts, until we reach a chain of mountains which runs up to the sea, and bears the name of Tabis. It is not, however, before we have traversed very nearly one half of the coast that looks towards the northeast that we find it occupied by inhabitants. The first people that are known of here are the Seris, so famous for the wool that is found in their forests. After steeping it in water, they comb off a white down that adheres to the leaves, and then to the females of our part of the world they give the twofold task of unraveling their textures and of weaving the threads afresh. So manifold is the labor, and so distant are the regions which are thus ransacked to supply a dress through which our ladies may in public display their charms. The Seres are of inoffensive manners, but bearing a strong resemblance therein to all savage nations, they shun all intercourse with the rest of mankind, and await the approach of those who wish to traffic with them. The first river that is known in their territory is the Cytheres, next to that the Camberi, and the third the Leros. After which we come to the promontory of Chrysi, the Gulf of Senaba, the river Atienus, and the nation of the Ethacori on the gulf of that name, a people protected by their sunny hills from all noxious blasts, and living in a climate of the same temperature as that of the Hyperboreae. Ammometus has written a work entirely devoted to the history of these people, just as Hecateus has done in his treatise on the Hyperboreae. After the Ethacori we find the nations of the Fruri and the Tocheri, and in the interior the Caesiri, a people of India, who look toward the Scythians, and feed on human flesh. Here are also numerous wandering nomad tribes of India. There are some authors who state that in a northeasterly direction these nations touch upon the Cicones and the Briseri. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 4. Chapter 21, The Nations of India. But we come now to nations, as to which there is a more general agreement among writers. Where the chain of Emotus rises, the nations of India begin, which borders not only on the eastern sea, but on the southern as well, which we have already mentioned as being called the Indian Ocean. That part which faces the east runs in a straight line a distance of 1875 miles until it comes to a bend at which the Indian Ocean begins. Here it takes a turn to the south, and continues to run in that direction a distance of 2,475 miles, according to Eratosthenes, as far as the river Indus, the boundary of India on the west. Many authors have represented the entire length of the Indian coast as being 40 days and nights' sail, and as being, from north to south, 2,850 miles. Agrippa states its length to be 3,300 miles, and its breadth 2,300. Posidonius has given its measurement as lying from northeast to southeast, placing it opposite to Gaul, of which country he has given the measurement as lying from northwest to southwest, making the whole of India to lie due west of Gaul. Hence, as he has shown by undoubted proofs, India lying opposite to Gaul must be refreshed by the blowing of that wind, and derive its salubrity therefrom. In this region the appearance of the heavens is totally changed, and quite different is the rising of the stars. There are 2 summers in the year and 2 harvests, while the winter intervenes between them during the time that the Etesian winds are blowing. During our winter too they enjoy light breezes, and their seas are navigable. In this country there are nations and cities which would be found to be quite innumerable if a person should attempt to enumerate them, for it has been explored not only by the arms of Alexander the Great and of the kings who succeeded him, by Seleucus and Antiochus, who sailed round even to the Caspian and Hyrcanian Sea, and by Patroclus, the admiral of their fleet, but has been treated of by several other Greek writers who resided at the courts of Indian kings, such, for instance, as Megasthenes, and by Dionysius, who was sent thither by Philadelphus expressly for the purpose, all of whom have enlarged upon the power and vast resources of these nations. Still, however, there is no possibility of being rigorously exact, so different are the accounts given, and often of a nature so incredible. The followers of Alexander the Great have stated in their writings that there were no less than 5,000 cities in that portion of India which they vanquished by force of arms, not one of which was smaller than that of Cos; that its nations were 8 in number; that India forms 1/3 of the whole earth, and that its populations are innumerable, a thing which is certainly far from improbable, seeing that the Indians are nearly the only race of people who have never migrated from their own territories. From the time of Father Liber to that of Alexander the Great, 153 kings of India are reckoned, extending over a period of 6,451 years and 3 months. The vast extent of their rivers is quite marvelous. It is stated that on no one day did Alexander the Great sail less than 600 stadia on the Indus, and still was unable to reach its mouth in less than 5 months and some few days. And yet it is a well-known fact that this river is not so large as the Ganges. Seneca, one of our fellow countrymen, who has written a treatise upon the subject of India, has given its rivers as 65 in number, and its nations as 118. The difficulty, too, would be quite as great if we were to attempt to enumerate its mountains. The chains of Emos, of Emotus, of Peloponnesus, and of Caucasus are all connected, the one with the other, and from their foot the country of India runs down in the form of a vast plain, bearing a very considerable resemblance to that of Egypt. However, that we may come to a better understanding relative to the description of these regions, we will follow in the track of Alexander the Great. Diognetus and Beaton, whose duty it was to ascertain the distances and length of his expeditions, have written that from the Caspian Gates to Hecatompylon, the city of the Parthians, the distance is the number of miles which we have already stated, and that from thence to Alexandria of the Arii, which city was founded by the same king, the distance is 575 miles; from thence to Prophasia, the city of the Drengi, 199; from thence to the city of the Aricosii, 565; from thence to Orthospanum, 175; and from thence to the city built by Alexander, 50 miles. In some copies, however, the numbers are found differently stated, and we find this last city even placed at the very foot of Mount Caucasus. From this place to the river Cophis in Peucolades, a city of India, is 237 miles; from thence to the river Indus and the city of Taxila, 60; from thence to the famous river Hydaspes, 120; and from thence to the Hypasis, a river no less famous, 290 miles and 390 paces. This last was the extreme limit of the expedition of Alexander, though he crossed the river and dedicated certain altars on the opposite side. The dispatches written by order of that king fully agree with the distances above stated. The remaining distances beyond the above point were ascertained on the expedition of Seleucus Nicator. They are to the river Cydrus, 168 miles; to the river Jomanes, the same. Some copies, however, add to this last distance 5 miles; thence to the Ganges, 112 miles; to Rhodophah, 569, though, according to some writers, This last distance is only 325 miles. To the town of Kalanipaxa, 167, according to some 267. Thence to the confluence of the river Jomanes and Ganges, 625. Most writers, however, add 13 miles to this last distance. Thence to the city of Palibothra, 425, and thence to the mouth of the Ganges, 637 miles and a half. The nations whom it may be not altogether inopportune to mention, after passing the Emodian mountains, a cross range of which is called Imos, a word which in the language of the natives signifies snowy, are the Iceri, the Coseri, the Izai, and upon the chain of mountains the Kisiotosegai, with numerous peoples, which have the surname of Brekmani, among whom are the Mekokelingi. There are also the rivers Prinis and Canis, which last flows into the Ganges, both of them navigable streams. The nation of the Kalingi comes nearest to the sea, and above them are the Mendaei and the Malai. In the territory of the last named people is a mountain called Melis. The boundary of this region is the river Ganges. Chapter 22. The Ganges. Some writers have stated that this river, like the Nile, takes its rise from unknown sources, and in a similar manner waters the neighboring territory. Others, again, say that it rises in the mountains of Scythia. They state also that 19 rivers discharge their waters into it. Those among them that are navigable, besides the rivers already mentioned, are the Condocharis, the Erinoboas, the Cosoagas, and the Sonis. Other writers again say that it bursts forth at its very source with a loud noise, hurling itself over rocks and precipices, and that after it has reached the plains its water become more tranquil, and it pauses for a time in a certain lake, after which it flows gently on. They say also that it is 8 miles in breadth, where it is the very narrowest, and 100 stadia, where it is but moderately wide, and that it is nowhere less than 20 paces in depth. The last nation situate on the banks of the Ganges is that of the Gangarides Kalenji. The city where their king dwells has the name of Protalis. This king has 60,000 foot soldiers, 1,000 horse, and 700 elephants, always caparisoned ready for battle. The people of the more civilized nations of India are divided into several classes. One of these classes till the earth, another attends to military affairs, others again are occupied in mercantile pursuits, while the wisest and the most wealthy among them have the management of the affairs of the state, act as judges and give counsel to the king. The fifth class, entirely devoting themselves to the pursuit of wisdom, which in these countries is almost held in the same veneration as religion, always end their life by a voluntary death upon the lighted pile. In addition to these, there is a class, in a half-savage state, and doomed to endless labor by means of their exertions. All the classes previously mentioned are supported. It is their duty to hunt the elephant, and to tame him when captured, for it is by the aid of these animals that they plough. By these animals they are conveyed from place to place. These, in special, they look upon as constituting their flocks and herds. By their aid they wage their wars, and fight in defense of their territories. Strength, age, and size are the points usually considered in making choice of these animals. In the Ganges there is an island of very considerable size, inhabited by a single nation. It is called Modogatenga. Beyond the Ganges are situate the Modube, the Molinde, the Uberi, with a magnificent city of the same name, the Modresai, the Prerai, the Calii, the Sisurai, the Pasale, the Colobe, the Urumeole, the Abali, and the Thoti. The king of the last named people has 50,000 foot soldiers, 4,000 horse, and 400 armed elephants. We next come to a still more powerful nation, the Andere, who dwell in numerous villages, as well as 30 cities fortified with walls and towers. They furnish for their king 100,000 foot, 2,000 horse, and 1,000 elephants. The country of the Darde is the most productive of gold, that of the Sete of silver. But more famous and more powerful than any nation, not only in these regions, but throughout almost the whole of India, are the Presii, who dwell in a city of vast extent and of remarkable opulence, called Palibothra, from which circumstance some writers have given to the people themselves the name of Palibothri, and indeed to the whole tract of country between the Ganges and the Indus. These people keep on daily pay in their king's service an army consisting of 600,000 foot, 30,000 horse, and 9,000 elephants, from which we may easily form a conjecture as to the vast extent of their resources. Behind these people, and lying still more in the interior, are the Monedis and the Sueri, among whom is a mountain known as Malleus, upon which the shadow falls to the north in winter and to the south in summer, 6 months alternately. In this district the constellation of the Great Bear is seen at only one period in the year, and then but for 15 days, according to what Beaton states. Megasthenes, however, informs us that the same is the case also in many other localities of India. The South Pole is by the Indians called Diamasa. The river Jomanes runs into the Ganges through the territory of the Palibothri, between the cities of Mathura and Chrysobora. In the regions which lie to the south of the Ganges, the people are tinted by the heat of the sun, so much so as to be quite colored, but yet not burnt black like the Ethiopians. The nearer they approach the Indus, the deeper their color, a proof of the heat of the climate. After leaving the nation of the Presii, we immediately come to the Indus. In the mountains of the Presii a race of pygmies is said to exist. Artemidorus says that between these two rivers there is a distance of 2,100 miles. Chapter 23. The Indus. The Indus, called Sindus by the natives, rises in that branch of the Caucasian range which bears the name of Peloponnesus, and runs in an easterly direction, receiving in its course the waters of 19 rivers. The most famous of these are the Hydaspes, into which 4 other rivers have already discharged themselves, the Cantaba, which receives 3 other rivers, the Assassines, and the Hypasus, which last 2 are navigable themselves. Still, however, so moderate as it were do the waters of this river show themselves in their course, that it is never more than 50 stadia in width, nor does it ever exceed 15 paces in depth. Of 2 islands which it forms in its course, the one which is known as Presiani is of very considerable size. The other, which is smaller, is called Patali. According to the accounts given by the most moderate writers, this river is navigable for a distance of 1,250 miles, and after following the sun's course to the west in some degree, discharges itself into the ocean. I will here give the distances of various places situate on the coast to the mouth of this river, in a general way, just as I find them stated, although they none of them tally with each other. From the mouth of the Ganges to the promontory of the Kalinjai and the town of Dandaguda is 625 miles. From thence to Tropina 1,225. From thence to the promontory of Perimula, where is held the most celebrated mart in all India, 750, and from thence to the city of Patala, in the island just mentioned, 620 miles. The mountain races between the Indus and the Jomanes are the Sesai, the Satriboni, who dwell in the woods, and after them the Megalae, whose king possessed 500 elephants, and an army of horse and foot, the numbers of which are unknown. Then the Chrysaei, the Parasangi, and the Esmagi, whose territory is infested by wild tigers. These people keep in arms 30,000 foot, 300 elephants, and 800 horse. They are bounded by the river Indus and encircled by a range of mountains and deserts for a distance of 625 miles. Below these deserts are the Darai and the Surai, and then deserts again for 187 miles, sands in general encircling these spots just as islands are surrounded by the sea. Below these deserts again are the Maltekore, the Sinje, the Marohe, the Rurunje, and the Morontes. These last peoples, who possess the mountains throughout the whole range of country as far as the shores of the ocean, are free and independent of all kings, and hold numerous cities upon the declivities of the mountains. After them come the Naree, who are bounded by Capitalia, the most lofty of all the Indian peaks. The inhabitants who dwell on the other side of it have extensive mines of gold and silver. After these again are the Orate, whose king possessed only 10 elephants, but a large army of foot. Next come the Swaratarate, who live under the rule of a king as well, but breed no elephants, as they depend solely on the horse and foot. Then the Odombeores, the Arabastre, and the Horake, which last inhabit a fine city fortified by trenches cut in the marshes. It is quite impossible to approach the city except by the bridge, as the water in the trenches is full of crocodiles, an animal most insatiate for human flesh. There is another city also in their territory, which has been greatly extolled, Automula by name, situate on the seashore, a famous mart, lying at the point of confluence of 5 rivers. Their king possesses 1,600 elephants, 150,000 foot, and 5,000 horse. The king of the Karme is a less opulent potentate. He has only 60 elephants, and some small remains of his former strength. After these we come to the nation of the Pandey, the only one throughout all India which is ruled by women. It is said that Hercules had but one child of the female sex, for which reason she was his special favorite, and he bestowed upon her the principal one of these kingdoms. The sovereigns who derive their origin from this female rule over 300 towns, and have an army of 150,000 foot and 500 elephants. After passing through this list of 300 cities, we come to the Durangi, the Posenji, the Bute, the Gogarii, the Umbre, the Neree, the Brencosai, the Nobunde, the Kukonde, the Nesei, the Peletaite, the Celobriace, and the Olostre, who reach up to the island of Patala, from the extremity of whose shores to the Caspian gates it is a distance of 1,925 miles. After passing this island, the other side of the Indus is occupied, as we know by clear and undoubted proofs, by the Ethoe, the Bolinge, the Gelitalute, the Daimurai, the Megarai, the Ardabe, the Messe, and after them the Urai and the Sile, beyond which last there are desert tracts extending a distance of 250 miles. After passing those nations, we come to the Organage, the Aborde, the Bestuerde, and after these last, deserts similar to those previously mentioned. We then come to the peoples of the Sorophages, the Arbe, the Marogomatre, the Umbraite, of whom there are 12 nations, each with 2 cities, and the Asini, a people who dwell in 3 cities, their capital being Bucephala, which was founded around the tomb of the horse belonging to King Alexander, which bore that name. Above these peoples there are some mountain tribes, which lie at the foot of Caucasus, the Sosiade and the Sondre, and after passing the Indus and going down its stream, the Samarabrae, the Sambracenai, the Bisambride, the Orsai, the Anaxenai, and the Taxile, with a famous city, which lies on a low but level plain, the general name of the district being Amenda. There are 4 nations here, the Pilcolate, the Arsagalite, the Gerete, and the Essuai. The greater part of the geographers, in fact, do not look upon India as bounded by the river Indus, but add to it the 4 satrapies of the Gedrosai, the Arakote, the Erai, and the Peloponnesidae, the river Kofis thus forming the extreme boundary of India. All these territories, however, according to other writers, are reckoned as belonging to the country of the Arii. Many writers, too, place in India the city of Nisa and the mountain of Meres, sacred to Father Bacchus, in which circumstance originated the story that he sprang from the thigh of Jupiter. They also place here the nation of the Astacani, whose country abounds in the vine, the laurel, the box tree, and all the fruits which are produced in Greece. As to those wonderful and almost fabulous stories which are related about the fertility of the soil and the various kinds of fruits and trees, as well as wild beasts and birds and other sorts of animals, they shall be mentioned each in its proper place in a future portion of this work. I shall also very shortly have to make some further mention of the forest satrapies, it being at present my wish to hasten to a description of the island of Taprobane. But first there are some other islands of which we must make mention. Patala, as we have already stated, lies at the mouth of the Indus. It is of a triangular figure, and is 220 miles in breadth. Beyond the mouth of the Indus are the islands of Chryse and Argyre, abounding in metals, I believe. But as to what some persons have stated, that their soil consists of gold and silver, I am not so willing to give a ready credence to that. After passing these islands we come to Crocala, 20 miles in breadth, and then, at 12 miles distance from it, by Braga, abounding in oysters and other shellfish. At 8 miles distance from by Braga you find Torolaiba, and many others of no note. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 5. Chapter 24. Taprobane. Taprobane, under the name of the land of the Antichtones, was long looked upon as another world. The age and the arms of Alexander the Great were the first to give satisfactory proof that it is an island. Onesicritus, the commander of his fleet, has informed us that the elephants of this island are larger and better adapted for warfare than those of India, and from Megasthenes we learn that it is divided by a river, that the inhabitants have the name of Peligoni, and that their country is more productive of gold and pearls of great size than even India. Eratosthenes has also given the dimensions of this island as being 7,000 stadia in length and 5,000 in breadth. He states also that there are no cities, but villages, to the number of 700. It begins at the eastern sea, and lies extended opposite to India, east and west. This island was in former times supposed to be 20 days' sail from the country of the Presii, but in later times, whereas the navigation was formerly confined to vessels constructed of papyrus with the tackle peculiar to the Nile, the distance has been estimated at no more than 7 days' sail, in reference to the speed which can be attained by vessels of our construction. The sea that lies between the island and the mainland is full of shallows, not more than 6 spaces in depth, but in certain channels it is of such extraordinary depth that no anchor has ever found a bottom. For this reason it is that the vessels are constructed with prows at either end, so that there may be no necessity for tacking while navigating these channels, which are extremely narrow. The tonnage of these vessels is 3,000 amphorae. In traversing their seas, the people of Taprobane take no observation of the stars, and indeed the Greater Bear is not visible to them, but they carry birds out to sea, which they let go from time to time, and so follow their course as they make for the land. They devote only 4 months in the year to the pursuits of navigation, and are particularly careful not to trust themselves on the sea during the next 100 days after our summer solstice, for in those seas it is at that time the middle of winter. Thus much we learn from the ancient writers. It has fallen to our lot, however, to obtain a still more accurate knowledge of these people, for during the reign of the Emperor Claudius an embassy came from even this distant island to Rome. The circumstances under which this took place were as follow. Aeneas Plocamus had farmed from the treasury the revenues arising from the Red Sea. A certain freedman of his, while sailing around Arabia, was carried away by a gale from the north beyond the coast of Carmania. In the course of 15 days he had drifted to Hypurus, a port of Taprobane, where he was most kindly and hospitably received by the king, and, having, after a study of 6 months, become well acquainted with the language, was enabled to answer all his enquiries relative to the Romans and their emperor. But of all that he heard, the king was more particularly struck with surprise at our rigid notions of justice, on ascertaining that among the money found on the captive the denarii were all of equal weight, although the different figures on them plainly showed that they had been struck in the reigns of several emperors. By this circumstance in especial the king was prompted to form an alliance with the Romans, and accordingly sent to Rome an embassy consisting of 4 persons, the chief of whom was Roscius. From these persons we learn that in Taprobane there are 500 towns, and that there is a harbor that lies facing the south, and adjoining the city of Palasimundus, the most famous city in the isle, the king's place of residence, and containing a population of 200,000. They also informed us that in the interior there is a lake called Megisba, 375 miles in circumference, and containing islands which are fertile, though for pasturage only. In this lake, they informed us, 2 rivers take their rise, one of which, called Palasimundus, flows into the harbor near the city of that name, by 3 channels, the narrowest of which is 5 stadia in width, the largest 15, while the other, Sidera by name, takes a direction northward, towards the Indian coast. We learned also that the nearest point of the Indian coast is a promontory known as Coliacum, distant from the island 4 days' sail, and that midway between them lies the island of the Sun. They stated also that those seas are of a deep green tint, besides which there are numerous trees growing at the bottom, so much so that the rudders of the vessels frequently break off portions of their foliage. They were much astonished at the constellations which are visible to us, the Greater Bear and the Pleiades, as though they had now beheld a new expanse of the heavens, and they declare that in their country the moon can only be seen above the horizon from the 8th to its 16th day. They also stated that Canopus, a large bright star, gives light to them by night. But what surprised them more than anything was that the shadow of their bodies was thrown towards our hemisphere, and not theirs, and that the sun arose on the left hand and set on the right, and not in the opposite direction. They also informed us that the side of their island which lies opposite to India is 10,000 stadia in length, and runs in a south-easterly direction, that beyond the Emodian mountains they look towards the Serae, whose acquaintance they had also made in the pursuits of commerce, that the father of Roscius had frequently visited their country, and that the Serae always came to meet them on their arrival. These people, they said, exceeded the ordinary human height, had flaxen hair and blue eyes, and made an uncouth sort of noise by way of talking, having no language of their own for the purpose of communicating their thoughts. The rest of their information was of a similar nature to that communicated by our merchants. It was to the effect that the merchandise on sale was left by them upon the opposite bank of a river on their coast, and it was then removed by the natives if they thought proper to deal on terms of exchange. On no grounds ought luxury with greater reason to be detested by us, than if we only transport our thoughts to these scenes, and then reflect what are its demands, to what distant spots it sends in order to satisfy them, and for how mean and how unworthy an end. But yet Taprobane even, isolated as it is by nature from the rest of the world, is not exempt from our vices. Gold and silver are held in esteem even there. They have a marble which resembles tortoise shell in appearance. This, as well as their pearls and precious stones, is highly valued. All our luxuries, in fact, those even of the most exquisite nature, are there carried to the very highest pitch. They asserted that their wealth is much greater than ours, but admitted that we know better than they how to obtain real enjoyment from opulence. In this island no slavery exists. They do not prolong their sleep to daybreak, nor indeed during any part of the day. Their buildings are only of a moderate height from the ground. The price of corn is always the same. They have no courts of law and no litigation. Hercules is the deity whom they worship, and their king is chosen by the people, an aged man always, distinguished for his mild and clement disposition, and without children. If after he has been elected king he happens to become the father of children, his abdication is the consequence. This is done that there may be no danger of the sovereign power becoming hereditary. 30 advisers are provided for him by the people, and it is only by the advice of the majority of them that any man is condemned to capital punishment. Even then the person so condemned has a right of appealing to the people, in which case a jury consisting of 70 persons is appointed. Should these acquit the accused, the 30 councillors are no longer held in any estimation, but are visited with the greatest disgrace. The king wears the costume of Father Liber, while the rest of the people dress like the natives of Arabia. The king, if he is found guilty of any offence, is condemned to death, but no one slays him. All turn their backs upon him, and refuse to hold any communication or even discourse with him. Their festivals are celebrated with the chase, the most valued sports being the pursuit of the tiger and the elephant. The lands are carefully tilled. The vine is not cultivated there, but of other fruits there is great abundance. They take great delight in fishing, and especially in catching turtles, beneath the shells of which whole families find an abode, of such vast size are they to be found. These people look upon 100 years as a comparatively short life. Thus much have we learned respecting Taprobane. Chapter 25. The Ariani and the adjoining nations. We will now proceed to give some further particulars relative to the 4 satrapies, of which we have postponed further mention till the present occasion. After passing the nations in the vicinity of the Indus, we come to the mountain districts. The territory of Capacine formerly had a city called Capisa, which was destroyed by Cyrus. Arachosia has a river and a city of the same name. The city was built by Semiramis. By some writers it is called Cophon. The river Erymanthus flows past Parabisti, which belongs to the Arachosii. Writers make the Dixandrusi come next, forming the boundary of the Arachote on the southern side, and of the Paropamisade on the north. The city of Cartana lies at the foot of Caucasus. In later times it has been called Tetragonus. This region lies over against that of the Bactri, who come next, and whose chief city is Alexandria, so called from the name of its founder. We then come to the Syndraci, the Dengali, the Parapine, the Catusus, and the Mazai, and then at the foot of Caucasus to the Kedrusai, whose town was built by Alexander. Below all these countries is the line of coast which we come to after leaving the Indus. Ariana is a region parched by the sun and surrounded by deserts. Still, however, as the face of the country is every here and there diversified with well-shaded spots, it finds communities grouped together to cultivate it, and more especially around the two rivers, known as the Tomberas and the Arosapes. There is also the town of Artaquana and the river Arias, which flows past Alexandria, a city founded by Alexander. This place is 30 stadia in extent. Much more beautiful than it, as well as of much greater antiquity, is Artacabane, fortified a second time by Antiochus, and 50 stadia in breadth. We then come to the nation of the Doris Dorsaigi, and the rivers Pharnacodas and Euphrates, and then to Prophthasia, a city of the Zeraspades, the Drenge, the Evergede, the Zerenge, and the Jedrusai, the towns of Pucilis, Liforda, the desert of the Methorgi, the river Menes, the nation of the Acutri, the river Eorum, the nation of the Orbi, the Pomenes, a navigable river in the territories of the Pandares, the Epirus in the country of the Sueri, with a good harbor at its mouth, the city of Condigrama and the river Cophis, into which last flow the navigable streams of the Saderas, the Perospis and the Sodanus. Some writers will also have it that Doritis forms part of Ariana, and give the length of them both as 1950 miles, and the breadth 1/2 of that of India. Others again have spread the Jedrusai and the Pasiris over an extent of 138 miles, and placed next to them the Ichthyophagi Orite, a people who speak a language peculiar to themselves, and not the Indian dialect, extending over a space of 200 miles. Alexander forbade the whole of the Ichthyophagi to live any longer on fish. Next after these, the writers have placed extensive deserts, and then Carmania, Persia, and Arabia. Chapter 26. Voyages to India. But before we enter into any details respecting these countries, it will be as well to mention what Onesicritus has stated, who commanded the fleet of Alexander and sailed from India into the heart of Persia, and what has been more recently related by Juba, after which I shall speak of the route along these seas which has been discovered in later years, and is followed at the present day. The journal of the voyage of Onesicritus and Nearchus has neither the names of the stations nor yet the distances set down in it, and first of all it is not sufficiently explained where Xylonepolis was, and near what river, a place founded by Alexander, and from which, upon setting out, they took their departure. Still, however, the following places are mentioned by them, which are worthy of our notice. The town of Arbis, founded by Nearchus on the occasion of this voyage, the river Nobris, navigable for vessels, and opposite to it an island at a distance of 70 stadia. Alexandria, built by Leonatus, by order of Alexander in the territories of this people. Argenis, with a very convenient harbor. The river Tomberas, a navigable stream, around whose banks are the Passirae. Then come the Ichthyophagi, who extend over so large a tract of coast that it took 30 days to sail past their territory, and an island known by the names of the Island of the Sun and the Bed of the Nymphs, the earth of which is red, and in which every animal instantly dies, the cause of which, however, has not been ascertained. Next to these is the nation of the Ori, and then the Hictanis, a river of Carmania, with an excellent harbor at its mouth, and producing gold. At this spot the writers state that for the first time they caught sight of the Great Bear. The star Arcturus, too, they tell us, was not to be seen here every night, and never, when it was seen, during the whole of it. Up to this spot extended the empire of the Achaemenid, and in these districts are to be found mines of copper, iron, arsenic, and red lead. They next came to the promontory of Carmania, from which the distance across to the opposite coast, where the Macae, a nation of Arabia, dwell, is 50 miles, and then to 3 islands, of which that of Oracla is alone inhabited, being the only one supplied with fresh water. It is distant from the mainland 25 miles. Quite in the Gulf and facing Persia there are 4 other islands. About these islands sea serpents were seen swimming towards them, 20 cubits in length, which struck the fleet with great alarm. They then came to the island of Ephothratus, and those called the Goretae, upon which dwells the nation of the Geani, the river Hyperes, which discharges itself midway into the Persian Gulf, and is navigable for merchant ships. The river Sidiogagus, from which to Pasargadae is 7 days' sail, a navigable river known as the Phrystimus, and an island without a name. And then the river Granis, navigable for vessels of small burden, and flowing through Susiani. The Daximontani, a people who manufacture bitumen, dwell on its right bank. The river Zerotis comes next, difficult of entrance at its mouth, except by those who are well acquainted with it, and then 2 small islands, after which the fleet sailed through shallows which looked very much like a marsh, but were rendered navigable by certain channels which had been cut there. They then arrived at the mouth of the Euphrates, and from thence passed into a lake which is formed by the rivers Euleus and Tigris, in the vicinity of Charax, after which they arrived at Susa on the river Tigris. Here, after a voyage of 3 months, they found Alexander celebrating a festival, 7 months after he had left them at Patali. Such was the voyage performed by the fleet of Alexander. In later times it has been considered a well ascertained fact that the voyage from Syagris, the promontory of Arabia, to Patali, reckoned at 1,335 miles, can be performed more advantageously with the aid of a westerly wind, which is there known by the name of Hippalus. The age that followed pointed out a shorter route, and a safer one, to those who might happen to sail from the same promontory for Sygiris, a port of India, and for a long time this route was followed, until at last a still shorter cut was discovered by a merchant, and the thirst for gain brought India even still nearer to us. At the present day voyages are made to India every year, and companies of archers are carried on board the vessels, as those seas are greatly infested with pirates. It will not be amiss, too, on the present occasion, to set forth the whole of the route from Egypt, which has been stated to us of late, upon information on which reliance may be placed, and is here published for the first time. The subject is one well worthy of our notice, seeing that in no year does India drain our empire of less than 550 millions of sesterces, giving back her own wares in exchange, which are sold among us at fully 100 times their prime cost. 2 miles distant from Alexandria is the town of Juliopolis. The distance thence to Coptus up the Nile is 308 miles. The voyage is performed when the Etesian winds are blowing, in 12 days. From Coptus the journey is made with the aid of camels, stations being arranged at intervals for the supply of fresh water. The first of these stations is called Hydruma, and is distant 22 miles. The second is situate on a mountain, at a distance of 1 day's journey from the last. The third is at a second Hydruma, distant from Coptus 95 miles. The fourth is on a mountain. The next to that is at another Hydruma, that of Apollo, and is distant from Coptus 184 miles, after which there is another on a mountain. There is then another station at a place called the New Hydruma, distant from Coptus 230 miles, and next to it there is another, called the Old Hydruma, or the Troglodytic, where a detachment is always on guard, with a caravansary that affords lodging for 2,000 persons. This last is distant from the New Hydruma 7 miles. After leaving it, we come to the city of Berenice, situate upon a harbour of the Red Sea, and distant from Coptus 257 miles. The greater part of this distance is generally travelled by night, on account of the extreme heat, the day being spent at the stations, in consequence of which it takes 12 days to perform the whole journey from Coptus to Berenice. Passengers generally set sail at midsummer, before the rising of the Dog-Star, or else immediately after, and in about 30 days arrive at Ocelis in Arabia, or else at Cannae in the region which bears frankincense. There is also a third port of Arabia, Musa by name. It is not, however, used by persons on their passage to India, as only those touch at it who deal in incense and the perfumes of Arabia. More in the interior there is a city, the residence of the king there is called Saphar, and there is another city known by the name of Savi. To those who are bound for India, Ocelis is the best place for embarkation. If the wind, called Hippalus, happens to be blowing, it is possible to arrive in 40 days at the nearest mart of India, Muziris by name. This, however, is not a very desirable place for disembarkation, on account of the pirates which frequent its vicinity, where they occupy a place called Nitrius, nor, in fact, is it very rich in articles of merchandise. Besides, the roadstead for shipping is a considerable distance from the shore, and the cargoes have to be conveyed in boats, either for loading or discharging. At the moment that I am writing these pages, the name of the king of this place is Philobothris. Another port, and the much more convenient one, is that which lies in the territory of the people called Neasindai, Beresi by name. Here King Pandion used to reign, dwelling at a considerable distance from the mart in the interior, at a city known as Modira. The district from which pepper is carried down to Berasi in boats hollowed out of a single tree is known as Coronera. None of these names of nations, ports, and cities are to be found in any of the former writers, from which circumstance it would appear that the localities have since changed their names. Travelers set sail from India on their return to Europe at the beginning of the Egyptian month Tibis, which is our December, or at all events before the 6th day of the Egyptian month Mekir, the same as our Ides of January. If they do this, they can go and return in the same year. They set sail from India with a southeast wind, and upon entering the Red Sea, catch the southwest or south. We will now return to our main subject. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Scarab. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 6. Book 6. Chapter 27. Carmania. Nearchus states in his writings that the coast of Carmania extends a distance of 1,250 miles. From its frontier to the river Sabus is 100 miles. At this spot begins the cultivation of the vine, which, with the tillage of the fields, extends as far as the river Ananus, a distance of 25 miles. This region is known by the name of Armusia. The cities of Carmania are Zytus and Alexandria. Chapter 28. The Persian and the Arabian Gulfs. The sea then makes a twofold indentation in the land upon these coasts, under the name of Rubrum, or red, given to it by our countrymen, while the Greeks have called it Erythrum, from King Erythras, or, according to some writers, from its red color, which they think is produced by the reflections of the sun's rays. Others again are of opinion that it arises from the sand and the complexion of the soil, others from some peculiarity in the nature of the water. Be this as it may, this body of water is divided into two gulfs. The one which lies to the east is called the Persian Gulf and is 2,500 miles in circumference, according to Eratosthenes. Opposite to it lies Arabia, the length of which is 1,500 miles. On the other side again, Arabia is bounded by the Arabian Gulf. The sea as it enters this gulf is called the Azanian Sea. The Persian Gulf, at the entrance, is only 5 miles wide. Some writers make it 4. From the entrance to the very bottom of the gulf in a straight line has been ascertained to be nearly 1,125 miles. In outline, it strongly resembles the human head. Onesicritus and Nearchus have stated in their works that from the river Indus to the Persian Gulf, and from thence to Babylon, situate in the marshes of the Euphrates, is a distance of 1,700 miles. In the angle of Carmania are the Kelapagi, who cover their cabins with the shells of turtles and live upon their flesh. These people inhabit the next promontory that is seen after leaving the river Arbus. With the exception of the head, they are covered all over with long hair and are clothed in the skins of fishes. Beyond their district, in the direction of India, is said to be the desert island of Kaikandras, 50 miles out at sea, near to which, with a strait flowing between them, is Stoitis, celebrated for its valuable pearls. After passing the promontory are the Hermosi, joined up to the Carmani. Some writers, however, place between them the Arbai, extending along the shore a distance of 421 miles. Here is a place called Portus Macedonum, and the altars of Alexander, situate on a promontory beside the rivers Sagonos, Daras, and Salza. Beyond the last river, we come to the promontory of Thamasteus and the island Aphrodisias, which is peopled. Here Persis begins at the river Oratus, which separates it from the Elamias. Opposite to the coast of Persis are the islands of Pylos, Cassandra, and Aratia, the last sacred to Neptune, and containing a mountain of great height. Persis itself, looking towards the west, has a line of coast 550 miles in length. It is a country opulent even to luxury, but has long since changed its name for that of Parthia. I shall now devote a few words to the Parthian Empire. Chapter 29. The Parthian Empire. The kingdoms of Parthia are 18 in all, such being the divisions of its provinces, which lie, as we have already stated, along the Red Sea to the south and Hyranian to the north. Of this number, the 11, called the higher provinces, begin at the frontiers of Armenia and the shores of the Caspian and extend to the Scythians, whose mode of life is similar in every respect. The other 7 kingdoms of Parthia bear the name of the lower provinces. As to the Parthii themselves, Parthia always lay at the foot of the mountains so often mentioned, which overhang all these nations. On the east it is bounded by the Arii, on the south by Carmania and the Ariani, on the west by the Praetitae, a people of the Medi, and on the north by the Hyrenia. It is surrounded by deserts on every side. The more distant of the Parthii are called Nomades. On this side of them there are deserts. On the west are the cities of Isetus and Calliope, already mentioned. On the northeast, Europus. On the southeast, Maria. In the middle are the Hecatopolis, Arsace, and Nicaea, a fine district of Parthian, in which is Alexandropolis, so called from its founder. It is requisite in this place to trace the localities of the Medi also, and to describe in succession the features of the country as far as the Persian Sea, in order that the account which follows may be the better understood. Media lies crosswise to the west, and so presenting itself obliquely to Parthia, closes the entrance of both kingdoms into which it is divided. It has then on the east the Caspi and the Parthii, on the south Ctesianae, Susian and the Persis, on the west Adseabeni, and on the north Armenia. The Persei have always inhabited the shores of the Red Sea, for which reason it has received the name of the Persian Gulf. This maritime region of Persis has the name of Cerebo. On the side on which it runs up to that of the Medi, there is a place known by the name of Climax Megali, where the mountains are ascended by a steep flight of stairs and so afford a narrow passage which leads to Persepolis, the former capital of the kingdom, destroyed by Alexander. It has also, at its extreme frontier, Laodicea, founded by Antiochus. To the east of this place is the fortress of Passagarda, held by the Magi, at which spot is the tomb of Cyrus, also Ecbatana, a city of theirs, the inhabitants of which were removed by Darius to the mountains. Between the Parthii and the Ariani projects the territory of the Paraticini. By these nations and the river Euphrates are the lower kingdoms of Parthia bounded. Of the others we shall speak after Mesopotamia, which we shall now describe, with the exception of that angle of it and the peoples of Arabia, which have already been mentioned in a former book. Chapter 30. Mesopotamia. The whole of Mesopotamia formerly belonged to the Assyrians, being covered with nothing but villages with the exception of Babylonia and Ninus. The Macedonians formed these communities into cities, being prompted thereto by the extraordinary fertility of the soil. Besides the cities already mentioned, it contains those of Seleucia, Laodicea, Artemita, and in Arabia, the peoples known as the Orsai and the Mardani, besides the Antiochia, founded by Nicanor, the governor of Mesopotamia, and called Erebus. Joining up to these in the interior is an Arabian people called the Eldamani, and above them, upon the river Palakanta, the town of Bura, and the Arabian peoples known as the Salmani and the Masai. Up to the Gordia join the Eloni, through whose territory runs the river Zerbis, which falls into the Tigris. Next are the Azonis, the Cilici, a mountain tribe, and the Orontes, to the west of whom lies the town of Gaugamela, and also Sway, situate upon the rocks. Beyond these are the Cilici, surnamed Classitia, through whose district runs the river Lycus on its passage from Armenia, the Absithris, running southeast, the town of Acobus, and then in the plains the towns of Diospagi, Polytelia, Stratonici, and Anthermus. In the vicinity of the Euphrates is Nicophorion, of which we have already stated that Alexander, struck with the favorable situation of the spot, ordered it to be built. We have also similarly made mention of Apamea on the Zwegma. Leaving that city and going eastward, we come to Caphrena, a fortified town, formerly 70 stadia in extent and called the Court of the Satraps. It was to this place that the tribute was conveyed. Now it is reduced to a mere fortress. Thebeda is still in the same state as formerly, after which comes Aruros, which under Pompeius Magnus formed the extreme limit of the Roman Empire, distant from Zwegma 250 miles. There are writers who say that the Euphrates was drawn off by an artificial channel by the governor Gobaris at the point where we have stated that it branches off, in order that it might not commit damage in the city of Babylonia, in consequence of the extreme rapidity of its course. The Assyrians universally call this river by the name of the Narmalka, which signifies the Royal River. At the point where its waters divide, there was in former times a very large city called Agranus, which the Persea have destroyed. Babylon, the capital of the nations of Chaldea, long enjoyed the greatest celebrity of all cities throughout the whole world, and it is from this place that the remaining parts of Mesopotamia and Assyria received the name of Babylonia. The circuit of its walls, which were 200 feet in height, was 60 miles. These walls were also 50 feet in breadth, reckoning to every foot 3 fingers' breadth beyond the ordinary measure of our foot. The river Euphrates flowed through the city with quays of marvelous workmanship erected on either side. The temple there of Jupiter Belus is still in existence. He was the first inventor of the science of astronomy. In all other respects, it has been reduced to a desert, having been drained of its population in consequence of its vicinity to Seleucia, founded for that purpose by Nicator, at a distance of 90 miles on the confluence of the Tigris and the canal that leads from the Euphrates. Seleucia, however, still bears the surname of Babylonia. It is a free and independent city and retains the features of the Macedonian manners. It is said that the population of this city amounts to 600,000 and that the outline of its walls resembles an eagle with expanded wings. Its territory, they say, is the most fertile in all the East. The Parthia again, in its turn, founded Ctesiphon for the purpose of drawing away the population of Seleucia at a distance of nearly 3 miles and in the district of Kalanitis. Ctesiphon is now the capital of all the Parthian kingdoms. Finding, however, that this city did not answer the intended purpose, King Vologesus has of late years founded another city in its vicinity, Vologesocerta by name. Besides the above, there are still the following towns in Mesopotamia: Hipporainum, rendered famous like Babylon by the learning of the Chaldea, and situate near the river Naraga, which falls into the Naraga, from which a city so called has taken its name. The Persei destroyed the walls of Hipporainum. Orkenos also, a third place of learning of the Chaldea, is situate in the same district, towards the south, after which come the Notatea, the Arathophonatea, and the Grisihartea. From Nearchus and Anaxagoras, we learn that the distance by water from the Persian Sea to Babylon up the Euphrates is 412 miles. Other authors, however, who have written since their time, say that the distance to Seleucia is 440 miles, and Juba says that the difference from Babylon to Charax is 175. Some writers state that the Euphrates continues to flow with an undivided channel for a distance of 87 miles beyond Babylon, before its waters are disturbed from their channel for the purposes of irrigation, and that the whole length of its course is not less than 1,200 miles. The circumstance that so many different authors have treated of this subject accounts for all these variations, seeing that even the Persian writers themselves do not agree as to what is the length of their Scani and Parasangi, each assigning to them a different length. When the Euphrates ceases by running in its channel to afford protection to those who dwell on its banks, which it does when it approaches the confines of Charax, the country is immediately infested by the Atali, a predatory people of Arabia, beyond whom are found the Senetea. The banks along the river occupied by the Nomados of Arabia as far as the deserts of Syria, from which, as we have already stated, it takes a turn to the south and leaves the solitary deserts of Palmyra. Seleucia is distant, by way of the Euphrates, from the beginning of Mesopotamia, 1125, from the Red Sea by way of the Tigris, 220, and from Zeugma, 733 miles. Zeugma is distant from Seleucia in Syria on the shores of our sea, 175 miles. Such is the extent of the land that lies in these parts between the two seas. The length of the kingdom of Parthia is 918 miles. Chapter 31. The Tigris. There is, besides the above, another town in Mesopotamia on the banks of the Tigris and near its confluence with Euphrates, the name of which is Digba. But it will be as well now to give some particulars respecting the Tigris itself. This river rises in the region of Greater Armenia from a very remarkable source situate on a plain. The name of the spot is Elegasini, and the stream, as soon as it begins to flow, though with a slow current, has the name of Diglito. When its course becomes more rapid, it assumes the name of Tigris, given to it on account of its swiftness, that word signifying an arrow in the Median language. It then flows into Lake Arethusa, the waters of which are able to support all weighty substances thrown into them and exhale nitrous vapors. This lake produces only one kind of fish, which, however, never enter the current of the river in the passage through the lake, and in a similar manner, the fish of the Tigris will never swim out of its stream into the waters of the lake. Distinguishable from the lake, both by the rapidity and the color of its waters, the tide of the river is hurried along. After it has passed through and arrived at Mount Taurus, it disappears in a cavern of that mountain, and passing beneath it, bursts forth on the other side. The spot bears the name of Zorande. That the waters on either side of the mountain are the same is evident from the fact that bodies thrown in on one side will reappear on the other. It then passes through another lake called Thospates, and once more burying itself in the earth, reappears, after running a distance of 22 miles, in the vicinity of Nymphaeum. Claudius Caesar informs us that, in the district of Aurene, it flows so near to the river of Arsenius that when their waters swell they meet and flow together, but without, however, intermingling. For those of the Arsani, as he says, being lighter, float on the surface of the Tigris for a distance of nearly 4 miles, after which they separate, and the Arsenius flows into the Euphrates. The Tigris, after flowing through Armenia and receiving the well-known rivers Parthenius and Nisophorion, separates the Arabian Ori from the Adiabene, and then forms by its course, as previously mentioned, the country of Mesopotamia. After traversing the mountains of the Gordia, it passes round Apamea, a town of Messene, 125 miles on this side of Babylonia, Seleucia, and then divides into two channels, one of which runs southward and flowing through Messene runs towards Seleucia, while the other takes a turn to the north and passes through the plains of the Caucaea, at the back of the district of Messene. When the waters have reunited, the river assumes the name of Pasitigris. After this, it receives the Cospus, which comes from Medea, and then, as we have already stated, flowing between Seleucia and Ctesiphon, discharges itself into the Chaldean lakes, which it supplies for a distance of 70 miles. Escaping from them by a vast channel, it passes the city of Charax to the right and empties itself into the Persian Sea, being 10 miles in width at the mouth. Between the mouths of the two rivers Tigris and the Euphrates, The distance was formerly 25 or, according to some writers, 7 miles only, both of them having been navigable to the sea. But the Orkini and others who dwell on its banks have long since dammed up the waters of the Euphrates for the purposes of irrigation, and it can only discharge itself into the sea by the aid of the Tigris. The country on the banks of the Tigris is called Parapotamia. We have already made mention of Messene, one of its districts. Debithia is a town there. Adjoining to which is the district of Calonitis, with the city of Ctesiphon, famous not only for its palm groves, but for its olives, fruits, and other shrubs. Mount Zagros reaches as far as this district and extends from Armenia between the Medi and the Adiabene above Periaticene in Persia. Calonitis is distant from Persia 380 miles. Some writers say that by the shortest route it is the same distance from Assyria and the Caspian Sea. Between these peoples and Messene is Cyticene, which is also called Arbelitis, and Palestine. Its city of Sitachi is of Greek origin. This and Sabdata lie to the east, and on the west is Antiochia, between the two rivers Tigris and Tornadatus, and also Apamea, to which Antiochus gave this name, being that of his mother. The Tigris surrounds this city, which is also traversed by the waters of the Arshus. Below this district is Susian, in which the city of Susa, the ancient residence of the kings of Persia, built by Darius, the son of Hystaspes. It is distant from Seleucia, Babylonia, 450 miles, and the same from Ecbatana of the Medi, by way of Mount Carbantus. Upon the northern channel of the river Tigris is the town of Babatachi, distant from Susa, 135 miles. Here, for the only place in all the world, is gold held in abhorrence. The people collect it together and bury it in the earth, that it may be of use to no one. On the east of Susian are the Oxai, a predatory people, and 40 independent savage tribes of the Mazai. Above these are the Mardi and the Satia, subject to Parthia. They extend above the district of Elamias, which we have already mentioned as joined up to the coast of Persis. Susa is distant 250 miles from the Persian Sea. Near the spot where the fleet of Alexander came up the pass of Tigris to Susa, there is a village situate on the Chaldean lake, Apli by name, from which Susa is a distance of 60 miles and a half. Adjoining to the people of Susian on the east are the Kosaya, and above them to the north is Mesobatini, lying at the foot of Mount Cambylitis, a branch of the Caucasian chain. From this point, the country of the Bactri is most accessible. Susian is separated from Elmias by the river Euleus, which rises in Media, and after concealing itself in the earth for a short distance, rises again and flows through Mesobatini. It then flows round the citadel of Susa and the temple of Diana, which is held in the highest veneration by all these nations. The river itself being the object of many pompous ceremonials, the kings, indeed, will drink of no other water, and for that reason carry it with them on their journeys to any considerable distance. This river receives the waters of the Hedipnus, which passes the Silas in Persis, and those of the Aduna, which rises in Susian. Magoa is a town situate near it and distant from Charax 15 miles. Some writers place this town at the very extremity of Susian and close to the desert. Below the Eulalis is the Elamias, upon the coast adjoining the Persis, and extending from the river Oratus to Charax, a distance of 240 miles. Its towns are Seleucia and Socrates upon Mount Cassiris. The shore which lies in front of this district is, as we have already stated, rendered inaccessible by mud, the rivers Brixa and Ortacia bringing down vast quantities of slime from the interior. Elamias itself being so marshy that it is impossible to reach Persia that way, unless by going completely round it. It is also greatly infested with serpents, which are brought down by the waters of these rivers. That part of it which is the most inaccessible of all bears the name of Characene, from Charax, the frontier city of the kingdoms of Arabia. Of this place we will now make mention, after first stating the opinions of M. Agrippa in relation to this subject. That author informs us that Media, Parthenia, and Persis are bounded on the east by the Indus, on the west by the Tigris, on the north by Taurus and Caucasus, and on the south by the Red Sea. That the length of these countries is 1,320 miles and the breadth 840, and that, in addition to these, there is Mesopotamia, which taken by itself is bounded on the east by the Tigris, on the west by the Euphrates, on the north by the chain of Taurus, and on the south by the Persian Sea, being 800 miles in length and 360 in breadth. Charax is a city situated at the northeast extremity of the Arabian Gulf, at which begins the more prominent portion Arabia Felix. It is built on an artificial elevation, having the Tigris on the right and the Eulias on the left, and lies on a piece of ground 3 miles in extent just between the confluence of these streams. It was first founded by Alexander the Great with colonists from the royal city of Durine, which was then destroyed, and such of his soldiers as were invalided and left behind. By his order, it was to be called Alexandria, and a borough called Pella, from his native place, was to be peopled solely by Macedonians. The city, however, was destroyed by inundations of the rivers. Antiochus, the 5th king of Syria, afterwards rebuilt this place and called it by his own name. And on its being again destroyed, Pacinus, the son of Sagonaticus, and king of the neighboring Arabians, whom Juba has incorrectly described as a satrap of King Antiochus, restored it and raised embankments for its protection, calling it after himself. These embankments extended in length a distance of nearly 3 miles and breadth a little less. It stood at first at a distance of 10 stadia from the shore and even had a harbor of its own. But according to Juba, it is 50 miles from the sea, and at the present day, the ambassadors from Arabia and our own merchants who have visited the place say that it stands at a distance of 120 miles from the seashore. Indeed, in no part of the world have alluvial deposits been formed more rapidly by the rivers and to a greater extent than here. And it is only a matter of surprise that the tides, which run to a considerable distance between this city, do not carry them back again. At this place was born Dionysius, the most recent author of a description of the world. He was sent by the late Emperor Augustus to gather all necessary information in the East when his eldest son was about to set out for Armenia to take the command against the Parthians and Arabians. The fact has not escaped me, nor indeed have I forgotten that at the beginning of this work I have remarked that each author appeared to be most accurate in the description of his own country. Still, while I am speaking of these parts of the world, I prefer to follow the discoveries made by the Roman arms and the description given by King Juba in his work dedicated to Caius Caesar above mentioned on the subject of the same expedition against Arabia. End of section 6. Recording by E. Scarab, Lexington, Kentucky.
Section 7 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 7. Chapter 32. Arabia. Arabia, inferior to no country throughout the whole world, is of immense extent, running downwards, as we have previously stated, from Mount Amanus, over against Cilicia and Commagene, many of the Arabian nations having been removed to those countries by Tigranes the Great, while others again have migrated of their own accord to the shores of our sea and the coast of Egypt, as we have already mentioned. The Nubi have even penetrated as far as Mount Libanus, in the middle of Syria. In their turn they are bounded by the Ramessi, these by the Turani, and these again by the Patami. As for Arabia itself, it is a peninsula, running out between the Red and the Persian seas, and it is by a kind of design, apparently on the part of nature, that it is surrounded by the sea in such a manner as to resemble very much the form and size of Italy, there being no difference either in the climate of the two countries, as they lie in the same latitudes. This, too, renders it equally fertile with the countries of Italy. We have already mentioned its peoples, which extend from our sea as far as the deserts of Palmyrene, and we shall now proceed to a description of the remainder. The Senetae, as we have already stated, border upon the Nomades, and the tribes that ravage the territories of Chaldea, being themselves of wandering habits, and receiving their name from the tents which constitute their dwellings. These are made of goats' hair, and they pitch them wherever they please. Next after them are the Nabataei, who have a city called Petra, which lies in a deep valley, somewhat less than 2 miles in width, and surrounded by inaccessible mountains, between which a river flows. It is distant from the city of Gaza on our shores 600 miles, and from the Persian Gulf 135. At this place 2 roads meet, the one leading from Syria to Palmyra, and the other from Gaza. On leaving Petra we come to the Omani, who dwell as far as Charax, with their once famous cities, which were built by Semiramis, Basanissa, and Soractia by name. At the present day they are wildernesses. We next come to a city situate on the banks of the Pasitigris, Fora by name, and subject to the king of Charax. To this place people resort on their road from Petra, and sail thence to Charax, 12 miles distant, with the tide. If you are proceeding by water from the Parthian territories, you come to a village known as Teredon, and below the confluence of the Euphrates and Tigris you have the Chaldei dwelling on the left side of the river, and the nomadic tribes of the Senetae on the right. Some writers also make mention of 2 other cities situate at long intervals, as you sail along the Tigris, Barbatia and then Thumata, distant from Petra, they say, 10 days' sail. Our merchants report that these places are subject to the king of Charax. The same writers also state that Apamia is situate where the overflow of the Euphrates unites with the Tigris, and that when the Parthians meditate an incursion, the inhabitants dam up the river by embankments, and so inundate their country. We will now proceed to describe the coast after leaving Charax, which was first explored by order of King Epiphanes. We first come to the place where the mouth of the Euphrates formerly existed, the river Salsus, and the promontory of Chaldon, from which spot the sea along the coast for an extent of 50 miles bears more the aspect of a series of whirlpools than of ordinary sea. The river Achinus, and then a desert tract for a space of 100 miles, until we come to the island of Ichera, the Gulf of Capius, on the shores of which dwell the Golopes and the Chatinni, and then the Gulf of Gera. Here we find the city of Gera 5 miles in circumference, with towers built of square blocks of salt. 50 miles from the coast, lying in the interior, is the region of Atene, and opposite to Gera is the island of Tylos, as many miles distant from the shore. It is famous for the vast number of its pearls, and has a town of the same name. In its vicinity there is a smaller island, distant from a promontory on the larger one 12 miles and a half. They say that beyond this large islands may be seen, upon which no one has ever landed. The circumference of the smaller island is 112 miles and a half, and it is more than that distance from the Persian coast, being accessible by only one narrow channel. We then come to the island of Asli, and the nations of the Nocheti, the Zerazi, the Borgodi, the Catharii, the Nomades, and then the river Sinos. Beyond this, the navigation is impracticable on that side, according to Juba, on account of the rocks, and he has omitted all mention of Batrisav, a town of the Omani, and of the city of Omana, which former writers have made out to be a famous port of Carmania, as also of Homna and Atana, towns which at the present day our merchants say are by far the most famous ones in the Persian Sea. Passing the river Sinos, there is a mountain, Juba says, that bears the marks of the action of fire. Also the nation of the Ipamaronitae, then a nation of Ichthyophagi, and then a desert island, and the nation of Bathemi. We then come to the Ableteian mountains, the island of Omonis, the port of Mochorb, the islands of Etaxalos and Inchobris, and the nation of Cadei. There are many islands also that have no name, but the better known ones are Isura, Rhenia, and another still nearer the shore, upon which there are some stone pillars with an inscription in unknown characters. There are also the port of Gubia, the desert islands called Brage, the nation of the Thaludei, the region of Dabanagoras, Mount Orsa with a harbour, the Gulf of Duatus, with numerous islands, Mount Trichoriphus, the region of Cardaleon, and the islands called Solinades, Cachina, and that of Ichthyophagi. We then find the Clari, the shore of Mamaeum, on which there are gold mines, the region of Canona, the nations of the Apatami, and the Cassani, the island of Davade, the fountain of Corallus, the Carfati, the islands of Calayu, and Amnamathus, and the nation of the Dare. Also the island of Chelonitis, numerous islands of Ichthyophagy, the deserts of Odonda, Bassa, many islands of the Sabæi, the rivers Thanar and Amnume, the islands of Doris, and the fountains of Dolotos and Dora. We find also the islands of Teros, Labatanus, Coboris, and Sabrachate, with a town of the same name, on the mainland. Lying to the south are a great number of islands, the largest of which is Camari, also the river Musikros, and the port of Lopas. We then come to the Sabæi, a nation of Senete, with numerous islands, and the city of Asilla, which is their mart, and from which persons embark for India. We next come to the region of Amethascata, Damnia, the Greater and Lesser Mysi, and the Dramati. The promontory of the Pneumachei, over against Carmania, is distant from it 50 miles. A wonderful circumstance is said to have happened here. Numenius, who was made governor of Messina by King Antiochus, while fighting against the Persians, defeated them at sea and at low water by land with an army of cavalry on the same day, in memory of which event he erected a twofold trophy on the same spot, in honour of Jupiter and Neptune. Opposite to this place, in the main sea, lies the island of Ogyrus, famous for being the burial place of King Eurystheus. It is distant from the mainland 120 miles, being 112 in circumference. No less famous is another island called Dioscoridou, and lying in the Azanian Sea. It is distant 280 miles from the extreme point of the promontory of Syagris. The remaining places and nations on the mainland lying still to the south are the Assoretae, to whose country it is 7 days' journey among the mountains, the nations of the Larendani, and the Catabani, and the Gabanatae, who occupy a great number of towns, the largest of which are Nagia and Thomna, with 65 temples, a number which fully bespeaks its size. We then come to a promontory, from which to the mainland of the Troglodytae it is 50 miles, and then the Thoani, the Actaei, the Chatramotitae, the Tonabi, the Antidali, the Lexianae, the Agraei, the Serbani, and the Sabæi, the best known of all the tribes of Arabia on account of their frankincense. These nations extend from sea to sea. The towns which belong to them on the Red Sea are Marain, Marma, Carolia, and Sabatha, and in the interior Nascus, Cardava, Carnis, and Thomala, from which they bring down their spices for exportation. One portion of this nation is the Atramae, whose capital, Sabota, has 60 temples within its walls. But the royal city of all these nations is Mariaba. It lies upon a bay 94 miles in extent, and filled with islands that produce perfumes. Lying in the interior, and joining up to the Atramae, are the Minai. The Elamitai dwell on the seashore in a city from which they take their name. Next to these are the Chaculatae, then the town of Sibi, by the Greeks called Apate, the Arsi, the Codani, the Vadi, who dwell in a large town, the Berisacei, the Lechieni, and the island of Sigaros, into the interior of which no dogs are admitted, and so being exposed on the seashore, they wander about there and are left to die. We then come to a gulf which runs far into the interior, upon which are situate the Leonetae, who have given to it their name, also their royal city of Agra, and upon the gulf that of Leana, or, as some call it, Alana. Indeed, by some of our writers, this has been called the Elenitic Gulf, and by others again the Elenitic. Artemidorus calls it the Elenitic, and Juba the Leonitic. The circumference of Arabia, measured from Charax to Leana, is said to be 4,666 miles, but Juba thinks that it is somewhat less than 4,000. Its widest part is at the north, between the cities of Heropolis and Charax. We will now mention the remaining places and peoples of the interior of Arabia. Up to the Nabataei the ancients joined the Thymini. At present they have next to them the Tavini, and then the Suilini, the Aracini, and the Arini, whose town is the centre of all the commerce of these parts. Next came the Hemnetae, the Oalitae, the towns of Domata and Hegra, the Tamudei, with the town of Badanatha, the Carii, with the town of Cariati, the Achoeli, with the town of Photh, and the Minei, who derived their origin, it is supposed, from Minos, king of Crete, and of whom the Carmei are a tribe. Next comes a town 14 miles distant, called Marippa, and belonging to the Ptolemeces, a place by no means to be overlooked, and then Carnon. The Rhadameii also, these too are supposed to derive their origin from Rhadamanthus, the brother of Minos. The Homeritae, with their city of Massala, the Hamiri, the Gedranite, the Amphyrae, the Elasinite, the Bacchalite, the Samnei, the Amitei, with the towns of Nessa and Senesiris, the Zamarini, with the towns of Sagiata and Canthus, the Bacchuscami, the town of Rephirma, the name by which they call barley, the Auti, the Athravi, the Syri, and the Mathatei, the Helmodines, with the town of Ebode, the Agacturi, dwelling in the mountains, with a town 20 miles distance, in which is a fountain called Aniscabales, which signifies the town of the camels; and Pelemi also, a Milesian colony, the town of Vethrida, the Calingii, whose city is called Mariva, and signifies the Lord of all men; the towns of Palon and Muranimo, near a river by which it is thought that the Euphrates discharges itself; the nations of the Agri and the Ammoni, the town of Athenae, the Coneravi, a name which signifies most rich in herds, the Coronitae, the Osani, and the Choani. Here were also formerly the Greek towns of Arethusa, Larissa, and Chalcis, which have been destroyed in various wars. Aelius Gallus, a member of the Equestrian order, is the sole person who has hitherto carried the Roman arms into these lands, for Caius Caesar, the son of Augustus, only had a distant view of Arabia. In his expedition Gallus destroyed the following towns, the names of which are not given by the authors who had written before his time: Negrana, Nestum, Nessa, Masugum, Caminacum, Labicia, and Mariva, above mentioned, 6 miles in circumference, as also Carapetta, the furthest point of his expedition. He brought back with him the following discoveries: that the Nomades live upon milk and the flesh of wild beasts; and that the other nations, like the Indians, extract a sort of wine from the palm tree, and oil from sesame. He says that the most numerous of these tribes are the Homeritae and the Minei, that their lands are fruitful in palms and shrubs, and that their chief wealth is centred in their flocks. We also learn from the same source that the Serbani and the Agrei excel in arms, but more particularly the Chatramotitae, that the territories of the Carii are the most extensive and most fertile, but that the Sabei are the richest of all in the great abundance of their spice-bearing groves, their mines of gold, their streams for irrigation, and their ample produce of honey and wax. Of their perfumes we shall have to treat more at large in the book devoted to that subject. The Arabs either wear the mitra, or else go with their hair unshorn, while the beard is shaved, except upon the upper lip. Some tribes, however, leave even the beard unshaved. A singular thing too, one half of these almost innumerable tribes live by the pursuits of commerce, the other half by rapine. Take them all in all, they are the richest nations in the world, seeing that such vast wealth flows in upon them from both the Roman and the Parthian empires, for they sell the produce of the sea or of their forests, while they purchase nothing whatever in return. Chapter 33. The Gulfs of the Red Sea. We will now trace the rest of the coast that lies opposite to that of Arabia. Demosthenes has estimated the length of the whole gulf at 4 days' sail, and the breadth at 2, making the straits to be 7 miles and a half in width. Eratosthenes says that the length of the shore from the mouth of the gulf is 1,300 miles on each side, while Artemidorus states that the length on the Arabian side is 1,750 miles. and that along the Troglodytic coast to Ptolemais the distance is 1137½ Agrippa, however, maintains that there is no difference whatever in the length of the two sides, and makes it 1722 miles. Most writers mention the length as being 475 miles, and make the straits to face the southeast, being 12 miles wide according to some, 15 according to others. The localities of this region are as follows. On passing the Ellenitic Gulf there is another gulf, by the Arabians called Soa, upon which is situate the city of Haroan. The town of Cambisu also stood here formerly, between the Nelly and the Marchades, Cambyses having established there the invalids of his army. We then come to the nation of Tyre, and the port of the Dani, from which place an attempt has been made to form a navigable canal to the river Nile, at the spot where it enters the delta previously mentioned, the distance between the river and the Red Sea being 62 miles. This was contemplated first of all by Sesostris, king of Egypt, afterwards by Darius, king of the Persians, and still later by Ptolemy II, who also made a canal 100 feet in width and 40 deep, extending a distance of 37 miles and a half, as far as the Bitter Springs. He was deterred from proceeding any further with this work by apprehensions of an inundation, upon finding that the Red Sea was 3 cubits higher than the land in the interior of Egypt. Some writers, however, do not allege this as the cause, but say that his reason was a fear lest, in consequence of introducing the sea, the water of the Nile might be spoilt, that being the only source from which the Egyptians obtain water for drinking. Be this as it may, the whole of the journey from the Egyptian sea is usually performed by land one of the 3 following ways, either from Pelusium across the sands, in doing which the only method of finding the way is by means of reeds fixed in the earth, the wind immediately effacing all traces of footsteps; by the route which begins 2 miles beyond Mount Cassius, and at a distance of 60 miles enters the road from Pelusium, adjoining to which road the Arabian tribe of the Auti dwell; or else by a third route, which leads from Garum, and which they call Adipsos, passing through the same Arabians, and shorter by nearly 60 miles, but running over rugged mountains and through a district destitute of water. All these roads lead to Arsinoe, a city founded in honour of his sister's name upon the Gulf of Corandra by Ptolemy Philadelphus, who was the first to explore Troglodytice, and called the river which flows before Arsinoe the name of Ptolemais. After this comes the little town of Enum, by some writers mentioned as Philotera, next to which are the Abbasaei, a nation sprung from intermarriages with the Troglodytae, then some wild Arabian tribes, the islands of Sapirene and Sætala, and after these, deserts as far as Meoscherman, where we find the fountain of Tatnos, Mount Aias, the island of Iambe, and numerous harbours. Berenice also is here situate, so called after the name of the mother of Philadelphus, and to which there is a road from Coptos, as we have previously stated. Then the Arabian Auti, and the Zabadi. Chapter 34. Troglodytice. Troglodytice comes next, by the ancients called Medoe, and by some Mechoe. Here is Mount Pentadactylos, some islands called Stene Dire, the Halonici, a group of islands not less in number, Cardamine, and Topazos, which last has given its name to the precious stone so called. The gulf is full of islands. Those known as Maru are supplied with fresh water, those called Erinos are without it. These were ruled by governors appointed by the kings. In the interior are the Condi, also called Ophiophagi, a people in the habit of eating serpents. There is no region in existence more productive of them. Juba, who appears to have investigated all these matters with the greatest diligence, has omitted, in his description of these regions, unless indeed it be an error in the copying, another place called Berenice and surnamed Pankrisos, as also a third surnamed Epidaures, and remarkable for the peculiarity of its site, for it lies on a long projecting neck of land at the spot where the straits at the mouth of the Red Sea separate the coast of Africa from Arabia by a distance of 7 miles only. Here too is the island of Cytus, which also produces the topaz. Beyond this are the forests, in which is Ptolemais, built by Philadelphus for the chase of the elephant, and thence called Epithyrus, situate near Lake Monelius. This is the same region that has been already mentioned by us in the second book, and in which during 45 days before the summer solstice, and for as many after, there is no shadow at the 6th hour, and during the other hours of the day it falls to the south, while at other times it falls to the north. Whereas at the Berenice, of which we first made mention, on the day of the summer solstice the shadow totally disappears at the 6th hour, but no other unusual phenomenon is observed. That place is situate at a distance of 602 miles from Ptolemais, which has thus become the subject of a remarkable theory, and has promoted the exercise of a spirit of the most profound investigation, for it was at this spot that the extent of the earth was first ascertained, it being the fact that Eratosthenes, beginning at this place by the accurate calculation of the length of the shadow, was enabled to determine with exactness the dimensions of the earth. After passing this place we come to the Azanian Sea, a promontory by some writers called Hyspalus, Lake Mandalum, and the island of Colococytus, with many others lying out in the main sea, upon which multitudes of turtles are found. We then come to the town of Suchi, the island of Daphnidas, and the town of the Adulidae, a place founded by Egyptian runaway slaves. This is the principal mart for the Troglodytae, as also for the people of Ethiopia. It is distant from Ptolemais 5 days' sail. To this place they bring ivory in large quantities, horns of the rhinoceros, hides of the hippopotamus, tortoise-shell Fingiae, and slaves. Beyond the Ethiopian Aratere are the islands known by the name of Aliaeu, as also those of Bacchius, Antibacchius, and Strationon. After passing these, on the coast of Ethiopia there is a gulf which remains unexplored still, a circumstance the more to be wondered at, seeing that merchants have pursued their investigations to a greater distance than this. We then come to a promontory upon which there is a spring called Cusios, much resorted to by mariners. Beyond it is the port of Isis, distant 10 days' rowing from the town of Adulidae. Myrrh is brought to this port by the Troglodytae. The 2 islands before the harbour are called Pseudodepalae, and those in it, the same in number, are known as Pylae. Upon one of these there are some stone columns inscribed with unknown characters. Beyond these is the Gulf of Abalites, the island of Diodorus, and other desert islands, also on the mainland a succession of deserts, and then the town of Gaza, and the promontory and port of Mosalum, to the latter of which cinnamon is brought for exportation. It was thus far that Sesostris led his army. Some writers place even beyond this, upon the shore, one town of Ethiopia called Berekaza. Juba will have it that at the promontory of Mosalum the Atlantic Sea begins, and that with a northwest wind we may sail past his native country, the Mauritanias, and arrive at Gades. We ought not on this occasion to curtail any portion of the opinions so expressed by him. He says that after we pass the promontory of the Indians, known as the Lepticra, and by others called Drepanum, the distance, in a straight line, beyond the island of Exusta and Malichu, is 1,500 miles. From thence to a place called Senios 225, and from thence to the island of Adanu 150 miles. So that the distance to the open sea is altogether 1,875 miles. All the other writers, however, are of the opinion that, in consequence of the intensity of the sun's heat, this sea is not navigable. Added to which, commerce is greatly exposed to the depredations of a piratical tribe of Arabians called Ascetae, who dwell upon the islands. Placing 2 inflated skins of oxen beneath a raft of wood, they ply their piratical vocation with the aid of poisoned arrows. We learn also from the same author that some nations of the Troglodytae have the name of Therathoi, being so called from their skill in hunting. They are remarkable for their swiftness, he says, just as the Ichthyophagi are, who can swim like the animals whose element is the sea. He speaks also of the Bangini, the Gangare, the Chalybes, the Zoxinae, the Sirachae, the Darimae, and the Domazames. Juba states, too, that the inhabitants who dwell on the banks of the Nile from Syene as far as Meroe are not of people of Ethiopia, but Arabians; and that the city of the Sun, which we have mentioned, as situate not far from Memphis in our description of Egypt, was founded by Arabians. There are some writers who take away the further bank of the Nile from Ethiopia, and unite it to Africa, and they people its sides with tribes attracted thither by its water. We shall leave these matters, however, to the option of each, to form his opinion on them, and shall now proceed to mention the towns on each side in the order in which they are given. Section 8. Recording by Bill Borst.
Section 8 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 8. Book 6, Chapter 35, Ethiopia. On leaving Syene, and taking first the Arabian side, we find the nation of the Catadupi, then the Syenite, and the town of Tecumsehos, by some called Thatis, as also Aramassos, Sesamos, Sanduma, Masindomachum, Arabata, and Bogia, Loipetorga, Tantarine, Mesendita, Noah, Gloploa, Gaistate, Megada, Lea, Reni, Nups, Direa, Patiga, Bacata, Dumana, Radata, at which place a golden cat was worshipped as a god, Boron in the interior, and Malos near Meroe. This is the account given by Bion. Juba, however, gives another account. He says that there is a city on Mount Megatikos, which lies between Egypt and Ethiopia, by the Arabians known as Mirsen, after which come Tecumsehos, Aramis, Sasamis, Pide, Mamuda, Orambus, situate near a stream of bitumen, Amodita, Prosda, Parenta, Mama, Tezata, Gallus, Zoton, Glaucome, Emmaus, the Pidibote, the Hebdomocontacomete, Nomades, who dwell in tents, Siste, Macatagale, Proaprimus, Nups, Detrellus, Patus, the Ganbrevis, the Magasnei, Segasmala, Crandala, Dena, Catauma, Thena, Bata, Alana, Mascos, the Scami, Hora, situate on an island, and then Abala, Androgalus, Sesocre, the Mali, and Egole. On the African side we find mentioned either what is another place with the same name of Tecumsehos, or else a part of the one before mentioned, and after it Magore, Saka, Ados, Planarie, Pinnis, Magasa, Buma, Linthuma, Spintum, Sidop, the Sensi, Pindicitora, Akug, Orsum, Sansa, Maumarum, Urbum, the town of Molam, by the Greeks called Hypaton, Pagorea, Zemanes, at which point elephants begin to be found, the Mambli, Beressa, and Asatuma. There was formerly a town called Epis over against Meroe, which had however been destroyed before Bion wrote. These are the names of places given as far as Meroe, but at the present day hardly any of them on either side of the river are in existence. At all events, the Praetorian troops that were sent by the Emperor Nero under the command of a tribune, for the purposes of enquiry, when, among his other wars, he was contemplating an expedition against Ethiopia, brought back word that they had met with nothing but deserts on their route. The Roman arms also penetrated into these regions in the time of the late Emperor Augustus, under the command of P. Petronius, a man of equestrian rank and prefect of Egypt. That general took the following cities, the only ones we now find mentioned there, in the following order: Pselcis, Primus, Abuncis, Phthoris, Cambusis, Ateva, and Stadasis, where the river Nile, as it thunders down the precipices, has quite deprived the inhabitants of the power of hearing. He also sacked the town of Napata. The extreme distance to which he penetrated beyond Syene was 970 miles, but still it was not the Roman arms that rendered these regions a desert. Ethiopia, in its turn gaining the mastery, and then again reduced to servitude, was at last worn out by its continual wars with Egypt, having been a famous and powerful country even at the time of the Trojan War, when Memnon was its king. It is also very evident from the fabulous stories about Andromeda that it ruled over Syria in the time of King Cepheus, and that its sway extended as far as the shores of our sea. In a similar manner also there have been conflicting accounts as to the extent of this country, first by Dalian, who travelled a considerable distance beyond Meroe, and after him by Aristocreon and Bacillus, as well as the younger Simonides, who made a stay of 5 years at Meroe, when he wrote his account of Ethiopia. Timosthenes, however, the commander of the fleets of the Philadelphus, without giving any other estimate as to the distance, says that Meroe is 60 days' journey from Syene, while Eratosthenes states that the distance is 625 miles, and Artemidorus 600. Sebosus says that from the extreme point of Egypt the distance to Meroe is 1675 miles, while the other writers last mentioned make it 1250. All these differences, however, have since been settled, for the persons sent by Nero for the purposes of discovery have reported that the distance from Syene to Meroe is 871 miles, the following being the items. From Syene to Hierosycomanus they make to be 54 miles, from thence to Tama 72, to the country of the Avonamite, the first region of Ethiopia, 120, to Essena 54, to Patara 25, and to Tergedus 106. They state also that the island of Gagaudes lies at an equal distance from Syene and Meroe, and that it is at this place that the bird called the parrot was first seen, while at another island called Articula the animal known as the Sphingium was first discovered by them, and after passing Tergedus, the Cynocephalus. The distance from thence to Napata is 80 miles, that little town being the only one of all of them that now survives. From thence to the island of Meroe the distance is 360 miles. They also state that the grass in the vicinity of Meroe becomes of a greener and fresher color, and that there is some slight appearance of forests, as also traces of the rhinoceros and elephant. They reported also that the city of Meroe stands at a distance of 70 miles from the first entrance of the island of Meroe, and that close to it is another island, Tadu by name, which forms a harbor facing those who enter the right-hand channel of the river. The buildings in the city, they said, were but few in number, and they stated that a female, whose name was Candace, ruled over the district, that name having passed from queen to queen for many years. They related also that there was a temple of Jupiter Hammon there, held in great veneration, besides smaller shrines erected in honor of him throughout all the country. In addition to these particulars, they were informed that in the days of the Ethiopian dominion the island of Meroe enjoyed great renown, and that according to tradition it was in the habit of maintaining 200,000 armed men and 4,000 artisans. The kings of Ethiopia are said even at the present day to be 45 in number. The whole of this country has successively had the names of Etheria, Atlantia, and last of all Ethiopia, from Ethiops, the son of Vulcan. It is not at all surprising that towards the extremity of this region the men and animals assume a monstrous form, when we consider the changeableness and volubility of fire, the heat of which is the great agent in imparting various forms and shapes to bodies. Indeed, it is reported that in the interior, on the eastern side, there is a people that have no noses, the whole face presenting a plain surface, that others again are destitute of the upper lip, and others are without tongues. Others again have the mouth grown together, and being destitute of nostrils, breathe through one passage only, imbibing their drink through it by means of the hollow stalk of the oat, which there grows spontaneously, and supplies them with its grain for food. Some of these nations have to employ gestures by nodding the head and moving the limbs instead of speech. Others again were unacquainted with the use of fire before the time of Ptolemy Lathyrus, king of Egypt. Some writers have also stated that there is a nation of pygmies which dwells among the marshes in which the river Nile takes its rise; while on the coast of Ethiopia, where we paused, there is a range of mountains of a red color, which have the appearance of always being burning. All the country, after we pass Meroe, is bounded by the Troglodyte and the Red Sea, it being 3 days' journey from Napata to the shores of that sea. Throughout the whole of this district the rain-water is carefully preserved at several places, while the country that lies between is extremely productive of gold. The parts beyond this are inhabited by the Adabuli, a nation of Ethiopia, and here, over against Meroe, are the Megabari, by some writers called the Adiaburi. They occupied the city of Apollo. Some of them, however, are nomades, living on the flesh of elephants. Opposite to them, on the African side, dwell the Macrobii, and then again, beyond the Megabari, there are the Memnones and the Debeli, and at a distance of 20 days' journey, the Cretensi. Beyond these are the Dochi, then the Gymnetes, who always go naked, and after them the Andete, the Mothite, the Mesakes, and the Ipsidore, who are of a black tint, but stain the body all over with a kind of red earth. On the African side again there are the Medimni, and then a nation of Nomades who live on the milk of the cynocephalus, and then the Aladi and the Serbote, which last are said to be 8 cubits in height. Aristocrion informs us that on the Libyan side, at a distance of 5 days' journey from Meroe, is the town of Tolus, and then at a further distance of 12 days' journey, Azar, a town founded by the Egyptians who fled from Psammetichus. He states also that they dwelt there for a period of 300 years, and that opposite, on the Arabian side, there is a town of theirs called Daron. The town, however, which he calls Isar, is by Bayan called Sape, who says that the name means the strangers, their capital being Sembobitis, situate on an island, and a third place of theirs, Sinat, in Arabia. Between the mountains and the river Nile are the Simbari, the Pelugis, and, on the mountains themselves, the Asake, who are divided into numerous peoples. They are said to be distant 5 days' journey from the sea, and to procure their subsistence by the chase of the elephant. An island in the Nile, which belongs to the Sembarite, is governed by a queen. Beyond it are the Ethiopian Nubé, at a distance of 8 days' journey. Their town is Tenupsis, situate on the Nile. There are the Sesambri also, a people among whom all the quadrupeds are without ears, the very elephants even. On the African side are the Tonobari, the Ptonophei, a people who have a dog for their king, and divine from his movements what are his commands, the Aruspi, who have a town at a considerable distance from the Nile, and then the Archesarmi, the Phalages, the Maragari, and the Kasmari. Bayan makes mention also of some other towns situate on islands, the whole distance being 20 days' journey from Sembobitis to Meroe, a town in an adjoining island under the queen of Sembarite, with another called Asara, and another in a second island called Darde. The name of a third island is called Medoe, upon which is the town of Azel, and a fourth is called Garodis, with a town upon it of the same name. Passing thence along the banks of the Nile are the towns of Navi, Modunda, Andatis, Secundum, Coligat, Secande, Navictabe, Kumi, Agrospi, Egipa, Kandrogari, Araba, and Sumara. Beyond is the region of Sirbitum, at which the mountains terminate, and which by some writers is said to contain the maritime Ethiopians, the Nisakathe, and the Nisiti, a word which signifies men with 3 or 4 eyes. Not that the people really have that conformation, but because they are remarkable for the unerring aim of their arrows. On that side of the Nile which extends along the borders of the Southern Ocean, beyond the great Syrtes, Dalian says that the people, who use rain-water only, are called the Sazori, and that the other nations are the Longompori. Distant 5 days' journey from the Olyses, the Usebale, the Isbili, the Perusi, the Balii, and the Sisbi, the rest being deserts and inhabited by the tribes of fable only. In a more westerly direction are the Negroe, whose king has only 1 eye, and that in the forehead, the Agriophagi, who live principally on the flesh of panthers and lions, the Pamphagi, who will eat anything, the Anthropophagi, who live on human flesh, the Sinemolgi, a people with the heads of dogs, the Artabatite, who have 4 feet and wander about after the manner of wild beasts, and after them the Hesperiae and the Perorsi, whom we have already spoken of as dwelling on the confines of Mauritania. Some tribes, too, of the Ethiopians subsist on nothing but locusts, which are smoke-dried and salted as their provision for the year. These people do not live beyond their 40th year. M. Agrippa was of opinion that the length of the whole country of the Ethiopians, including the Red Sea, was 2,170 miles, and its breadth, including Upper Egypt, 1,297. Some authors, again, have made the following divisions of its length: from Meroe to Sirbitum, 11 days' sail; from Sirbitum to the Dabeli, 15 days; and from then to the Ethiopian Ocean, 6 days' journey. It is agreed by most authors that the distance altogether from the ocean to Meroe is 625 miles, and from Meroe to Syene, that which we have already mentioned. Ethiopia lies from southeast to southwest. Situate as it is in a southern hemisphere, forests of ebony are to be seen of the brightest verdure, and in the midst of these regions there is a mountain of immense height, which overhangs the sea and emits a perpetual flame. By the Greeks this mountain is called Theon Ochema, and at a distance of 4 days' sail from it is a promontory known as Hesperoseras, upon the confines of Africa, and close to the Hesperiae, an Ethiopian nation. There are some writers who affirm that in these regions there are hills of a moderate height, which afford a pleasant shade from the groves with which they are clad, and are the haunts of the Aegippans and Satyrs. Chapter 36. Islands of the Ethiopian Sea. We learn from Ephorus, as well as Eudoxus and Timosthenes, that there are a great number of islands scattered all over this sea. Clitarchus says that King Alexander was informed of an island so rich that the inhabitants gave a talent of gold for a horse, and of another upon which there was found a sacred mountain, shaded with a grove, the trees of which emitted odors of wondrous sweetness. This last was situate over against the Persian Gulf. Cerne is the name of an island situate opposite to Ethiopia, the size of which has not been ascertained, nor yet its distance from the mainland. It is said that its inhabitants are exclusively Ethiopians. Ephorus states that those who sail from the Red Sea into the Ethiopian Ocean cannot get beyond the Columnae there, some little islands so called. Polybius says that Cerne is situate at the extremity of Mauritania, over against Mount Atlas, and at a distance of 8 stadia from the land, while Cornelius Nepos states that it lies very nearly in the same meridian as Carthage, at a distance from the mainland of 10 miles, and that it is not more than 2 miles in circumference. It is said also that there is another island situate over against Mount Atlas, being itself known by the name of Atlantis. 5 days' sail beyond it there are deserts as far as the Ethiopian Hesperiae and the promontory, which we have mentioned as being called Hesperoseras, a point at which the face of the island first takes a turn towards the west and the Atlantic Sea. Facing this promontory are also said to be the islands called the Gorgades, the former abodes of the Gorgons, 2 days' sail from the mainland, according to Xenophon of Lampsacus. Hanno, a general of the Carthaginians, penetrated as far as these regions, and brought back an account that the bodies of the women were covered with hair, but that the men, through their swiftness of foot, made their escape; in proof of which singularity in their skin, and as evidence of a fact so miraculous, he placed the skins of 2 of these females in the temple of Juno, which were there to be seen until the capture of Carthage. Beyond these even are said to be the 2 islands of the Hesperides, but so uncertain are all the accounts relative to this subject, that Statius Sebosus says that it is 40 days' sail past the coast of the Atlas range from the islands of the Gorgons to those of the Hesperides, and 1 day's sail from these to the Hesperoseras. Nor have we any more certain information relative to the islands of Mauritania. We only know as a fact well ascertained that some few were discovered by Juba over against the country of the Autololes, upon which he established a manufactory of Getulian purple. Chapter 37. The Fortunate Islands. There are some authors who think that beyond these are the Fortunate Islands, and some others, the number of which Sebosus gives, as well as the distances, informing us that Junonia is an island 750 miles distant from Gades. He states also that Pluvialia and Capraria are the same distance from Junonia to the west, and that in Pluvialia the only fresh water to be obtained is rainwater. He then states that at a distance of 250 miles from these, opposite the left of Mauritania, and situate in the direction of the sun at the 8th hour, are the Fortunate Islands, one of which, from its undulating surface, has the name of Invalis, and another that of Planasia, from the peculiarity of its appearance. He states also that the circumference of Invalis is 300 miles, and that trees grow to a height of 114 feet. Relative to the Fortunate Islands, Yuba has ascertained the following facts: that they are situate to the south in nearly a due westerly direction, and at a distance from the Purple Islands of 625 miles, the sailing being made for 250 miles due west, and then 375 towards the east. He states that the first is called Ombrios, and that it presents no traces of buildings whatever; that among the mountains there is a lake and some trees which bear a strong resemblance to giant fennel, and from which water is extracted. That drawn from those that are black is of a bitter taste, but that produced by the white ones is agreeable and good for drinking. He states also that a second island has the name of Junonia, but that it contains nothing beyond a small temple of stone. Also that in its vicinity there is another but smaller island of the same name, and then another called Capraria, which is infested by multitudes of huge lizards. According to the same author, in sight of these islands is Ninguaria, which has received that name from its perpetual snows. This island abounds also in fogs. The one next to it is Canaria. It contains vast multitudes of dogs of very large size, 2 of which were brought home to Juba. there are some traces of buildings to be seen here. While all these islands abound in fruit and birds of every kind, this one produces in great numbers the date palm, which bears the caryota, also pine nuts. Honey, too, abounds here, and in the rivers papyrus and the fish called silurus are found. These islands, however, are greatly annoyed by the putrefying bodies of monsters, which are constantly thrown up by the sea. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 9. Chapter 38. The Comparative Distances of Places on the Face of the Earth. Having now fully described the earth, both without as well as within, it seems only proper that we should succinctly state the length and breadth of its various seas. Polybius has stated that in a straight line from the Straits of Gades to the mouth of the Meotis, it is a distance of 3,437 miles and a half, and that, starting from the same point, the distance in a straight line to Sicily is 1,250 miles, from thence to Crete 375, to Rhodes 187 and a half, to the Caledonian Islands the same distance, to Cyprus 225, and from thence to Seleucia Pieria in Syria 115 miles, the sum of all which distances amount to 2,340 miles. Agrippa estimates the same distance in a straight line from the Straits of Gades to the Gulf of Issus at 3,340 miles, in which computation, however, I am not certain that there is not some error in the figures, seeing that the same author has stated that the distance from the Straits of Sicily to Alexandria is 1,350 miles. Taking the whole length of the sea line throughout the gulfs above mentioned, and beginning at the same point, he makes it 10,058 miles, to which number Artemidorus has added 756. The same author, including in his calculations the shore of the Meotis, makes the whole distance 17,390 miles. Such is the measurement given by men who have penetrated into distant countries, unaided by force of arms, and have, with a boldness that exhibits itself in the times of peace even, challenged, as it were, fortune herself. I shall now proceed to compare the dimensions of the various parts of the earth, however great the difficulties which may arise from the discrepancy of the accounts given by various authors. The most convenient method, however, will be that of adding the breadth to the length. Following this mode of reckoning, the dimensions of Europe will be 8,294 miles. Of Africa, to adopt a mean between all the various accounts given by authors, the length is 3,794 miles, while the breadth, so far as it is inhabited, in no part exceeds 250 miles. But as Agrippa, including its deserts, makes it from Cyrenaica, a part of it, to the country of the Garamantes, so far as was then known, a further distance of 910 miles, the entire length added together will make a distance of 4,608 miles. The length of Asia is generally admitted to be 6,375 miles, and the breadth, which ought properly to be reckoned from the Ethiopian Sea to Alexandria near the river Nile, so as to run through Meroe and Syene, is 1,875. It appears then that Europe is greater than Asia by a little less than one half of Asia, and greater than Africa by as much again of Africa and 1/6. If all these sums are added together, it will be clearly seen that Europe is 1/3 and a little more than 1/8 part of 1/3, Asia 1/4 and 1/14 part of 1/4, and Africa 1/5 and 1/60 part of 1/5 of the whole earth. Chapter 39. Division of the earth into parallels and shadows of equal length. To the above we shall add even another instance of ingenious discovery by the Greeks, and indeed of the most minute skilfulness, that so nothing may be wanting to our investigation of the geographical divisions of the earth and the various countries thereof which have been pointed out, that it may be the better understood too what affinity or relationship, as it were, exists between one region and another in respect to the length of their days and nights, and in which of them the shadows are of equal length and the distance from the pole is the same. I shall therefore give these particulars as well, and shall state the divisions of the whole earth in accordance with the various sections of the heavens. The lines or segments which divide the world are many in number. By our people they are known as circuli, or circles. By the Greek they are called paralleli, or parallels. The first begins at that part of India which look towards the south, and extends to Arabia, and those who dwell upon the borders of the Red Sea. It embraces the Gedrosai, the Carmenii, the Persei, the Elimei, Parthiani, Aria, Susian, Mesopotamia, Seleucia, surnamed Babylonia, Arabia as far as Petra, Celesyria, Pelusium, the lower parts of Egypt, called the Quora of Alexandria, the maritime parts of Africa, all the cities of Cyrenaica, Thapsus, Adrumittum, Clupea, Carthage, Utica, the two Hippos, Numidia, the two Mauritanias, the Atlantic Sea, and the Pillars of Hercules. Within the meridian of this parallel, on the middle day of the equinox, the pin of the dial, usually called the gnomon, if 7 feet in length, throws a shadow at midday no more than 4 feet long. The longest day and night are 14 equinoctial hours respectively, the shortest being only 10. The next circle or parallel begins with the western parts of India, and runs through the middle of Parthia, through Persepolis, the nearer parts of Persis, the nearer Arabia, Judea, and the people who live near Mount Libanus, and it embraces Babylon, Idumea, Samaria, Hierosolyma, Ascalon, Joppa, Caesarea in Phoenicia, Ptolemais, Sidon, Tyre, Berytus, Botris, Tripolis, Byblos, Antiochia, Laodicea, Seleucia, the maritime parts of Cilicia, the southern parts of Cyprus, Crete, Lilybaeum in Sicily, and the northern parts of Africa and Numidia. In these regions, at the time of the equinox, a gnomon of 35 feet in length gives only a shadow 24 feet long, and the longest day and night are respectively 14 equinoctial hours and 1/5 of an hour in length. The third circle or parallel begins at the part of India which lies in the vicinity of Mount Imaus, and runs through the Caspian Gates and the nearer parts of Media, Catonia, Cappadocia, Taurus, Amanus, Issus, the passes of Cilicia, Solai, Tarsus, Cyprus, Pisidia, Side in Pamphylia, Lycaonia, Patera in Lycia, Xanthus, Conus, Rhodes, Cos, Halicarnassus, Cnidus, Doris, Chius, Delos, the middle of the Cyclades, Gitium, Malea, Argus, Laconia, Elis, Olympia, Messenia and Peloponnesus, Syracuse, Catina, the middle of Sicily, the southern parts of Sardinia, Carteia, and Gades. A gnomon 100 inches in length throws a shadow 77 inches long. The length of the longest day is 14 equinoctial hours and a half, plus 1/30th of an hour. Under the fourth circle or parallel lie those parts of India which are on the side of the Imaus, the southern parts of Cappadocia, Galatia, Mysia, Sardis, Smyrna, Cypselus, Mount Tmolus, Lydia, Caria, Ionia, Trellis, Colophon, Ephesus, Miletus, Chius, Samos, the Icarian Sea, the northern part of the Cyclades, Athens, Megara, Corinth, Sicyon, Achaia, Patri, the Isthmus, Epirus, the northern parts of Sicily, the eastern parts of Gallia Narbonensis, and the sea-coast of Spain from New Carthage westward. In these districts a gnomon of 21 feet throws a shadow of 16 feet in length. The longest day contains 14 equinoctial hours and 2/3 of an hour. Under the fifth zone are included, from the entrance to the Caspian Sea, the Bactri, Iberia, Armenia, Mysia, Phrygia, the Hellespont, Troas, Tenedos, Abydos, Sepsis, Ilium, Mount Ida, Cyzicus, Lampsacus, Sinope, Amysus, Heraclea in Pontus, Paphlagonia, Limnus, Imbrus, Phasis, Cassandria, Thessaly, Macedonia, Larissa, Amphipolis, Thessalonica, Pella, Edessa, Berea, Pharsalia, Charistus, Eubea in Boeotia, Calais, Delphi, Ernania, Aetolia, Apollonia, Brundisium, Tarentum, Thurii, Locri, Rhegium, the Lucani, Naples, Puteoli, the Tuscan Sea, Corsica, the Balearic Islands, and the middle of Spain. A gnomon 7 feet in length in these countries gives a shadow of 6 feet, and the length of the day is 15 equinoctial hours. The sixth division, in which Rome is included, embraces the Caspian nations, Caucasus, the northern parts of Armenia, Apollonia on the Rhindacus, Nicomedia, Nicaea, Chalcedon, Byzantium, Lysimachia, the Chersonesus, the Gulf of Melos, Abdera, Samothracia, Maroneia, Enos, Bessica, Thracia, Medica, Paeonia, the Illyrii, Dyrrachium, Canusium, the extreme parts of Apulia, Campania, Etruria, Pise, Luna, Lucca, Genoa, Liguria, Antipolis, Massilia, Narbo, Tarraco, the middle parts of Hispania Tarraconensis, and thence through Lusitania. A gnomon of 9 feet here throws a shadow 8 feet long. The greatest length of the day is 15 equinoctial hours, plus 1/9 part of an hour, or, according to Nigidius, 1/5. The seventh division begins on the other side of the Caspian Sea, and the line runs above Calatis, and through the Bosphorus, the Borysthenes, Tomae, the back part of Thrace, the Triballi, the remainder of Illyricum, the Adriatic Sea, Aquileia, Altinum, Venetia, Vesetia, Batavium, Verona, Cremona, Ravenna, Ancona, Picenum, the Marsi, the Pellini, the Sabani, Umbria, Ariminum, Bononia, Placentia, Mediolanum, all the districts at the foot of the Apennines, and beyond the Alps, Gallia Aquitanica, Vienna, the Pyrenean range, and South Iberia. A gnomon 35 feet in length here throws a shadow of 36 feet, except in some parts of Venetia, where the shadow just equals the length of the gnomon. The longest day is 15 equinoctial hours, plus 3/5 of an hour. Thus far we have set forth the results of observations made by the ancients. The remaining part of the earth has been divided, through the careful researches of those of more recent times, by 3 additional parallels. The first runs from the Tanais through the Meotis and the country of the Sarmate, as far as the Borysthenes, and so through the Daci and part of Germany and the Gallic provinces, as far as the shores of the ocean, the longest day being 16 hours. The second parallel runs through the country of the Hyperboreae and the island of Britannia, the longest day being 17 hours in length. The last of all is the Scythian parallel, which runs from the Riphaean range to Thule, in which, as we have already stated, the year is divided into days and nights alternately, of 6 months' duration. The same authors have also placed before the first parallel, which we have here given, 2 other parallels or circles, the first running through the island of Meroe and the city of Ptolemais, which was built on the Red Sea for the chase of the elephant, where the longest day is 12 hours and a half in length, and the second passing through Syene in Egypt, in which the longest day is 13 hours in length. The same authors have also added half an hour to each of the parallels, till they come to the last. Thus far on the geography of the earth. Summary. Towns mentioned 1194. Nations 576. Noted rivers 115. Famous mountains 38. Islands 108. Peoples or towns no longer in existence 95. Remarkable events, narratives, and observations 2214. Roman authors quoted: Marcus Agrippa, Marcus Varro, Varro Atacinus, Cornelius Nepos, Hyginus, Lucius Vitus, Mela Pomponius, Domitius Corbulo, Licinius Mucianus, Claudius Caesar, Aruntius, Sebosus, Fabricius Tuscus, Titus Livius, Seneca, Nigidius. Foreign authors quoted: King Juba, Hecataeus, Hellenicus, Damastus, Eudoxus, Dicearchus, Beton, Demosthenes, Patrocles, Demodamus, Clitarchus, Eratosthenes, Alexander the Great, Ephorus, Hipparchus, Panaetius, Callimachus, Artemidorus, Apollodorus, Agathocles, Polybius, Eumachus, Timaeus Siculus, Alexander Polyhistor, Isidorus, Ammometus, Metrodorus, Posidonius, Onesicritus, Nearchus, Megasthenes, Dionytus, Aristocreon, Bion, Delian, the younger Simonides, Basilis, Xenophon of Lampsacus. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 10. Book 7, Chapters 1 to 4. Book 7. Man, his birth, his organization, and the invention of the arts. Chapter 1. Man. Such then is the present state of the world and of the countries, nations, more remarkable seas, islands, and cities which it contains. The nature of the animated beings which exist upon it is hardly in any degree less worthy of our contemplation than its other features. If, indeed, the human mind is able to embrace the whole of so diversified a subject. Our first attention is justly due to man, for whose sake all other things appear to have been produced by nature, though, on the other hand, with so great and so severe penalties for the enjoyment of her bounteous gifts, that it is far from easy to determine whether she has proved to him a kind parent or a merciless stepmother. In the first place, she obliges him alone, of all animated beings, to clothe himself with the spoils of the others, while to all the rest she has given various kinds of coverings, such as shells, crusts, spines, hides, furs, bristles, hair, down, feathers, scales, and fleeces. The very trunks of the trees even she has protected against the effects of heat and cold by a bark, which is, in some cases, twofold. Man alone, at the very moment of his birth, cast naked upon the naked earth, does she abandon to cries, to lamentations, and, a thing that is the case with no other animal whatever, to tears. This too from the very moment that he enters upon existence. But as for laughter, why, by Hercules, to laugh, if but for an instant only, has never been granted to man before the 40th day from his birth, and then it is looked upon as a miracle of precocity. Introduced thus to the light, man has fetters and swathings instantly put upon all his limbs, a thing that falls to the lot of none of the brutes even that are born among us. Born to such singular good fortune, there lies the animal, which is destined to command all the others, lies fast bound hand and foot, and weeping aloud, such being the penalty which he has to pay on beginning life, and that for the sole fault of having been born. Alas! for the folly of those who can think after such a beginning as this, that they have been born for the display of vanity. The earliest presage of future strength, the earliest bounty of time, confers upon him naught but the resemblance to a quadruped. How soon does man gain the power of walking? How soon does he gain the faculty of speech? How soon is his mouth fitted for mastication? How long are the pulsations of the crown of his head to proclaim him the weakest of all animated beings? And then the diseases to which he is subject, the numerous remedies which he is obliged to devise against his maladies, and those thwarted every now and then by new forms and features of disease. While other animals have an instinctive knowledge of their natural powers, some of their swiftness of pace, some of their rapidity of flight, and some again of their power of swimming, man is the only one that knows nothing, that can learn nothing without being taught. He can neither speak, nor walk, nor eat, and in short he can do nothing at the prompting of nature only, but weep. For this it is that many have been of opinion that it were better not to have been born, or if born, to have been annihilated at the earliest possible moment. To man alone of all animated beings has it been given to grieve, to him alone to be guilty of luxury and excess, and that in modes innumerable and in every part of his body. Man is the only being that is a prey to ambition, to avarice, to an immoderate desire of life, to superstition. He is the only one that troubles himself about his burial, and even what is to become of him after death. By none is life held on a tenure more frail, none are more influenced by unbridled desires for all things, none are sensible of fears more bewildering, none are actuated by rage more frantic and violent. Other animals, in fine, live at peace with those of their own kind. We only see them unite to make a stand against those of a different species. The fierceness of the lion is not expended in fighting with his own kind. The sting of the serpent is not aimed at the serpent. And the monsters of the sea even, and the fishes, vent their rage only on those of a different species. But with man, by Hercules, most of his misfortunes are occasioned by man. We have already given a general description of the human race in our account of the different nations. Nor indeed do I now propose to treat of their manners and customs, which are of infinite variety, and almost as numerous as the various groups themselves into which mankind is divided. But yet there are some things which, I think, ought not to be omitted, and more particularly in relation to those peoples which dwell at a considerable distance from the sea, among which I have no doubt that some facts will appear of an astounding nature, and indeed incredible to many. Who, for instance, could ever believe in the existence of the Ethiopians who had not first seen them? Indeed, what is there that does not appear marvellous when it comes to our knowledge for the first time? How many things too are looked upon as quite impossible until they have been actually effected? But it is the fact that every moment of our existence we are distrusting the power and the majesty of nature, if the mind, instead of grasping her in her entirety, considers her only in detail. Not to speak of peacocks, the spotted skins of tigers and panthers, and the rich colours of so many animals, a trifling thing apparently to speak of, but of inestimable importance when we give it due consideration, is the existence of so many languages among the various nations, so many modes of speech, so great a variety of expressions. That to another a man who is of a different country is almost the same as no man at all. And then too the human features and countenance, although composed of but some 10 parts, or little more, are so fashioned that among so many thousands of men there are no two in existence who cannot be distinguished from one another, a result which no art could possibly have produced, when confined to so limited a number of combinations. In most points, however, of this nature, I shall not be content to pledge my own credit only, but shall confirm it in preference by referring to my authorities, which shall be given on all subjects of a nature to inspire doubt. My readers, however, must make no objection to following the Greeks, who have proved themselves the most careful observers, as well as of the longest standing. Chapter 2. The wonderful forms of different nations. We have already stated that there are certain tribes of the Scythians, and indeed many other nations, which feed upon human flesh. This fact itself might perhaps appear incredible, did we not recollect that in the very centre of the earth, in Italy and Sicily, nations formerly existed with these monstrous propensities, the Cyclopes and the Lystrigones, for example, and that very recently, on the other side of the Alps, it was the custom to offer human sacrifices after the manner of those nations, and the difference is but small between sacrificing human beings and eating them. In the vicinity also of those who dwell in the northern regions, and not far from the spot from which the north wind arises, and the place which is called its cave, and is known by the name of Geskleithron, the Arimaspi are said to exist, whom I have previously mentioned, a nation remarkable for having but one eye, and that placed in the middle of the forehead. This race is said to carry on a perpetual warfare with the Griffins, a kind of monster with wings, as they are commonly represented, for the gold which they dig out of the mines, and which these wild beasts retain and keep watch over with a singular degree of cupidity, while the Arimaspi are equally desirous to get possession of it. Many authors have stated to this effect, among the most illustrious of whom are Herodotus and Aristeas of Proconnesus. Beyond the other Scythian anthropophagi, there is a country called Abarimon, situate in a certain great valley of Mount Imaus, the inhabitants of which are a savage race, whose feet are turned backwards, relatively to their legs. They possess wonderful velocity, and wander about indiscriminately with the wild beasts. We learn from Beaton, whose duty it was to take the measurements of the routes of Alexander the Great, that this people cannot breathe in any climate except their own, for which reason it is impossible to take them before any of the neighbouring kings, nor could any of them be brought before Alexander himself. The Anthropophagi, whom we have previously mentioned as dwelling 10 days' journey beyond the Borysthenes, according to the account of Isigonus of Nicaea, were in the habit of drinking out of human skulls, and placing the scalps, with the hair attached, upon their breasts, like so many napkins. The same author relates that there is in Albania a certain race of men, whose eyes are of a sea-green colour, and who have white hair from their earliest childhood, and that these people see better in the night than in the day. He states also that the Sauromati, who dwell 10 days' journey beyond the Borysthenes, only take food every other day. Crates of Pergamos relates that there formerly existed in the vicinity of Perium in the Hellespont a race of men whom he calls Ophiogenes, and that by their touch they were able to cure those who had been stung by serpents, extracting the poison by the mere imposition of the hand. Varro tells us that there are still a few individuals in that district whose saliva effectually cures the stings of serpents. The same too was the case with the tribe of the Psylli in Africa, according to the account of Agatharchides. These people received their name from Psyllus, one of their kings, whose tomb is in existence in the district of the Greater Syrtes. In the bodies of these people there was by nature a certain kind of poison which was fatal to serpents, and the odour of which overpowered them with torpor. With them it was accustomed to expose children immediately after their birth to the fiercest serpents, and in this manner to make proof of the fidelity of their wives, the serpents not being repelled by such children as were the offspring of adultery. This nation, however, was almost entirely extirpated by the slaughter made of them by the Nesamones, who now occupy their territory. This race, however, still survives in a few persons who are descendants of those who either took to flight or else were absent on the occasion of the battle. The Marsi in Italy are still in possession of the same power, for which, it is said, they are indebted to their origin from the son of Circe, from whom they acquired it as a natural quality. But the fact is, that all men possess in their bodies a poison which acts upon serpents, and the human saliva, it is said, makes them take to flight, as though they had been touched with boiling water. The same substance, it is said, destroys them the moment it enters their throat, and more particularly so if it should happen to be the saliva of a man who is fasting. Above the Nasamonies and the Maclii, who border upon them, are found, as we learn from Caliphanes, the nation of the Androgyni, a people who unite the two sexes in the same individual, and alternately perform the functions of each. Aristotle also states that their right breast is that of a male, the left that of a female. Issigonus and Nymphodorus inform us that there are in Africa certain families of enchanters who, by means of their charms in the form of commendations, can cause cattle to perish, trees to wither, and infants to die. Issigonus adds that there are among the Tribali and the Illyri some persons of this description, who also have the power of fascination with the eyes, and can even kill those on whom they fix their gaze for any length of time, more especially if their look denotes anger. The age of puberty is said to be particularly obnoxious to the malign influence of such persons. A still more remarkable circumstance is, the fact that these persons have 2 pupils in each eye. Apollonides says that there are certain females of this description in Scythia, who are known as Bithyie, and Phalarchus states that a tribe of the Thebii in Pontus, and many other persons as well, have a double pupil in one eye, and in the other the figure of a horse. He also remarks that the bodies of these persons will not sink in water, even though weighed down by their garments. Damon gives an account of a race of people not very much unlike them, the Pharnaces of Ethiopia, whose perspiration is productive of consumption to the body of every person that it touches. Cicero also, one of our own writers, makes the remark that the glances of all women who have a double pupil is noxious. To this extent, then, has nature, when she produced in man, in common with the wild beasts, a taste for human flesh, thought fit to produce poisons as well in every part of his body, and in the eyes even of some persons, taking care that there should be no evil influence in existence which was not to be found in the human body. Not far from the city of Rome, in the territory of the Falisci, a few families are found who are known by the name of Herpi. These people perform a yearly sacrifice to Apollo on Mount Soracte, on which occasion they walk over a burning pile of wood without being scorched even. On this account, by virtue of a decree of the Senate, they are always exempted from military service and from all other public duties. Some individuals, again, are born with certain parts of the body endowed with properties of a marvellous nature. Such was the case with King Pyrrhus, the great toe of whose right foot cured diseases of the spleen merely by touching the patient. We are also informed that this toe could not be reduced to ashes together with the other portions of his body, upon which it was placed in a coffer and preserved in a temple. India, and the region of Ethiopia more especially, abounds in wonders. In India the largest of animals are produced. Their dogs, for example, are much bigger than those of any other country. The trees too are said to be of such vast height that it is impossible to send an arrow over them. This is the result of the singular fertility of the soil, the equable temperature of the atmosphere, and the abundance of water, which, if we are to believe what is said, are such that a single fig tree is capable of affording shelter to a whole troop of horse. The reeds here are also of such enormous length that each portion of them, between the joints, forms a tube of which a boat is made that is capable of holding 3 men. It is a well-known fact that many of the people here are more than 5 cubits in height. These people never expectorate, are subject to no pains, either in the head, the teeth, or the eyes, and rarely in any other parts of the body. So well is the heat of the sun calculated to strengthen the constitution. Their philosophers, who are called gymnosophists, remain in one posture, with their eyes immovably fixed upon the sun, from its rising to its setting, and, during the whole of the day, they are accustomed to stand in the burning sands on one foot, first one and then the other. According to the account of Megasthenes, dwelling upon a mountain called Nulo, there is a race of men who have their feet turned backwards, with 8 toes on each foot. On many of the mountains, again, there is a tribe of men who have the heads of dogs, and clothe themselves with the skins of wild beasts. Instead of speaking, they bark, and furnished with claws, they live by hunting and catching birds. According to the story as given by Ctesias, the number of these people is more than 120,000, and the same author tells us that there is a certain race in India of which the females are pregnant once only in the course of their lives, and the hair of the children becomes white the instant they are born. He speaks also of another race of men, who are known as Monocoli, who have only one leg, but who are able to leap with surprising agility. The same people are also called Sciapodi, because they are in the habit of lying on their backs during the time of the extreme heat, and protect themselves from the sun by the shade of their feet. These people, he says, dwell not very far from the Troglodytae, to the west of whom, again, there is a tribe who are without necks, and have eyes in their shoulders. Among the mountainous districts of the eastern part of India, in what is called the country of the Catharcludi, we find the satyr, an animal of extraordinary swiftness. These go sometimes on 4 feet, and sometimes walk erect. They have also the features of a human being. On account of their swiftness, these creatures are never to be caught except when they are either aged or sickly. Thorn gives the name of Coromandi to a nation which dwell in the woods and have no proper voice. These people screech in a frightful manner. Their bodies are covered with hair, their eyes are of a sea-green colour, and their teeth like those of the dog. Eudoxus tells us that in the southern parts of India the men have feet a cubit in length, while those of the women are so remarkably small that they are called Struthopodes. Megasthenes places among the nomads of India a people who are called Sciriti. These have merely holes in their faces instead of nostrils, and flexible feet, like the body of the serpent. At the very extremity of India, on the eastern side, near the source of the river Ganges, there is the nation of the Estomai, a people who have no mouths. Their bodies are rough and hairy, and they cover themselves with a down plucked from the leaves of trees. These people subsist only by breathing, and by the odours which they inhale through the nostrils. They support themselves upon neither meat nor drink. When they go upon a long journey, they only carry with them various odoriferous roots and flowers, and wild apples, that they may not be without something to smell at. But an odour, which is a little more powerful than usual, easily destroys them. Beyond these people, and at the very extremity of the mountains, the Trispithami and the Pygmies are said to exist, 2 races which are but 3 spans in height, that is to say, 27 inches only. They enjoy a salubrious atmosphere and a perpetual spring, being sheltered by the mountains from the northern blasts. It is these people that Homer has mentioned as being waged war upon by cranes. It is said that they are in the habit of going down every spring to the seashore in a large body, seated on the backs of rams and goats, and armed with arrows, and there destroy the eggs and the young of those birds, that this expedition occupies them for the space of 3 months, and that otherwise it would be impossible for them to withstand the increasing multitudes of the cranes. Their cabins, it is said, are built of mud, mixed with feathers and eggshells. Aristotle, indeed, says that they dwell in caves, but in all other respects he gives the same details as other writers. Isigonus informs us that the Kurni, a people of India, live to their 400th year. He is of opinion that the same is the case also with the Ethiopian Macrobii, the Scree, and the inhabitants of Mount Athos. In the case of these last, it is supposed to be owing to the flesh of vipers, which they use as food, in consequence of which they are free also from all noxious animals, both in their hair and their garments. According to Onesicritus, in those parts of India where there is no shadow, the bodies of men attain a height of 5 cubits and 2 palms, and their life is prolonged to 130 years. They die without any symptoms of old age, and just as if they were in the middle period of life. Crates of Pergamos calls the Indians, whose age exceeds 100 years, by the name of gymneti, but not a few authors style them Macrobii. Ctesias mentions a tribe of them known by the name of Pandori, whose locality is in the valleys, and who live to their 200th year. Their hair is white in youth, and becomes black in old age. On the other hand, there are some people joining up to the country of the Macrobii, who never live beyond their 40th year, and their females have children once only during their lives. This circumstance is also mentioned by Agatharchides, who states in addition that they live on locusts and are very swift of foot. Clitharchus and Megasthenes give these people the name of Mandi, and enumerate as many as 300 villages which belong to them. Their women are capable of bearing children in the 7th year of their age, and become old at 40. Artemidorus states that in the island of Taprobane life is prolonged to an extreme length, while at the same time the body is exempt from weakness. According to Durissus, some of the Indians have connection with beasts, and from this union a mixture of half man, half beast is produced. Among the Kalinji, a nation also of India, the women conceive at 5 years of age, and do not live beyond their 8th year. In other places again, there are men born with long hairy tails, and of remarkable swiftness of foot, while there are others that have ears so large as to cover the whole body. The Orati are divided from the Indians by the river Arabis. They are acquainted with no food whatever except fish, which they are in the habit of tearing to pieces with their nails and drying in the sun. Crates of Pergamus states that the Troglodytae, who dwell beyond Ethiopia, are able to outrun the horse, and that a tribe of the Ethiopians, who are known as Sirboti, exceed 8 cubits in height. There is a tribe of Ethiopian nomads dwelling on the banks of the river Astragas towards the north, and about 20 days' journey from the ocean. These people are called Manismini. They live on the milk of the animal which we call Cynocephalus, and rear large flocks of these creatures, taking care to kill the males, except such as they may preserve for the purpose of breeding. In the deserts of Africa, men are frequently seen to all appearance, and then vanish in an instant. Nature, in her ingenuity, has created all these marvels in the human race, with others of a similar nature, as so many amusements to herself, though they appear miraculous to us. But who is there that can enumerate all the things that she brings to pass each day, I may almost say each hour? As a striking evidence of her power, let it be sufficient for me to have cited whole nations in the list of her prodigies. Let us now proceed to mention some other particulars connected with man, the truth of which is universally admitted. Chapter 3. Marvellous Births. That 3 children are sometimes produced at one birth is a well-known fact. The case, for instance, of the Ratae and the Curiatae. Where a greater number of children than this is produced at one birth, it is looked upon as portentous, except, indeed, in Egypt, where the water of the river Nile, which is used for drink, is a promoter of fecundity. Very recently, towards the close of the reign of the Emperor Augustus, now deified, a certain woman of the lower orders, at Ostia, whose name was Fausta, brought into the world at one birth 2 male children and 2 females, a presage, no doubt, of the famine which shortly after took place. We find it stated also that in Peloponnesus a woman was delivered of 5 children at the birth 4 successive times, and that the greater part of all these children survived. Trogus informs us that in Egypt as many as 7 children are occasionally produced at one birth. Individuals are occasionally born who belong to both sexes. Such persons are called by the name of hermaphrodites. They were formerly called androgyni, and were looked upon as monsters, but at the present day they are employed for sensual purposes. Pompeius Magnus, among the decorations of his theatre, erected certain statues of remarkable persons, which had been executed with the greatest care by artists of the very highest reputation. Among others we here read an inscription to the following effect: Eutyches of Trellis was borne to the funeral pile by 20 of her children, having had 30 in all. Also Alcippe was delivered of an elephant, but then that must be looked upon as a prodigy; as in the case too, where, at the commencement of the Marsian war, a female slave was delivered of a serpent. Among these monstrous births, also, there are beings produced which unite in one body the forms of several creatures. For instance, Claudius Caesar informs us in his writings that a hippocentaur was born in Thessaly, but died on the same day; and indeed I have seen one myself, which in the reign of that emperor was brought to him from Egypt, preserved in honey. We have a case also of a child at Saguntum, which returned immediately into its mother's womb, the same year in which that place was destroyed by Hannibal. The change of females into males is undoubtedly no fable. We find it stated in the annals, that in the consulship of P. Licinius Crassus and C. Cassius Longinus, a girl, who was living at Casinum with her parents, was changed into a boy, and that by the command of the Areopagus he was conveyed away to a desert island. Licinius Mucianus informs us that he once saw at Arcus a person whose name was then Arescan, though he had been formerly called Arescusa; that this person had been married to a man, but that, shortly after, a beard and marks of virility made their appearance, upon which he took to himself a wife. He had also seen a boy at Smyrna to whom the very same thing had happened. I myself saw in Africa one Elcosicius, a citizen of Thystris, who had been changed into a man the very day in which he was married to a husband. When women are delivered of twins, it rarely happens but that either the mother herself, or one at least of the twins, perishes. If, however, the twins should happen to be of different sexes, it is less probable that both of them will survive. Female children are matured more quickly than males, and become old sooner. Of the two, male children most frequently are known to move in the womb; they mostly lie on the right side of the body, females on the left. Chapter 4. The generation of man. Unusual duration of pregnancy. Instances of it from 7 to 12 months. In other animals the period of gestation and of birth is fixed and definite, while man, on the other hand, is born at all seasons of the year, and without any certain period of gestation; for one child is born at the 7th month, another at the 8th, and so on, even to the beginning of the 10th and 11th. Those children which are born before the 7th month are never known to survive, unless indeed they happen to have been conceived the day before or the day after the full moon, or at the change of the moon. In Egypt it is not an uncommon thing for children to be born at the 8th month, and in Italy too children that are born at this period live just as long as others, notwithstanding the opinions of the ancients to the contrary. There are great variations in this respect, which occur in numerous ways. Vestilia, for instance, who was the wife of C. Herdicius, and was afterwards married first to Pomponius and then to Orphitus, very eminent citizens, after having brought forth 4 children, always at the 7th month, had Suilius Rufus at the 11th month, and then Corbulo at the 7th, both of whom became consuls; after which, at the 8th month, she had Caesonia, who became the wife of the Emperor Caius. As for children who are born at the 8th month, the greatest difficulty with them is to get them over the first 40 days. Pregnant women, on the other hand, are in the greatest danger during the 4th and the 8th month, and abortions during these periods are fatal. Masurius informs us that L. Papirius, the praetor, on one occasion, when the next but one in succession was urging his suit at law, decided against him in favour of the heir, although his mother declared that their period of gestation had lasted 13 months, upon the ground that it did not appear that there was any fixed and definite period of gestation. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 11. Book 7, Chapter 5. Indications of the sex of the child during the pregnancy of the mother. On the 10th day after conception, pains are felt in the head, vertigo, and dimness of the sight. These signs, together with loathing of food and rising of the stomach, indicate the formation of the future human being. If it is a male that is conceived, the color of the pregnant woman is more healthy and the birth less painful. The child moves in the womb upon the 40th day. In the conception of a child of the other sex, all the symptoms are totally different. The mother experiences almost insupportable weight. There is a slight swelling of the legs and the groin, and the first movement of the child is not felt until the 90th day. But whatever the sex of the child, the mother is sensible of the greatest languor at the time when the hair of the fetus first begins to grow, and at the full moon; at which latter time it is that children newly born are exposed to the greatest danger. In addition to this, the mode of walking, and indeed everything that can be mentioned, is of consequence in the case of a woman who is pregnant. Thus, for instance, women who have used too much salted meat will bring forth children without nails. Parturition, too, is more difficult if they do not hold their breath. It is fatal, too, to yawn during labor, and abortion ensues if the female should happen to sneeze just after the sexual congress. It is a subject for pity, and even for a feeling of shame, when one reflects that the origin of the most vain of all animated beings is thus frail; so much so, indeed, that very often the smell even of a lamp just extinguished is a cause of abortion. From such beginnings as these spring the tyrant, from such the murderous dispositions of men. Thou, man, who placest thy confidence in the strength of thy body, thou who dost embrace the gifts of fortune, and look upon thyself not only as her fosterling, but even as her own born child, thou whose mind is ever thirsting for blood, thou who, puffed up with some success or other, dost think thyself a god, by how trifling a thing might thy life have been cut short! Even this very day something still less even may have the same effect, the puncture, for instance, of the tiny sting of the serpent, or even, as befell the poet Anacreon, the swallowing of the stone of a raisin, or of a single hair in a draught of milk, by which the praetor and senator Fabius was choked, and so met his death. He only, in fact, will be able to form a just estimate of the value of life, who will always bear in mind the extreme frailty of its tenure. Chapter 6. Monstrous Births. It is contrary to nature for children to come into the world with the feet first, for which reason such children are called Agrippæ, meaning that they are born with difficulty. In this manner M. Agrippa is said to have been born, the only instance almost of good fortune out of the number of all those who have come into the world under these circumstances; and yet even he may be considered to have paid the penalty of the unfavourable omen produced by the unnatural mode of his birth, in the unfortunate weakness of his legs, the misfortunes of his youth, a life spent in the very midst of arms and slaughter, and ever exposed to the approaches of death; in his children, too, who have all proved a very curse to the earth, and more especially the two Agrippinas, who were the mothers, respectively, of Caius and of Domitius Nero, so many firebrands hurled among the human race. In addition to all this, we may add the shortness of his life, he being cut off in his 51st year, the distress which he experienced from the adulteries of his wife, and the grievous tyranny to which he was subjected by his father-in-law. Agrippina, too, the mother of Nero, who was lately emperor, and who proved himself throughout the whole of his reign the enemy of the human race, has left it recorded in writing that he was born with his feet first. It is in the due order of nature that man should enter the world with the head first, and be carried to the tomb in a contrary fashion. Chapter 7. Of those who have been cut out of the womb. Those children whose birth has cost the mother her life are evidently born under more favourable auspices, for such was the case with the first Scipio Africanus; the first too of the Caesars was so named, for his having been removed by an incision in his mother's womb. For a similar reason, too, the Caesones were called by that name. Manilius also, who entered Carthage with his army, was born in a similar manner. Chapter 8. Who were called Vopisci. A child used to be called Vopiscus, who, when twins had been conceived, had been retained in the womb and born alive, the other having perished by abortion. There are, too, some very remarkable instances of this kind, although they are singularly rare and uncommon. Chapter 9. The conception and generation of man. Few animals, except the female of the human species, receive the male when pregnant. In only 1 or 2 species, and no more, does superfetation ever take place. Cases are to be found stated in the journals of physicians, and of others who have paid particular attention to the subject, in which 12 embryos have been removed at a single abortion. When, however, but a very short time has intervened between 2 conceptions, the embryos both of them proceed to maturity, as was seen to be the case with Hercules and his brother Iphicles. This was the case also with the woman who brought forth 2 children at birth, one of whom bore a resemblance to her husband, and the other to her paramour. So, too, with a female slave in Proconnesus, who was delivered of 2 children at one birth, one of whom bore a strong resemblance to her master, and the other to her master's steward, with both of whom she had had connection on the same day. With another woman who was delivered of 2 children at a birth, the one after the usual period of gestation, the other an embryo only 5 months old. And again with another female, who having been delivered of one child at the end of 7 months, in due course, 2 months afterwards, brought forth twins. Chapter 10. Striking instances of resemblance. It is universally known that well-formed parents often produce defective children, and, on the other hand, defective parents children who are well-formed, or else imperfect in the same part of the body as the parents. It is a well-known fact also that marks, moles, and even scars are reproduced in members of the same family in successive generations. The mark which the Daci make on their arms for the purpose of denoting their origin is known to last even to the 4th generation. We have heard it stated that 3 members of the family of the Lepidi have been born, though not in an uninterrupted succession, with one of the eyes covered with a membrane. We observe, too, that some children strongly resemble their grandfather, and that of twins one child is like the father while the other resembles the mother, and have known cases where a child that was born a year after another resembled him as exactly as though they had been twins. Some women have children like themselves, some like their husband, while others again bear children who resemble neither the one nor the other. In some cases the female children resemble the father, and the males the mother. The case of Nicias, the celebrated wrestler of Byzantium, is a well-known and undoubted instance. His mother was the produce of an act of adultery committed with a male of Ethiopia, and although she herself differed in no way from the ordinary complexion of other females, he was born with all the swarthy complexion of his Ethiopian grandfather. These strong features of resemblance proceed no doubt from the imagination of the parents, over which we may reasonably believe that many casual circumstances have a very powerful influence, such for instance as the action of the eyes, the ears, or the memory, or impressions received at the moment of conception. A thought even momentarily passing through the mind of either of the parents may be supposed to produce a resemblance to one of them separately or else to the 2 combined. Hence it is that the varieties are much more numerous in the appearance of man than in that of other animals, seeing that in the former the rapidity of the ideas, the quickness of the perception, and the varied powers of the intellect tend to impress upon the features peculiar and diversified marks, while in the case of the other animals the mind is immovable, and just the same in each and all individuals of the same species. A man named Artemon, one of the common people, bore so strong a resemblance to Antiochus the king of Syria, that his queen Laodice, after her husband Antiochus was slain, acted the farce of getting this man to recommend her as the successor to the crown. Vibius, a member of the plebeian order, and Publicius as well, a freedman who had formerly been a slave, so strongly resembled Pompeius Magnus in appearance as to be scarcely indistinguishable from him. They both had that ingenuous countenance of his, and that fine forehead, which so strongly bespoke his noble descent. It was a similar degree of resemblance to this that caused the surname of his cook, Menogenes, to be given to the father of Pompeius Magnus, he having already obtained that of Strabo on account of the cast in his eye, a defect which he had contracted through imitating a similar one in his slave. Scipio, too, had the name of Serapion given to him, after the vile slave of a pig jobber, and after him another Scipio of the same family was surnamed Salvito, after a mime of that name. In the same way, too, Spinther and Pamphilus, who were respectively actors of only second and third-rate parts, gave their names to Lentulus and Metellus, who were at that time colleagues in the consulship, so that by a very curious but disagreeable coincidence the likenesses of the two consuls were to be seen at the same moment on the stage. On the other hand, again, L. Plancus, the orator, bestowed his surname on the actor Rubrius, the player Borboleius, again, gave his name to the elder Curio, and the player Menogenes to Messala the censor. There was a certain fisherman, too, a native of Sicily, who bore a strong resemblance to the proconsul Sura, not only in his features, but in the mode even of opening his mouth, and the spasmodic contraction of his tongue, and his hurried and indistinct utterance when speaking. Cassius Severus, the celebrated orator, had it thrown in his teeth how strongly he resembled Armentarius the gladiator. Tauranius, a slave dealer, sold to Antony, while he was one of the triumvirs, two boys of remarkable beauty, as being twins, so strong was their resemblance, whereas in reality one of them was born in Asia, and the other beyond the Alps. The fraud, however, having been soon afterwards discovered through the difference in the language of the youths, Antony, who was greatly exasperated, violently upbraided the dealer, and, among other things, complained that he had fixed the price at so high a sum as 200,000 sesterces. The crafty slave merchant, however, made answer that that was the very reason for his having set so high a price upon them, for, as he said, there would have been nothing particularly striking in the resemblance of the boys if they had been born of the same mother, whereas children found to be so exactly like each other, though natives of different countries, ought to be deemed above all price, an answer which produced such a reasonable feeling of surprise and admiration in the mind of the prescriber, that he who was but just before frantic under the injury he had received, was led to set a higher value on no part whatever of all the property in his possession. Chapter 11. What men are suited for generation. Instances of very numerous offspring. There exists a kind of peculiar antipathy between the bodies of certain persons, which, though barren with respect to each other, are not so when united to others. Such, for instance, was the case with Augustus and Livia. Certain individuals, again, both men and women, produce only females, others males, and still more frequently children of the two sexes alternately. The mother of Gracchi, for instance, who had 12 children, and Agrippina, the mother of Germanicus, who had 9. Some women, again, are barren in their youth, while to others it is given to bring forth once only during their lives. Some women never go to their full time, or if, by dint of a great care and the air of medicine, they do give birth to a living child, it is mostly a girl. Among other instances of rare occurrence is the case of Augustus, now deified, who, in the year in which he departed this life, witnessed the birth of M. Silanus, the grandson of his granddaughter. Having obtained the government of Asia after his consulship, he was poisoned by Nero on his accession to the throne. Q. Metellus Macedonius, leaving 6 children, left 11 grandsons also, with daughters-in-law and sons-in-law, 27 individuals in all, who addressed him by the name and title of father. In the records of the times of the Emperor Augustus, now deified, we find it stated that in his 12th consulship, Lucius Sylla, being his colleague, on the 3rd day before the Ides of April, C. Crispinus Hilaris, a man of a respectable family of the plebeian order, living at Faesulae, came to the capital to offer sacrifice, attended by 8 children, of whom 2 were daughters, 28 grandsons, 19 great-grandsons, and 8 granddaughters, who all followed him in a lengthened train. Chapter 12. At what age generation ceases. Women cease to bear children at their 50th year, and with the greater part of them the monthly discharge ceases at the age of 40. But with respect to the male sex, it is a well-known fact that King Massinissa, while he was past his 86th year, had a son born to him, whom he named Metimanus, and that Cato the censor, after he had completed his 80th year, had a son by the daughter of his client Salonius. A circumstance from which, while the descendants of his other sons were surnamed Liciniani, those of his son were called Saloniani, of whom Cato of Utica was one. It is equally well known, too, that L. Volusius Saturninus, who lately died while prefect of the city, had a son when he was past his 72nd year, by Cornelia, a member of the family of the Scipios, Volusius Saturninus, who was afterwards consul. Among the lower classes of the people we not uncommonly meet with men who become the fathers of children after the age of 75. Chapter 13. Remarkable circumstances connected with the menstrual discharge. Among the whole range of animated beings, the human female is the only one that has the monthly discharge, and in whose womb was found what we term moles. These moles consist of a shapeless mass of flesh devoid of all life, and capable of resisting either the edge or the point of a knife. They are movable in the body, and obstruct the menstrual discharge. Sometimes, too, they are productive of fatal consequences to the women, in the same manner as a real fetus, while at other times they remain in the body until old age. In some cases, again, they are discharged, in consequence of an increased action of the bowels. Something of a very similar nature is produced in the body of the male, which is called a shirus. This was the case with Oppius Capito, a man of praetorian rank. It would indeed be a difficult matter to find anything which is productive of more marvellous effects than the menstrual discharge. On the approach of a woman in this state, must will become sour, seeds which are touched by her become sterile, grafts wither away, garden plants are parched up, and the fruit will fall from the tree beneath which she sits. Her very look even will dim the brightness of mirrors, blunt the edge of steel, and take away the polish from ivory. A swarm of bees, if looked upon by her, will die immediately. Brass and iron will instantly become rusty, and emit an offensive odour; while dogs, which may have tasted of the matter so discharged, are seized with madness, and their bite is venomous and incurable. In addition to this, the bitumen, which is found at certain periods of the year floating on the lake of Judea, known as asphaltites, a substance which is peculiarly tenacious, and adheres to everything it touches, can only be divided into separate pieces by means of a thread which has been dipped in this virulent matter. It is said that the ant, even an insect so extremely minute, is sensible of its presence, and rejects the grains which it has been carrying, and will not return to them again. This discharge, which is productive of such great and singular effects, occurs in women every 30 days, and in a greater degree every 3 months. In some individuals it occurs oftener than once a month, and in others again it never takes place. Women of this nature, however, are not capable of bearing children, because it is of this substance that the infant is formed. The seed of the male, acting as a sort of leaven, causes it to unite and assume a form, and in due time it acquires life, and assumes a bodily shape. The consequence is, that if the flow continues during pregnancy, the child will be weak, or else will not live; or if it does, it will be full of gross humours, Nigidius says. The same author is also of opinion that the milk of a woman who is giving suck will not become impure if she should happen to become impregnant again by the same man. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted Garvin. The Natural History, Volume 2 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 12. Chapter 14. The Theory of Generation. Conception is generally said to take place the most readily, either at the beginning or the end of the menstrual discharge. It is said, too, that it is a certain sign of fecundity in a woman when her saliva becomes impregnated with any medicament which has been rubbed upon her eyelids. Chapter 15. Some account of the teeth and some facts concerning infants. It is a matter beyond doubt that in young children the front teeth are produced at the 7th month, and nearly always those in the upper jaw of the first. These are shed in the 7th year, and are then replaced by others. Some infants are even born with teeth. Such was the case with Manius Curius, who from this circumstance received the name of dentatus, and also with Gnaeus Papirius Carbo, both of them distinguished men. When this phenomenon happened in the case of a female, it was looked upon in the time of the kings as an omen of some inauspicious event. At the birth of Valeria, under such circumstances as these, it was the answer of the soothsayers that any city to which she might happen to be carried would be destroyed. She was sent to Suessa Pometia, at that time a very flourishing place, but the prediction was ultimately verified by its destruction. Some female children are born with the sexual organs closed, a thing of very unfavourable omen, of which Cornelia, the mother of the Gracchi, is an instance. Some persons are born with a continuous bone in the mouth in place of teeth. This was the case with the upper jaw of the son of Prusias, the king of Bithynia. The teeth are the only parts of the body which resist the action of fire, and are not consumed along with the rest of it. Still, however, though they are able thus to resist flame, they become corroded by a morbid state of the saliva. The teeth are whitened by certain medicinal agents. They are worn down by use, and fail in some persons long before any other part of the body. They are necessary, not only for the mastication of the food, but for many other purposes as well. It is the office of the front teeth to regulate the voice and the speech. By a certain arrangement they receive, as if in concert, the stroke communicated by the tongue, while by their structure in such regular order, and their size, they cut short, moderate, or soften the utterance of the words. When they are lost, the articulation becomes altogether confused and indistinct. In addition to this, it is generally supposed that we may form prognostics from the teeth. The number of teeth allotted to all men, with the exception of the nation of the Turduli, is 32. Those persons who have a greater number are thought to be destined to be long-lived. Women have fewer teeth than men. Those females who happen to have 2 canine teeth on the right side of the upper jaw have promise of being the favourites of fortune, as was the case with Agrippina, the mother of Domitius Nero. When they are on the left side, it is just the contrary. It is the custom of most nations not to burn the bodies of children who die before they have cut their teeth. We shall have more to say on this subject when we give an account of the different parts of the body. We find it stated that Zoroaster was the only human being who ever laughed on the same day on which he was born. We hear, too, that his brain pulsated so strongly that it repelled the hand when laid upon it, a presage of his future wisdom. Chapter 16. Examples of unusual size. It is a well-known fact that at the age of 3 years the body of each person is half the height that it will ever attain. Taking it all in all, it is observed that in the human race the stature is almost daily becoming less and less, and that sons are rarely taller than their parents, the facility of the sea being dried up by the heat of that conflagration to which the world is fast approaching. A mountain of the island of Crete having been burst asunder by the action of an earthquake, a body was found there standing upright, 46 cubits in height. By some persons it is supposed to have been that of Orion, while others again are of the opinion that it was that of Otis. It is generally believed, from what is stated in ancient records, that the body of Orestes, which was disinterred by command of an oracle, was 7 cubits in height. It is now nearly 1,000 years ago that divine poet Homer was unceasingly complaining that men were of less stature in his day than they had formerly been. Our annals do not inform us what was the height of Naevius Pollio, but we learn from them that he nearly lost his life from the rush of the people to see him, and that he was looked upon as a prodigy. The tallest man that has been seen in our times was one Gabarus by name, who was brought from Arabia by the Emperor Claudius. His height was 9 feet and as many inches. In the reign of Augustus there were 2 persons, Posio and Cicadilla by name, who were half a foot taller than him. Their bodies have been preserved as objects of curiosity in the museum of the Celestian family. In the reign of the same emperor there was a man also, remarkable for his extremely diminutive stature, being only 2 feet and a palm in height. His name was Conopas, and he was a great pet with Julia, the granddaughter of Augustus. There was a female also, of the same size, Andromeda by name, a freedwoman of Julia Augusta. We learn from Varro that Manius Maximus and M. Tullius, members of our equestrian order, were only 2 cubits in height, and I have myself seen them preserved in their coffins. It is far from an unknown fact that children are occasionally born 1.5 feet in height, and sometimes a little more. Such children, however, have finished their span of existence by the time they are 3 years old. Chapter 17. Children remarkable for their precocity. We find it stated by the historians that the son of Euthymenes of Salamis had grown to be 3 cubits in height at the age of 3 years, that he was slow of gait and dull of comprehension, that at that age he had obtained puberty even, and his voice had become strong like that of a man. We hear also that he died suddenly of convulsions of the limbs at the completion of his 3rd year. I myself, not very long ago, was witness to exactly similar appearances, with the exception of the state of puberty, in the son of Cornelius Tacitus, a member of the equestrian order, and procurator of Belgic Gaul. The Greeks call such children as these ekatetrapeloi. We have no name for them in Latin. 17. It has been observed that the height of a man from the crown of the head to the sole of the foot is equal to the distance between the tips of the middle fingers of the two hands when extended in a straight line. The right side of the body, too, is generally stronger than the left, though in some the strength of the two sides is equal, while in others again the left side is the strongest. This, however, is never found to be the case in women. Chapter 18. Some remarkable properties of the body. Males are heavier than females, and the bodies of all animals are heavier when they are dead than when alive. They also weigh more when asleep than when awake. The dead bodies of men float upon the back, those of women with the face downwards, as if, even after death, nature were desirous of sparing their modesty. 18. We find it stated that there are some men whose bones are solid, and devoid of marrow, and that one mark of such persons is the fact that they are never thirsty, and emit no perspiration. At the same time, we know that by the exercise of a resolute determination, any one may resist the feeling of thirst, a fact which was especially exemplified in the case of Julius Viator, a Roman of equestrian rank, but by birth one of Voconti, a nation on terms of alliance with us. Having, in his youth, been attacked by dropsy, and forbidden the use of liquids by his physicians, use with him became a second nature, and so, in his old age, he never took any drink at all. Other persons, also, have, by the exercise of a strong determination, laid similar restraints upon themselves. 19. It is said that Crassus, the grandfather of Crassus, who was slain by the Parthians, was never known to laugh, from which circumstance he obtained the name Agelastus. There are other persons, again, who have never been seen to weep. Socrates, who was so famous for his wisdom, always appeared with the same countenance, and was never known to appear either more gay or more sad than ordinary. This even tenor of the mind, however, sometimes degenerates into a sort of harshness, and a rigorous and inflexible sternness of nature, entirely effacing all the human affections. The Greeks, among whom there have been many persons of this description, are in the habit of calling them epithoi. A very remarkable thing, too, is the fact that among these persons are to be found some of the greatest masters of philosophy. Diogenes the Cynic, for instance, Pyrrho, Heraclitus, and Timon, which last allowed himself to be so entirely carried away by the spirit as to become a hater of all mankind. Less important peculiarities of nature, again, are to be observed in many persons. Antonia, for instance, the wife of Drusus, was never known to expectorate, and Pomponius, the poet, a man of consular rank, was never troubled with eructation. Those rare instances of men whose bones are naturally solid and without marrow are known to us as men of horn. Chapter 19, 20. Instances of extraordinary strength. Varro, speaking of persons remarkable for their strength, gives us an account of Tributinus, a celebrated gladiator, and skilled in the use of the Samnite arms. He was a man of meagre person, but possessed of extraordinary strength. Varro makes mention of his son also, who served in the army of Pompeius Magnus. He says that in all parts of his body, even in the arms and hands, there was a network of sinews, extending across and across. The latter of these men, having been challenged by an enemy with a single finger of the right hand, and that unarmed, vanquished him, and then seized and dragged him to the camp. Venius Valens, who served as a centurion in the Praetorian Guard of Augustus, was in the habit of holding up wagons laden with casks until they were emptied, and of stopping the carriage with one hand and holding it back, against all the efforts of the horses to drag it forward. He performed other wonderful feats also, an account of which may still be seen inscribed on his monument. Varro, also, gives the following statement. Fusius, who used to be called the bumpkin Hercules, was in the habit of carrying his own mule, while Salvius was able to mount a ladder, with a weight of 200 pounds attached to his feet, the same to his hands, and 200 pounds on each shoulder. I myself once saw a most marvellous display of strength. A man of the name Athanatus walk across the stage, wearing a leaden breastplate of 500 pounds weight, while shod with buskins of the same weight. When Milo the wrestler had once taken his stand, there was not a person who could move him from his position, and when he grasped an apple in his hand, no one could so much as open one of his fingers. Chapter 20. Instances of remarkable agility. It was once considered a very great thing for Philippides to run 1,160 stadia, the distance between Athens and Lacedaemon, in 2 days, until Amistus the Lacedaemonian courier and Philonides, the courier of Alexander the Great, ran from Sicyon to Elis in 1 day, a distance of 1,305 stadia. In our own times, too, we are fully aware that there are men in the circus who are able to keep on running for a distance of 160 miles, and that lately, in the consulship of Fonteius and Vipstanus, there was a child, 8 years of age, who, between morning and evening, ran a distance of 75 miles. We become all the more sensible of these wonderful instances of swiftness upon reflecting that Tiberius Nero, when he made all possible haste to reach his brother Drusus, who was then sick in Germany, reached him in 3 stages, travelling day and night on the road. The distance of each stage was 200 miles. Chapter 21. Instances of acuteness of sight. Instances of acuteness of sight are to be found stated, which indeed exceed all belief. Cicero informs us that the Iliad of Homer was written on a piece of parchment so small as to be enclosed in a nutshell. He makes mention also of a man who could distinguish objects at a distance of 135 miles. M. Varro says that the name of this man was Strabo, and that, during the Punic War from Lilybaeum, the promontory of Sicily, he was in the habit of seeing the fleet come out of the harbour of Carthage, and could even count the number of the vessels. Callicrates used to carve ants and other small animals in ivory, so minute in size that other persons were unable to distinguish their individual parts. Mercosides also was famous in the same line. This man made, of similar material, a chariot drawn by 4 horses, which a fly could cover with its wings, as well as a ship which might be covered by the wings of a tiny bee. Chapter 22. Instances of remarkable acuteness of hearing. We have one instance on record of remarkable acuteness of hearing. The noise of the battle, on the occasion when Sybaris was destroyed, was heard, the day on which it took place, at Olympia. But as to the victory over the Cimbri, and that over Perseus, the news of which was conveyed to Rome by the Castors, they are to be looked upon in the light of visions and presages proceeding immediately from the gods. Chapter 23. Instances of endurance of pain. Of patience in enduring pain, that being too frequently the lot of our calamitous fate, we have innumerable instances related. One of the most remarkable instances among the female sex is that of the courtesan Lena, who, although put to the torture, refused to betray the tyrant slayers Harmodius and Aristogaton. Among those of men, we have that of Anacharchus, who, when put to the torture for a similar reason, bit off his tongue and spit it into the face of the tyrant, thus destroying the only hope of his making any betrayal. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted Garvin. The Natural History of Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 13. Chapter 24. Memory. It would be far from easy to pronounce what person has been the most remarkable for the excellence of his memory, that blessing so essential for the enjoyment of life, there having been so many who have been celebrated for it. King Cyrus knew all the soldiers of his army by name. El Scipio the names of all the Roman people. Cineas, the ambassador of King Pyrrhus, knew by name all the members of the Senate and the Equestrian Order, the day after his arrival at Rome. Mithridates, who was king of 22 nations, administered their laws in as many languages, and could harangue each of them without employing an interpreter. There was in Greece a man named Charmides, who, when a person asked him for any book in the library, could repeat it by heart, just as though he were reading. Memory, in fine, has been made an art, which was first invented by the lyric poet Simonides, and perfected by Metrodorus of Scepsis, so as to enable persons to repeat word for word exactly what they have heard. Nothing whatever in man is of so frail a nature as the memory, for it is affected by disease, by injuries, and even by fright, being sometimes partially lost, and at other times entirely so. A man who received a blow from a stone forgot the names of the letters only, while, on the other hand, another person who fell from a very high roof could not so much as recollect his mother, or his relations and neighbours. Another person, in consequence of some disease, forgot his own servants even, and Messala Corvinus, the orator, lost all recollection of his own name. And so it is, that very often the memory appears to attempt, as it were, to make its escape from us, even while the body is at rest and in perfect health. When sleep too comes over us, it is cut off altogether, so much so that the mind, in its vacancy, is at a loss to know where we are. Chapter 25. Vigour of Mind. The most remarkable instance, I think, of vigour of mind in any man ever born, was that of Caesar the dictator. I am not at present alluding to his valour and courage, nor yet his exalted genius, which was capable of embracing everything under the face of heaven, but I am speaking of that innate vigour of mind, which was so peculiar to him, and that promptness which seemed to act like a flash of lightning. We find it stated that he was able to write or read, and at the same time to dictate and listen. He could dictate to his secretaries 4 letters at once, and those on the most important business, and indeed, if he was busy about nothing else, as many as 7. He fought as many as 50 pitched battles, being the only commander who exceeded in Marcellus in this respect, he having fought only 39. In addition, too, to the victories gained by him in the civil wars, 1,192,000 men were slain by him in his battles. For my own part, however, I am not going to set it down as a subject for high renown, what was really an outrage committed upon mankind, even though he may have been acting under the strong influence of necessity. And indeed, he himself confesses as much, in his omission to state the number of persons who perished by the sword in the civil wars. Chapter 26. Clemency and Greatness of Mind. With much more justice we may award credit to Pompeius Magnus, for having taken from the pirates no less than 846 vessels, though at the same time over and above the great qualities previously mentioned. We must with equal justice give Caesar the peculiar credit of a remarkable degree of clemency, a quality, in the exercise of which, even to repentance, he excelled all other individuals whatsoever. The same person has left us one instance of magnanimity, to which there is nothing that can be at all compared. While one, who was an admirer of luxury, might perhaps on this occasion have enumerated the spectacles which he exhibited, the treasures which he lavished away, and the magnificence of his public works. I maintain that it was the great proof, and an incomparable one, of an elevated mind for him to have burnt with the most scrupulous carefulness the papers of Pompeius, which were taken in his desk at the battle of Pharsalia, and those of Scipio, taken at Thapsus, without so much as reading them. Chapter 27. Heroic Exploits. But now, as it belongs fully as much to the glorious renown of the Roman Empire as to the victorious career of a single individual, I shall proceed on this occasion to make mention of all the triumphs and titles of Pompeius Magnus, the splendour of his exploits having equalled not only that of those of Alexander the Great, but even of Hercules, and perhaps of Father Liber even. After having recovered Sicily, where he first commenced his career as a partisan of Sylla, but in behalf of the Republic, after having conquered the whole of Africa, and reduced it to subjection, and after having received for his share of the spoil the title of Great, he was decreed the honours of a triumph, and he, though only of equestrian rank, a thing that had never occurred before, re-entered the city in the triumphal chariot, immediately after which he hastened to the west, where he left it inscribed on the trophy which he raised upon the Pyrenees, that he had, by his victories, reduced to subjection 876 cities, from the Alps to the borders of farther Spain. At the same time he most magnanimously said not a word about Sertorius. After having put an end to the civil war, which indeed was the primary cause of all the foreign ones, he, though still of only equestrian rank, again entered Rome in the triumphal chariot, having proved himself a general thus often before having been a soldier. After this, he was dispatched to the shores of all the various seas, and then to the east, whence he brought back to his country the following titles of honour, resembling therein those who conquer at the sacred games. For, be it remembered, it is not they that are crowned, but their respective countries. These honours then did he award to the city, in the temple of Minerva, which he consecrated from the spoils that he had gained. Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, Imperator, having brought to an end a war of 30 years' duration, and having defeated, routed, put to the sword, or received the submission of 12,278,000 men, having sunk or captured 846 vessels, having received as allies 1,538 cities and fortresses, and having conquered all the country from the Maeotis to the Red Sea, dedicates this shrine as a votive offering due to Minerva. Such, in few words, is the sum of his exploits in the East. The following are the introductory words descriptive of the triumph which he obtained, the third day before the calends of October, in the consulship of M. Piso and M. Messala. After having delivered the sea coast from the pirates, and restored the seas to the people of Rome, he enjoyed a triumph over Asia, Pontus, Armenia, Paphlagonia, Cappadocia, Cilicia, Syria, the Scythians, Judea, the Albanians, Iberia, the island of Crete, the Basterni, and in addition to all these, the kings Mithridates and Tigranes. The most glorious, however, of all glories, resulting from these exploits was, as he himself says in the speech which he made in public relative to his previous career, that Asia, which he received as the boundary of the empire, he left its centre. If any one should wish, on the other hand, in a similar manner to pass in review the exploits of Caesar, who has shown himself greater still than Pompeius, why then he must enumerate all the countries in the world, a task, I may say, without an end. Chapter 28. Union in the same person of three of the highest qualities with the greatest purity. Many other men have excelled in different kinds of virtues. Cato, however, who was the first of the Porcian family, is generally thought to have been an example of the three greatest of human endowments, for he was the most talented orator, the most talented general, and the most talented politician, all which merits, if they were not perceptible before him, still shone forth, more refulgently even, in my opinion, in Scipio Aemilianus, who besides was exempted from that hatred on the part of many others under which Cato laboured, in consequence of which it was, what must be owned to be a peculiarity in Cato's career, that he had to plead his own cause no less than 44 times, and yet, though no person was so frequently accused, he was always acquitted. Chapter 29. Instances of extreme courage. A minute inquiry by whom the greatest valour has ever been exhibited would lead to an endless discussion, more especially if all the fables of the poets are to be taken for granted. Q. Ennius admired T. Cecilius Denter and his brother to such a degree, that on their account he added a 16th book to his annals. L. Siccius Dentatus, who was tribune of the people in the consulship of Spurius Tarpeius and Aeturius, not long after the expulsion of the kings, has also very numerous testimonies in his favour. This hero fought 120 battles, was 8 times victorious in single combat, and was graced with 45 wounds in the front of the body, without one on the back. The same man also carried off 34 spoils, was 18 times presented with the victor's spear, and received 25 pendants, 83 torques, 160 bracelets, 26 crowns, of which 14 were civic, 8 golden, 3 mural, and 1 obsidianal, a fisc of money, 10 prisoners, and 20 oxen altogether. He followed in the triumphal processions of 9 generals, who mainly owed their victories to his exertions. Besides all which, a thing that I look upon as the most important of all his services, he denounced to the people T. Romilius, one of the generals of the army, at the end of his consulship, and had him convicted of having made an improper use of his authority. The military honours of Manlius Capitolinus would have been no less splendid than his, if they had not been all effaced at the close of his life. Before his 17th year he had gained 2 spoils, and was the first of equestrian rank who received a mural crown. He also gained 6 civic crowns, 37 donations, and had 23 scars on the forepart of his body. He saved the life of P. Servilius, the master of the horse, receiving wounds on the same occasion in the shoulders and the thigh. Besides all this, unaided, he saved the capital when it was attacked by the Gauls, and through that the state itself, a thing that would have been the most glorious act of all, if he had not so saved it in order that he might, as its king, become its master. But in all matters of this nature, although valour may effect much, fortune does still more. No person living, in my opinion at least, ever excelled M. Sergius, although his great-grandson, Catiline, tarnished the honours of his name. In his second campaign he lost his right hand, and in 2 campaigns he was wounded 23 times, so much so that he could scarcely use either his hands or his feet. Still, attended by a single slave, he afterwards served in many campaigns, though but an invalided soldier. He was twice taken prisoner by Hannibal, for it was with no ordinary enemy that he would engage, and twice did he escape from his captivity, after having been kept, without a single day's intermission, in chains and fetters for 20 months. On 4 occasions he fought with his left hand alone, 2 horses being slain under him. He had a right hand made of iron and attached to the stump, after which he fought a battle, and raised the siege of Cremona, defended Placentia, and took 12 of the enemy's camps in Gaul. All this we learn from an oration of his, which he delivered when in his praetorship his colleagues attempted to exclude him from the sacred rites on the ground of his infirmities. What heaps upon heaps of crowns would he have piled up, if he had only had other enemies? For, in matters of this nature, it is of the first importance to consider upon what times in especial the valour of each man has fallen. What civic crowns did Trebia, what did the Ticinus, what did Lake Thrasymene afford? What crown was there to be gained at Cannae, where it was deemed the greatest effort of valour to have escaped from the enemy? Other persons have been conquerors of men, no doubt, but Sergius conquered even fortune herself. Chapter 30. Men of remarkable genius. Among so many different pursuits, and so great a variety of works and objects, who can select the palm of glory for transcendent genius? Unless perchance we should agree in opinion that no more brilliant genius ever existed than the Greek poet Homer, whether it is that we regard the happy subject of his work, or the excellence of its execution. For this reason it was that Alexander the Great, and it is only by judges of such high estate that a sentence, just and unbiased by envy, can be pronounced in the case of such lofty claims, when he found among the spoils of Darius, the king of Persia, a casket for perfumes, enriched with gold, precious stones, and pearls, covered as he was with the dust of battle, deemed it beneath a warrior to make use of unguents, and, when his friends were pointing out to him its various uses, exclaimed, "Nay, by Hercules, let the casket be used for preserving the poems of Homer, that so the most precious work of the human mind might be placed in the keeping of the richest work of art." It was the same conqueror, too, who gave directions that the descendants and house of the poet Pindar should be spared, at the taking of Thebes. He likewise rebuilt the native city of Aristotle, uniting to the extraordinary brilliancy of his exploits the speaking testimony of his kindliness of disposition. Apollo impeached by name the assassins of the poet Archilochus at Delphi. While the Lacedaemonians were besieging Athens, Father Liber ordered the funeral rites to be performed for Sophocles, the very prince of the tragic buskin, repeatedly warning their king, Lysander, in his sleep, to allow of the burial of his favourite. Upon this the king made inquiry who had lately died in Athens, and understanding without any difficulty from the Athenians to whom the god referred, he allowed the funeral rites to be performed without molestation. Chapter 31. Men who have been remarkable for wisdom. Dionysus the tyrant, who otherwise manifested a natural propensity for cruelty and pride, sent a vessel crowded with garlands to meet Plato, that high priest of wisdom, and on his disembarkation received him on the shore in a chariot drawn by 4 white horses. Isocrates was able to sell a single oration of his for 20 talents. Aeschines, the great Athenian orator, after he had read to the Rhodians the speech which he had made on the accusation of Demosthenes, read the defence made by Demosthenes, through which he had been driven into exile among them. When they expressed their admiration of it, "How much more," said he, "would you have admired it if you had heard him deliver it himself?" a striking testimony, indeed, given in adversity to the merit of an enemy. The Athenians sent their general, Thucydides, into banishment, but recalled him as their historian, admiring his eloquence, though they had punished his want of valour. A strong testimony, too, was given to the merit of Menander, the famous comic poet, by the kings of Egypt and Macedonia, in sending to him a fleet and an embassy, though what was still more honourable to him, he preferred enjoying the converse of his literary pursuits to the favour of kings. The nobles, too, of Rome have given their testimonies in favour of foreigners. Even Cn. Pompeius, after having finished the war against Mithridates, when he went to call at the house of Posidonius, the famous teacher of philosophy, forbade the lictor to knock at the door, as was the usual custom, and he to whom both the eastern and the western world had yielded submission, ordered the fasces to be lowered before the door of a learned man. Cato the censor, after he had heard the speech of Carneades, who was one of the embassy sent from Athens, of 3 men famous for their learning, gave it as his opinion that the ambassadors ought to be dismissed as soon as possible, because, in consequence of his ingenious method of arguing, it became extremely difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood. What an extraordinary change, too, in our modes of thinking! This Cato constantly gave it out as his decided opinion that all Greeks ought to be expelled from Italy, while on the other hand his great-grandson, Cato of Utica, upon his return from his military tribuneship, brought back with him a philosopher, and a second one when he returned from his embassy to Cyprus. And it is a very remarkable fact, that the same language which had been prescribed by one of the Catos was introduced among us by the other. But let us now give some account of the honours of our own countrymen. The elder Africanus ordered that the statue of Ennius should be placed in his tomb, and that the illustrious surname, which he had acquired, I may say, as his share of the spoil on the conquest of the third part of the world, should be read over his ashes, along with the name of the poet. The Emperor Augustus, now deified, forbade the works of Virgil to be burnt, in opposition to the modest directions to that effect, which the poet had left in his will, a prohibition which was a greater compliment paid to his merit than if he himself had recommended his works. M. Varro is the only person who, during his lifetime, saw his own statue erected. This was placed in the first public library that was ever built, and which was formed by Asinius Pollio with the spoils of our enemies. The fact of this distinction being conferred upon him by one who was in the first rank, both as an orator and a citizen, and at a time too when there was so great a number of men distinguished for their genius, was not less honour to him, in my opinion, than the naval crown which Pompeius Magnus bestowed upon him in the war against the pirates. The instances that follow among the Romans, if I were to attempt to reckon them, would be found to be innumerable, for it is the fact that this one nation has furnished a greater number of distinguished men in every branch than all the countries of the world taken together. But what atonement could I offer to thee, Marcus Tullius, were I to be silent respecting thy name? Or on what ground am I to pronounce thee as especially preeminent? On what, indeed, that can be more convincing than the most abundant testimony that was offered in thy favour by the whole Roman people? Contenting myself with the selection only of such of the great actions of the whole of your life as were performed during your consulship, you speak, and the tribes surrender their agrarian law, or, in other words, their very subsistence. You advise them to do so, and they pardon Roscius, the author of the law for the regulation of the theatres, and without any feelings of resentment, allow a mark to be put upon themselves by allotting them an inferior seat. You entreat, and the sons of proscribed men blush at having canvassed for public honours. Before your genius, Catiline took to flight, and it was you who proscribed M. Antonius. Hail then to thee, who wast the first of all to receive the title of father of thy country, who wast the first of all, while wearing the toga, to merit a triumph, and who didst obtain the laurel for oratory. Great father thou of eloquence and of Latin literature, as the dictator Caesar, once thy enemy, wrote in testimony of thee, thou didst require a laurel superior to every triumph. How far greater and more glorious to have enlarged so immeasurably the boundaries of the Roman genius than those of its sway. Those persons among the Romans who surpass all others in wisdom have the surnames of Catus and Corculus given to them. Among the Greeks, Socrates was declared by the oracle of the Pythian Apollo to be superior to all others in wisdom. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 14. Chapter 32. Precepts the most useful in life. Again, men have placed on an equality with those of the oracles the precepts uttered by Chilon the Lacedaemonian. These have been consecrated at Delphi in letters of gold, and are to the following effect, that each person ought to know himself, and not to desire to possess too much, and that misery is the sure companion of debt and litigation. He died of joy on hearing that his son had been victorious in the Olympic games, and all Greece assisted at his funeral rites. Chapter 33. Divination. A spirit of divination and a certain communion with the gods of the most exalted nature was manifested among women in the Sibyl, and among men in Melempodis, the Greek, and in Marcius, the Roman. Chapter 34. The man who was pronounced to be the most excellent. Scipio Nasica is the only individual who, since the commencement of the Roman era, has been declared, by a vote of the Senate, confirmed by oath, to be the most excellent of men; and yet the same person, when he was a candidate for office, was twice stigmatized by a repulse of the Roman people. He was not allowed, in fine, to die in his native country, no, by Hercules, no more than Socrates, who was declared by Apollo to be the wisest of men, was permitted to die outside of a prison. Chapter 35. The most chaste matrons. Sulpicia, the daughter of Paterculus, and wife of Fulvius Flaccus, has been considered, in the judgment of matrons, to have been the chastest of women. She was selected from 100 Roman ladies, who had been previously named, to dedicate a statue of Venus, in obedience to the precepts contained in the Sibylline books. Again, Claudia gave strong proof of her piety and virtue, on the occasion of the introduction into Rome of the Mother of the Gods. Chapter 36. Instances of the highest degree of affection. Infinite is the number of examples of affection which have been known in all parts of the world, but one in particular occurred at Rome, to which no other can possibly be compared. A woman of quite the lower class, and whose name has consequently not come down to us, having lately given birth to a child, obtained permission to visit her mother, who was confined in prison, but was always carefully searched by the gaoler before being admitted, to prevent her from introducing any food. At last, however, she was detected nourishing her mother with the milk of her breast, upon which, in consideration of the marvellous affection of the daughter, the mother was pardoned, and they were both maintained for the rest of their days at the public charge. The spot, too, was consecrated to piety, a temple to that goddess being built on the site of the prison, in the consulship of C. Quintius and M. Achillius, where the theatre of Marcellus now stands. The father of the Gracchi, on finding 2 serpents in his house, consulted the soothsayers, and received an answer to the effect that he would survive if the serpent of the other sex was put to death. "No," said he, "rather kill the serpent of my own sex, for Cornelia is still young, and may yet bear children." Thus did he show himself ready, at the same moment, to spare his wife and to benefit the state, and shortly after his wish was accomplished. M. Lepidus died of regret for his wife, Apuleia, after having been divorced from her. P. Rupilius, who was at the time affected by a slight disease, instantly expired upon news being brought to him that his brother had failed in obtaining the consulship. P. Gatienus Plotinus was so much attached to his patron, that on finding himself named heir to all his property, he threw himself on the funeral pile. Chapter 37. Names of men who have excelled in the arts, astrology, grammar, and medicine. Innumerable are the men who have excelled in the various arts. We may, however, take a cursory survey of them by citing the names of the principal ones. Berosus excelled in astrology, and on account of his divinations and predictions, a public statue was erected in his honor by the Athenians. Apollodorus, for his skill as a grammarian, had public honors decreed him by the Amphictyonic Council of Greece. Hippocrates excelled in medicine. Before its arrival, he predicted the plague, which afterwards came from Illyria, and sent his pupils to various cities to give their assistance. As an acknowledgment of his merit, Greece decreed him the same honors as to Hercules. King Ptolemy rewarded a similar degree of skill in the person of Cleombrotus of Chaos by a donation of 100 talents at the Megalentian games, he having succeeded in saving the life of King Antiochus. Critobulus also rendered himself extremely famous by extracting an arrow from the eye of King Philip with so much skill that, although the sight was lost, there was no defect to be seen. Asclepiades of Prusa, however, acquired the greatest fame of all. He founded a new sect, treated with disdain the promises of King Mithridates, conveyed to him by an embassy, discovered a method of successfully treating diseases by wine, and, breaking in upon the funeral ceremony, saved the life of a man who was actually placed on the funeral pile. He rendered himself, however, more celebrated than all, by staking his reputation as a physician against Fortune herself, and asserting that he did not wish to be so much as looked upon as a physician, if he should ever happen in any way to fall sick. And he won his wager, for he met his death at an extreme old age, by falling downstairs. Chapter 38. Geometry and Architecture. M. Marcellus, too, at the taking of Syracuse, offered a remarkable homage to the sciences of geometry and mechanics, by giving orders that Archimedes was to be the only person who should not be molested. His commands, however, were disregarded, in consequence of the imprudence of one of the soldiers. Chersiphron, also, the Cnosian, was rendered famous by the admirable construction of the temple of Diana at Ephesus; Philon, by the construction of the basin at Athens, which was capable of containing 1,000 vessels; Ctesibius, by the invention of pneumatics and hydraulic machines; and Dinocares, by the plan which he made of the city of Alexandria, founded by Alexander in Egypt. The same monarch, too, by public edict, declared that no one should paint his portrait except Apelles, and that no one should make a marble statue of him except Pyrgoteles, or a bronze one except Lysippus. These arts have all been rendered glorious by many illustrious examples. Chapter 39. Of Painting, Engraving on Bronze, Marble, and Ivory, of Carving. King Attalus gave 100 talents at a public auction for a single picture of Aristides, the Theban painter. Caesar, the dictator, purchased 2 pictures, the Medea and the Ajax of Timomachus, for 80 talents, it being his intention to dedicate them in the temple of Venus Genetrix. King Condaules gave its weight in gold for a large picture by Bularchus, the subject of which was the destruction of the Magnetis. Demetrius, who was surnamed the Taker of Cities, refused to set fire to the city of Rhodes, lest he should chance to destroy a picture of Protogenes, which was placed on that side of the walls against which his attack was directed. Praxiteles has been ennobled by his works in marble, and more especially by his Cnidian Venus, which became remarkable from the insane love which it inspired in a certain young man, and the high value set upon it by King Nicomedes, who endeavored to procure it from the Cnidians by offering to pay for them a large debt which they owed. The Olympian Jupiter, day by day, bears testimony to the talents of Phidias, and the Capitoline Jupiter and the Diana of Ephesus to those of Mentor, to which deities, also, were consecrated vases made by this artist. Chapter 40. slaves for which a high price has been given. The highest price ever given for a man born in slavery, so far as I am able to discover, was that paid for Daphnis, the grammarian, who was sold by Natius of Pisaurum to M. Scaurus, the first man in the state, for 700,000 sesterces. In our day, no doubt, comic actors have fetched a higher price, but then they were purchasing their own freedom. In the time of our ancestors, Roscius, the actor, gained 500,000 sesterces annually. Perhaps, too, a person might in the present instance refer to the case of the army commissary in the Armenian war, which was of late years undertaken in favor of Tiridates; which officer, in our own time, received his manumission from Nero for the sum of 13,000,000 sesterces. But, in this case, the consideration was the profit to be derived from the war, and it was not the value of the man that was paid for. And so, too, when Lutorius Priscus bought of Seianus, the eunuch, Pason, for 50,000,000 sesterces, the price was given, by Hercules, rather to gratify the passion of the purchaser than in commendation of the beauty of the slave. Universal sorrow and consternation then reigning, the public were too much preoccupied with it to put a stop to a bargain of so scandalous a nature. Chapter 41. Supreme Happiness. Of all nations of the earth, the Romans have, without doubt, excelled every other in the display of valor. The human judgment cannot, however, possibly decide what man has enjoyed the highest degree of happiness, seeing that every one defines a state of prosperity in a way different from another, and entirely in conformity with his own notions. If we wish to form a true judgment and come to a decision, casting aside all the allurements and illusions of fortune, we are bound to say that no mortal is happy. Fortune has dealt well, and, indeed, indulgently, to him who feels that he has a right to say that he is not unhappy. For if there is nothing else, at all events, there is the fear lest fortune should fail at last, which fear itself, when it has once fastened upon us, our happiness is no longer unalloyed. And then, too, is it not the case that there is no mortal who is always wise? Would that there were many to be found who could feel a conviction that this is false, and that it had not been enunciated by an oracle itself, as it were. Mortals, vain as they are, and ingenious in deceiving themselves, calculate in the same way as the Thracians, who, according to their experience of each day, deposit in an urn a black or white pebble. At the close of their life, these pebbles are separated, and from the relative number of each kind they form their conclusions. But really, may not that very day that has been complimented with a white pebble have contained in itself the germ of some misfortune? How many a man has got into trouble by the very power which has been bestowed upon him? How many have been brought to ruin and plunged into the deepest misery by their own blessings? Or rather, by what have been looked upon too fondly as blessings, for the hour during which they were in the full enjoyment of them? But most true it is, that it is the day after that is the judge of the day before, and after all, it is only the last day that is to set its stamp on the whole. The consequence is that we can put our trust in none of them. And then, too, is it not the fact that the blessings of life would not be equal to its evils, even though they were equal in number? For what pleasure is there that can compensate for the slightest grief? Alas! What a vain and unreasonable task we impose upon ourselves! We trouble ourselves with counting the number of days, when it is their weight that ought to be taken into consideration. Chapter 42. Rare instances of good fortune continuing in the same family. During the whole course of ages we find only one woman, and that Lampido, the Lacedaemonian, who was the daughter of a king, the wife of a king, and the mother of a king. Berenice was the only woman who was daughter, sister, and mother of conquerors in the Olympian games. The family of the Curios has been the only one to produce 3 orators in succession. That of the Fabii alone has given 3 chiefs of the Senate in succession, Fabius Ambustus, his son Fabius Rullianus, and his grandson Quintus Fabius Gurges. Chapter 43. Remarkable example of vicissitudes. As to examples of the vicissitudes of fortune, they are innumerable. For what great pleasures has she ever given us, which have not taken their rise in misfortunes? And what extraordinary misfortunes have not taken their first rise in great pleasures? It was fortune that preserved the senator, M. Fidustius, who had been proscribed by Sylla for a period of 36 years. And yet he was proscribed a second time, for he survived Sylla, even to the days of Antony, and, as it appears, was proscribed by him for no other reason but because he had been proscribed before. Chapter 44. Remarkable examples of honours. Fortune has determined that P. Ventidius alone should enjoy the honour of a triumph over the Parthians, and yet the same individual, when he was a child, she led in the triumphal procession of Cneius Pompeius, the conqueror of Asculum. Indeed, Masurius says that he had been twice led in triumph, and according to Cicero, he used to let out mules for the bakers of the camp. Most writers, indeed, admit that his younger days were passed in the greatest poverty, and that he wore the hobnailed shoes of the common soldier. Balbus Cornelius also, the elder, was elected to the consulate, but he had previously been accused, and the judges had been charged to discuss the point whether he could or not lawfully be scourged with rods, he being the first foreigner, born even on the very shores of the ocean, who obtained that honour, which our ancestors denied even to the people of Latium. Among other remarkable instances, also, we have that of L. Fulvius, the consul of the rebellious Tusculani, who, immediately upon his coming over to the Romans, obtained from them the same honour. He is the only individual who, in the same year in which he had been its enemy, enjoyed the honour of a triumph in Rome, and that too over the people whose consul he had previously been. Down to the present time, El Sylla is the only man who has claimed to himself the surname of Happy, a name which he derived, forsooth, from the bloodshed of the citizens and the oppression of his country. But what claim had he on which to found his title to this happiness? Was it the power which he had of proscribing and massacring so many thousands of his fellow citizens? O interpretation most disgraceful, and which must stamp him as unhappy to all future time! Were not the men who perished in those times, of the two, to be looked upon as the more fortunate, seeing that with them we sympathize, while there is no one who does not detest Sylla? And then, besides, was not the close of his life more horrible than the sufferings which had been experienced by any of those who had been proscribed by him? His very flesh eating into itself, and so engendering his own punishment. And this, although he may have thought proper to gloss it over by that last dream of his, in the very midst of which he may be said, in some measure, to have died, and in which, as he pretended, he was told that his glory alone had risen superior to all envy, though at the same time he confessed that it was still wanting to his supreme happiness that he had not dedicated the Capitol. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 15. Chapter 45. 10 very fortunate circumstances which have happened to the same person. Q. Metellus, in the funeral oration which he made in praise of his father L. Metellus, who had been pontiff, twice consul, dictator, master of the horse, one of the quindecemvirs for dividing the lands, and the first who had elephants in his triumphal procession, the same having been taken in the first Punic war, has left it written to the effect that his father had attained the 10 greatest and best things in the search after which wise men have spent all their lives. For, as he states, he was anxious to become the first warrior, the best orator, the bravest general, that the most important of all business should be entrusted to his charge, that he should enjoy the very highest honours, that he should possess consummate wisdom, that he should be regarded as the most distinguished senator, that he should by honourable means acquire a large fortune, that he should leave behind him many children, and that he should be the most illustrious person in the state. To refute this assertion would be tedious and indeed unnecessary, seeing that it is contradicted more than sufficiently by the single fact that Metellus passed his old age deprived of sight, which he had lost in a fire while rescuing the Palladium from the temple of Vesta, a glorious action, no doubt, although the result was unhappy, on which account it is, that although he ought not to be called unfortunate, still he cannot be called fortunate. The Roman people, however, granted him a privilege which no one else had ever obtained since the foundation of the city, that of being conveyed to the Senate house in a chariot whenever he went to the Senate, a great distinction, no doubt, but bought at the price of his sight. The son also of the same Q. Metellus, who was given the above account of his father, is considered himself to have been one of the rarest instances of human felicity. For, in addition to the very considerable honours which he obtained, and the surname which he acquired from the conquest of Macedonia, he was carried to the funeral pile by his 4 sons, one of whom had been praetor, 3 of them consuls, 2 had obtained triumphs, and 1 had been censor, each of which honours falls to the lot of a very few only. And yet, in the very full-blown pride of his dignity, as he was returning from the Campus Martius at midday, when the Forum and the Capitol are deserted, he was seized by the tribune Caius Atinius Labeo, surnamed Macerion, whom, during his censorship, he had ejected from the Senate, and was dragged by him to the Tarpeian rock, for the purpose of being precipitated therefrom. The numerous band, however, who called him by the name of father, flew to his assistance, though tardily, and only just, as it were, at the very last moment, to attend his funeral obsequies, seeing that he could not lawfully offer resistance or repel force by force in the sacred case of a tribune, and he was just on the very point of perishing, the victim of his virtues and the strictness of his censorship, when he was saved by the intervention of another tribune, only obtained with the greatest difficulty, and so rescued from the very jaws of death. He afterwards had to subsist on the bounty of others, his property having been consecrated by the very man whom he had degraded, and who, as if that had not satiated his vengeance, still farther wreaked his malice upon him by throwing a rope around his neck, and twisting it with such extreme violence that the blood flowed out from his ears. And for my part too, I should look upon it as in the number of his misfortunes to have been the enemy of the second Africanus. Indeed, Macedonicus, in this instance, bears testimony against himself, for he said to his sons, Go, my children, render the last duties to Scipio. You will never witness the funeral of a greater citizen than him. And this speech he made to his sons, one of whom had already acquired the surname of Baleriacus, and another of Diadematus, he himself at the time bearing that of Macedonicus. Now, if we take into account the above injury alone, can any one justly pronounce that man happy whose life was thus endangered by the caprice of an enemy, and that enemy besides not an Africanus? What victories over enemies could possibly be counterbalanced by such a price as this? What honours, what triumphs did not fortune cancel, in suffering a censor to be dragged through the middle of the city? Indeed, that was his only resource for gaining time. Dragged to that capital, whither he himself in his triumph had forborne to drag in a similar manner even the very captives whom he had taken in his conquests. This crime too must be looked upon as all the greater from its having so nearly deprived Macedonicus of the honours of his funeral, so great and glorious, in which he was borne to the pile by his triumphant children, he himself thus triumphing, as it were, in his very obsequies. Most assuredly there is no happiness that can be called unalloyed, when the terror of our life has been interrupted by any outrage, and much more by such an outrage as this. As for the rest, I really am at a loss whether we ought most to commend the manners of the age, or to feel an increased degree of indignation that among so many members of the family of the Metelli such wicked audacity as that of C. Antinius remained unpunished. Chapter 46. The misfortunes of Augustus. In the life of the now deified Emperor Augustus, even, whom the whole world would certainly agree to place in this class, if we carefully examine it in all its features, we shall find remarkable vicissitudes of human fate. There was his rejection from the post of Master of the Horse by his uncle, and the preference which was given to Lepidus, and that, too, in opposition to his own requests; the hatred produced by the proscription; his alliance in the triumvirate with some among the very worst of the citizens, and that, too, with an unequal share of influence, he himself being entirely borne down by the power of Antony; his illness at the battle of Philippi; his flight, and his having to remain 3 days concealed in a marsh, though suffering from sickness, and, according to the account of Agrippa and Maecenas, labouring under a dropsy; his shipwreck on the coast of Sicily, where he was again under the necessity of concealing himself in a cave; his desperation, which caused him even to beg Proculeius to put him to death, when he was hard pressed by the enemy in a naval engagement; his alarm about the rising at Perugia; his anxiety at the battle of Actium; the extreme danger he was in from the falling of a tower during the Pannonian war; seditions so numerous among his soldiers, so many attacks by dangerous diseases; the suspicions which he entertained respecting the intentions of Marcellus; the disgraceful banishment, as it were, of Agrippa; the many plots against his life; the deaths of his own children, of which he was accused, and his heavy sorrows, caused not merely by their loss; the adultery of his daughter, and the discovery of her parricidal designs; the insulting retreat of his son-in-law Nero; another adultery, that of his granddaughter; to which there were added numerous other evils, such as the want of money to pay his soldiers, the revolt of Illyria, the necessity of levying the slaves, the sad deficiency of young men, the pestilence that raged in the city, the famine in Italy, the design which he had formed of putting an end to his life, and the fast of 4 days which brought him within a hair's breadth of death; and then, added to all this, the slaughter of Varus, the base slanders whispered against his authority, the rejection of Posthumius Agrippa after his adoption, and the regret to which Augustus was a prey after his banishment; the suspicions, too, regarding Fabius, to the effect that he had betrayed his secrets; and then, last of all, the machinations of his wife and of Tiberius, the thoughts of which occupied his last moments. In fine, this same God, who was raised to heaven, I am at a loss to say whether deservedly or not, died, leaving the son of his own enemy his heir. Chapter 47. Men whom the gods have pronounced to be the most happy. In reference to this point, 2 oracles of Delphi may come under our consideration, which would appear to have been pronounced as though in order to chastise the vanity of man. These oracles were the following: By the first, Pedius was pronounced to be the most happy of men, who had just before fallen in defence of his country. On the second occasion, when it had been consulted by Gyges, at that time the most powerful king in the world, it declared that Aglaus of Sophis was a more happy man than himself. This Aglaus was an old man, who lived in a poor petty nook of Arcadia, and cultivated a small farm, though quite sufficient for the supply of his yearly wants. He had never so much as left it, and, as was quite evident from his mode of living, his desires being of the most limited kind, he had experienced but an extremely small share of the miseries of life. Chapter 48. The man whom the gods ordered to be worshipped during his lifetime, a remarkable flash of lightning. While still surviving, and in full possession of his senses, by the command of the same oracle, and with the sanction of Jupiter, the supreme father of the gods, Euthymus, the pugilist, who had always, with one exception, been victorious in the Olympic games, was deified. He was a native of Locri in Italy. I find that Callimachus, considering it a more wonderful circumstance than any he had ever known, that the 2 statues which had been erected to him, one at Locri and the other at Olympia, were struck by lightning on the same day, ordered sacrifices to be brought up to him, which was accordingly done, both during his lifetime and after his death. Nothing, indeed, has appeared to me so remarkable as this mark of approval given by the gods. Chapter 49. The greatest length of life. Not only the differences of climate, but the multitude of instances named, and the peculiar destiny attached to each of us from the moment of his birth, tend to render one very uncertain in forming any general conclusion respecting the length and duration of human life. Hesiod, who was the first to make mention of this subject, while he states many circumstances about the age of man which appear to me to be fabulous, gives to the crow 9 times the ordinary duration of our life, to the stag 4 times the length of that of the cow, to the raven 3 times the length of that of the stag, besides other particulars with reference to the phoenix and the nymphs of a still more fabulous nature. The poet Anacreon gives 150 years to Arganthonius, the king of Tartessi, 10 more to Cinaris, the king of Cyprus, and 200 to Aegemius. Theopompus gives 153 years to Epimenides of Cnossus. According to Hellenicus, some of the nation of the Epi in Aetolia have completed their 200th year, and his account is confirmed by Damastes, who relates that Pictorius, one of this nation, who was remarkable for his size and strength, lived even to his 300th year. Ephorus says that some kings of Arcadia have lived 300 years. Alexander Cornelius that there was one Dandon in Illyricum who lived 500 years. Xenophon in his Periplus gives to a king of the island of the Lutmi 600 years, and as though in that instance he had lied too sparingly, to his son 800. All these statements, however, have originated in a want of acquaintance with the accurate measurement of time. For some nations reckon the summer as 1 year, and the winter as another. Others again consider each of the 4 seasons a year, the Arcadians, for instance, whose years were of 3 months each. Others, such as the Egyptians, calculate by the moon, and hence it is that some individuals among them are said to have lived as many as 1,000 years. Let us proceed, however, to what is admitted to be true. It is pretty nearly certain that Arganthonius of Gades reigned 80 years, and he is supposed to have commenced his reign when he was 40. Massinissa, beyond a doubt, reigned 60 years, and Gorgias the Sicilian lived 108. Quintus Fabius Maximus was an augur for 63 years. M. Perperna, and more recently L. Volusius Saturninus, survived all those whose suffrages each had solicited on the occasion of his consulship. Perperna lived 98 years, and left after him only 7 of those whose names when censor he had enrolled. Connected with this fact, it also suggests itself, and deserves to be remarked, that it has happened only once that 5 successive years have ever passed without the death of a senator taking place. This was the case from the occasion on which the censors Flaccus and Albinus performed the lustration, in the year of the city 579, until the time of the succeeding censors. M. Valerius Corvinus completed 100 years, 46 of which intervened between his 1st and 6th consulship. He occupied the curule chair 21 times, a thing that was never the case with any one besides. The pontiff Metellus also attained the same age. Among women also, Livia, the wife of Rutilius, exceeded her 96th year. During the reign of Claudius, Statilia, a member of a noble family, died at the age of 99. Terentia, the wife of Cicero, lived 103 years, and Clodia, the wife of Ophilius, 115. She had 15 children. Lutzea, an actress in the mimes, performed on the stage when 100 years old, and Galeria Copiola returned to the stage to perform in the interludes at the votive games which were celebrated for the health of the deified Augustus, in the consulship of C. Pompeius and Q. Sulpicius. She had made her first appearance when 8 years of age, just 91 years before that time, when M. Pomponius was aedile of the people, in the consulship of C. Marius and C. Carbo. When Pompeius Magnus dedicated his great theatre, he brought her upon the stage, as being quite a wonder, considering her old age. Asconius Pedianus informs us that Semula also lived 110 years. I consider it less wonderful that Stephanio, who was the first to dance on the stage in comedy descriptive of Roman manners, should have danced at the 2 secular games, those celebrated by the deified Augustus and by Claudius Caesar in his 4th consulship, considering that the interval that elapsed between them was no more than 63 years. Indeed, he lived a considerable time after the last period. We are informed by Mutianus that on the peak of Mount Tmolos, which is called Tempsus, the people live 150 years, and that T. Polonius of Bononia was set down as of the same age in the registration which took place under the censorship of Claudius Caesar, and this appeared to be confirmed by comparing the present with former registrations, as well as many other proofs that he had been alive at certain periods, for that prince greatly interested himself in ascertaining the exact truth of the matter. Chapter 50. The variety of destinies at the birth of man. The present conjecture would appear to demand from me some opinion upon the science of the stars. Epigenes used to maintain that human life could not possibly be prolonged to 112 years, and Berosus that it could exceed 117. The system is still in existence which Petosiris and Nicepsus transmitted to us, and called by them Tartamorion, from the division of the signs into 4 portions, from which it would appear that life in the region of Italy may possibly be extended to 124 years. They maintain that, reckoning from the commencement of any ascending sign, no life can possibly exceed a period of 90 degrees from that point, which periods they call by the name of Anaphorae. They say also that these Anaphorae may be intercepted by meeting with malign stars, or their rays even, or those of the sun. To theirs the school of Aesculapius succeeded, which admits that the allotted duration of life is regulated by the stars, but that it is quite uncertain what is the greatest extent of the period. These say that long life is uncommon, because a very great number of persons are born at critical moments in the hours of lunar days, for example in the 7th and 15th hours, both by day and night. These individuals are subject to the malign influence of that ascending scale of the years which is termed the climacteric, and never hardly, when born under these circumstances, exceed the 54th year. First of all, however, it must strike us that the variations which have taken place in this science prove its uncertainty, and to this consideration may be added the experience of the very last census, which was made 4 years ago under the direction of the Emperors Vespasian, father and son. I shall not search through the registers, I shall only cite some instances in the middle district that lies between the Apennines and the river Padus. At Parma 3 persons declared themselves to be 120 years of age. At Brixellum 1 was 125. At Parma 2 were 130. At Placentia 1 was 130. At Faventia 1 woman was 132. At Bononia L. Terentius the son of Marcus, and at Ariminum M. Apponius were 140, and Tertulla 137. In the hills which lie around Placentia is the town of Valeasium, in which 6 persons gave in their ages as 110 years, and 4 120, while 1 person, M. Mucius the son of Marcus, surnamed Felix, and of the Galerian tribe, was aged 140. Not, however, to dwell upon what is generally admitted, in the 8th region of Italy there appeared by the register to be 54 persons of 100 years of age, 14 of 110, 2 of 125, 4 of 130, the same number of 135 to 137, and 3 of 140. Again, we have another illustration of the uncertain tenure of human life. Homer informs us that Hector and Polydamas were born on the same night, and yet how different was their fate. M. Caelius Rufus and C. Licinius Calvus were born on the same day, the 5th before the calends of June, in the consulship of C. Marius and C. Carbo. They both of them lived to be orators, it is true, but how different their destiny! The same thing, too, happens every day, and in every part of the world, with respect to men that are born in the self-same hour, masters and slaves, kings and beggars, come into the world at the same moment. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 16. Book 7, Chapters 51 to 56. Chapter 51. Various Instances of Diseases. P. Cornelius Rufus, who was consul with M. Curio, lost his sight while he was asleep and dreaming that that accident had befallen him. On the other hand, Jason of Pherae, when he was labouring under an abscess and had been given up by the physicians, determined to end his life in battle, where he received a wound in the chest, and found, at the hands of the enemy, a remedy for his disease. Q. Fabius Maximus, the consul, having engaged in battle with the Allobroges and the Arverni at the river Isara on the 6th day before the Ides of August, and having slain there 130,000 of the enemy, found himself cured, during the engagement, of a quartan fever. This gift of life, which is bestowed upon us by nature, is extremely uncertain and frail, whatever portion of it may be allotted to us. The measure is, indeed, but scanty and brief, even when it is the largest, if we only reflect upon the extent of eternity. And then, besides, if we take into account our sleep during the night, we can only be properly said to live half the period of our life, seeing that just one half of it is passed either in a state resembling death, or else of bodily suffering, if we are unable to sleep. Added to this, we ought not to reckon the years of infancy, during which we are not sensible of our existence, nor yet the years of old age, which is prolonged only for the punishment of those who arrive at it. There are so many kinds of dangers, so many diseases, so many apprehensions, so many cares, we so often invoke death, that really there is nothing that is so often the object of our wishes. Nature has, in reality, bestowed no greater blessing on man than the shortness of life. The senses become dull, the limbs torpid, the sight, the hearing, the legs, the teeth, and the organs of digestion, all of them die before us, and yet we reckon this state as a part of our life. The solitary instance of Xenophilus, the musician, who lived 105 years without any infirmity of body, must be regarded then as a kind of miracle. For, by Hercules, all other men are subject at certain fixed periods to recurring and deadly attacks by heat or cold in every part of the body, a thing that is not the case with other animals. And these attacks too return not only at regular hours, but on certain days and certain nights, sometimes the 3rd day, sometimes the 4th, sometimes every day throughout the year. And then, too, there is another kind of fatal disease, that which is produced by over-exertion of the mental faculties. Nature has appointed certain laws as well for our maladies. Quartan fevers never commence at the winter solstice, nor yet during the winter months. Some diseases never attack us after the 60th year. Some again disappear at the age of puberty, especially in females, while aged persons are but seldom affected by the plague. There are some diseases which attack whole nations, others prevail among classes, some among slaves, others among the higher ranks, and others among other classes of society. It has been remarked in reference to this subject that the plague always takes a course from the south towards the west, and scarcely ever in an opposite direction. It never appears in the winter, or lasts longer than 3 months. Chapter 52. Death. And now to speak of the premonitory signs of death. Among these are laughter in madness. In cases of delirium, the patient carefully folding the fringe or the plaits of the bedclothes, insensibility to the attempts of those who would rouse them from sleep, and involuntary discharges from the body, which it is not necessary here to particularize. But the most unequivocal signs of all are certain appearances of the eyes and the nose, a lying posture with the face continually upwards, an irregular and feeble motion of the pulse, and the other symptoms which have been observed by that prince of physicians, Hippocrates. At the same time that there are innumerable signs of death, there are none of health and safety; so much so that Cato the censor, when speaking to his son in relation to those who appeared to be in good health, declared, as though it had been the enunciation of some oracle, that precocity in youth is a sign of an early death. The number of diseases is infinite. Pherecydes of Scyrus died from vast numbers of worms issuing from his body. Some persons are distressed by perpetual fever; such was the case with C. Maecenas. During the last 3 years of his life he could never get a single moment's sleep. Antipater of Sidon, the poet, was attacked with fever every year, and that only on his birthday. He died of it at an advanced age. Chapter 53. Persons who have come to life again after being laid out for burial. Aviola, a man of consular rank, came to life again when on the funeral pile, but by reason of the violence of the flames no assistance could be rendered him, in consequence of which he was burned alive. The same thing is said to have happened to L. Lamia, a man of praetorian rank. Massala, Rufus, and many other authors inform us that C. Aelius Tubero, who had filled the office of praetor, was also rescued from the funeral pile. Such then is the condition of us mortals. To these and the like vicissitudes of fortune are we born, so much so that we cannot be sure of anything, no, not even that a person is dead. With reference to the soul of man, we find, among other instances, that the soul of Hermotenus of Clazomenae was in the habit of leaving his body and wandering into distant countries, whence it brought back numerous accounts of various things which could not have been obtained by any one but a person who was present. The body, in the meantime, was left apparently lifeless. At last, however, his enemies, the Cantharidae, as they were called, burned the body, so that the soul, on its return, was deprived of its sheath, as it were. It is stated also that in Proconnesus the soul of Aristeus was seen to fly out of his mouth under the form of a raven, a most fabulous story, however, which may be well ranked with the one that follows. It is told of Epimenides of Cnossus, that when he was a boy, being fatigued by heat and walking, he fell asleep in a cave, where he slept for 57 years, and that when he awoke, as though it had been on the following day, he was much astonished at the changes which he saw in the appearance of everything around him. After this, old age, it is said, came upon him in an equal number of days with the years he had slept, but his life was prolonged to his 157th year. The female sex appear more especially disposed to this morbid state, on account of the misplacement of the womb. When this is once corrected, they immediately come to themselves again. The volume of Heraclides on this subject, which is highly esteemed among the Greeks, contains the account of a female who was restored to life after having appeared to be dead for 7 days. Varro informs us that when he was one of the Viginti Viri, or 20 commissioners, appointed to superintend the division of the lands at Capua, a man who had been carried to the funeral pile returned on foot from the forum to his own house, and that the very same thing happened also at Aquinum. He states also that Corfidius, who had married his maternal aunt, came to life again after the funeral had been all arranged, and that he afterwards attended the funeral of the person who had so arranged his own. He gives in addition some other marvellous relations, the whole of which it may be as well to set forth. He says that there were 2 brothers, members of the equestrian order, and named Corfidius. It so happened that the elder of these was seen to breathe his last to all appearance, and on opening his will it was found that he had named his brother his heir, who accordingly ordered his funeral. In the meanwhile, however, he who had been thought to be dead, clapping his hands, summoned the servants, and told them that he was just come from his brother's house, who had placed his daughter in his charge, in addition to which he had mentioned to him the place where he had secretly buried some gold, and had requested that the funeral preparations which had been made might be employed for himself. While he was stating to this effect, the servants of his brother came in the greatest haste, and informed them that he was dead. The gold, too, was found in the place just as he had stated. But throughout the whole of our lives we are perpetually hearing of such predictions as these. They are not, however, worth collecting, seeing that they are almost always false, as we shall illustrate by the following remarkable instance. In the Sicilian war, Gabienus, the bravest of all Caesar's naval commanders, was taken prisoner by Sextus Pompeius, who ordered his throat to be cut; after which, his head almost severed from his body, he lay the whole of the day upon the sea-shore. Towards evening, with groans and entreaties, he begged the crowds of people who had assembled that they would prevail upon Pompeius to come to him, or else send one of his most confidential friends, as he had just returned from the shades below and had some important news to communicate. Pompeius accordingly sent several of his friends, to whom Gabinius stated that the good cause and virtuous partisans of Pompeius were well pleasing to the infernal deities, and that the event would shortly prove such as he wished; that he had been ordered to announce to this effect, and that, as a proof of its truthfulness, he himself should expire the very moment he had fulfilled his commission. And his death actually did take place. We have instances also of men who have been seen after their burial, but for the present we are treating of the operations of nature, and not of miracles. Chapter 54. Instances of sudden death. Among the things that are looked upon as more specially singular, though of frequent occurrence, is sudden death, a thing that, in fact, is the greatest happiness of life, and, as we will show, only a natural occurrence. Varius has given many instances of it. We will limit ourselves by only making a selection. Besides Chilo, who has been already mentioned, Sophocles and Dionysius, the tyrant of Sicily, both of them, died of joy, on learning that they had obtained the prize for tragedy. After the defeat at Cannae, a mother died of joy on seeing that her son had returned in safety, she having heard a false report of his death. Diodorus, the professor of logic, died of mortification, because he could not immediately answer some question which had been put to him by Stilpo by way of joke. Two of the Caesars, one of whom was at the time praetor, and the other had previously discharged that office, and was the father of the dictator Caesar, died without any apparent cause in the morning while putting on their shoes, the former at Pisa, the latter at Rome. Quintus Fabius Maximus died during his consulship on the day before the calends of January, and in his place C. Regulus got himself elected consul for only a few hours. The same thing happened also to the senator C. Volcatius Gergus. These were all of them so well and in such perfect health that they were actually preparing to go from home. Q. Aemilius Lepidus, just as he was leaving his house, struck his great toe against the threshold of his chamber door. Theophastius, having gone from home, was proceeding to the Senate house, when he stumbled in the comitium and expired. Their ambassador, who had just been pleading the cause of the Rhodians in the Senate, to the admiration of every one, suddenly expired at the door of the Senate house, just as he was about to retire. Cn. Babius Tumphalus, who had been praetor also, expired while he was inquiring of a boy what time it was. Aulus Pompeius died just after saluting the gods in the Capitol, and M. Juventius Talna, the consul, while he was sacrificing. C. Servilius Pansa expired at the second hour of the day, while he was standing in the Forum, near a shop there, and leaning on the arm of his brother, Publius Pansa. The judge Babius, while he was giving an order for an enlargement of bail. M. Terentius Corax, while he was making an entry in his notebook in the Forum. Only last year, too, a member of the equestrian order at Rome, while whispering in the ear of a man of consular rank, before the ivory Apollo, in the Forum of Augustus. And, what is more singular than all, C. Julius, the physician, while he was applying with his probe some ointment to the eye of a patient. Aulus Manlius Torquatus, a man of consular rank, died in the act of reaching a cake at dinner. L. Tascius Valla, the physician, while he was taking a draught of honeyed wine. Ab Sophius, while on his return from the bath, after drinking some honeyed wine and water, he was swallowing an egg. P. Quintius Scapula, while he was dining with Aquilius Gallus. Decimus Sophius, the scribe, while he was breakfasting at his house. Corngalus, who had filled the office of praetor, and Titus Heterius, a man of equestrian rank, died in the venereal act. And, a thing that was especially remarked by those of our day, 2 members of the equestrian order expired in the embraces of the same actor of pantomimes, Mysticus by name, who was remarkable for his singular beauty. But the most perfect state, to all appearance, of security from death was that of which we have an account given by the ancients in the case of M. Aphilius Hilaris. He was an actor, and, after having been very greatly applauded by the people, was giving, on his birthday, an entertainment. During dinner he called for a cup of warm drink. At the same time, looking at the mask which he had worn during the day, he placed upon it the chaplet which he had taken from his own head. And in that position he remained rigidly fixed without moving, no one being aware of what had taken place until the person who was reclining next to him reminded him that the drink was getting cold, upon which he was found to be dead. These are instances of persons dying a happy death, but on the other hand there are innumerable cases also of unfortunate ends. Eldamitius, a member of a most illustrious family, having been conquered at Massilia by Caesar and taken prisoner by him at Corfinium, being weary of life, took poison, but immediately after he used every possible exertion to prolong his life. We find it stated in our annals that Felix, a charioteer of the Red Party, being placed on the funeral pile, some one of the number of his admirers threw himself upon the pile, a most silly piece of conduct. Lest, however, this circumstance might be attributed to the great excellence of the dead man in his art, and so redound to his glory, the other parties all declared that he had been overpowered by the strength of the perfumes. Not long ago, M. Lepidus, a man of very noble birth, who died, as I have stated above, of chagrin caused by his divorce, was hurled from the funeral pile by the violence of the flames, and in consequence of the heat could not be replaced upon it, in consequence of which his naked body was burned with some other pieces of brushwood in the vicinity of the pile. Chapter 55. Burial. The burning of the body after death, among the Romans, is not a very ancient usage, for formerly they interred it. After it had been ascertained, however, in the foreign wars, that bodies which had been buried were sometimes disinterred, the custom of burning them was adopted. Many families, however, still observed the ancient rites, as for example the Cornelian family, no member of which had his body burned before Sylla the dictator, who directed this to be done because, having previously disinterred the dead body of Caius Marius, he was afraid that others might retaliate on his own. The term sepultus applies to any mode whatever of disposing of the dead body, while on the other hand the word humatus is applicable solely when it is deposited in the earth. Chapter 56. The Manes, or departed spirits of the soul. After burial come the different quiddities as to the existence of the Manes. All men after the last day return to what they were before the first, and after death there is no more sensation left in the body or in the soul than there was before birth. But this same vanity of ours extends even to the future, and lyingly fashions to itself an existence even in the very moments which belong to death itself. At one time it has conferred upon us the immortality of the soul, at another transmigration, and at another it has given sensation to the shades below, and paid divine honours to the departed spirit, thus making a kind of deity of him who has but just ceased to be a man. As if indeed the mode of breathing with man was in any way different from that of other animals, and as if there were not many other animals to be found whose life is longer than that of man, and yet for whom no one ever presaged anything of a like immortality. For what is the actual substance of the soul when taken by itself? Of what material does it consist? Where is the seat of its thoughts? How is it to see, or hear, or how to touch? And then of what use is it, or what can it avail, if it has not these faculties? Where too is its residence, and what vast multitudes of these souls and spirits must there be after the lapse of so many ages? But all these are the mere figments of childish ravings, and of that mortality which is so anxious never to cease to exist. It is a similar piece of vanity too to preserve the dead bodies of men, just like the promise that he shall come to life again which was made by Democritus, who, however, never has come to life again himself. Out upon it! What downright madness is it to suppose that life is to recommence after death? Or indeed, what repose are we ever to enjoy when we have been once born, if the soul is to retain its consciousness in heaven, and the shades of the dead in the infernal regions? This pleasing delusion and this credulity quite challenge that chief good of human nature, death, and, as it were, double the misery of him who is about to die, by anxiety as to what is to happen to him after it. And indeed, if life really is a good, to whom can it be so to have once lived? How much more easy then, and how much more devoid of all doubts, is it for each of us to put his trust in himself, and, guided by our knowledge of what our state has been before birth, to assume that that after death will be the same. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 17. Book 7, Chapter 57. The Inventors of Various Things. Before we quit the consideration of the nature of man, it appears only proper to point out those persons who have been the authors of different inventions. Father Liber was the first to establish the practice of buying and selling. He also invented the diadem, the emblem of royalty, and the triumphal procession. Ceres introduced corn, the acorn having been previously used by man for food. It was she also who introduced into Attica the art of grinding corn and of making bread, and other similar arts into Sicily. And it was from these circumstances that she came to be regarded as divinity. She was the first also to establish laws, though according to some it was Rhadamanthus. I have always been of opinion that letters were of Assyrian origin, but other writers, Gellius for instance, suppose that they were invented in Egypt by Mercury. Others again will have it that they were discovered by the Syrians, and that Cadmus brought from Phoenicia 16 letters into Greece. To these, Palamedes, it is said, at the time of the Trojan War, added these 4, Theta, Xi, Phi, and Chi. Simonides, the lyric poet, afterwards added a like number, Zeta, Eta, Psi, and Omega, the sounds denoted by all of which are now received into our alphabet. Aristotle, on the other hand, is rather of opinion that there were originally 18 letters, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, omicron, pi, rho, sigma, tau, upsilon, phi, and that 2, theta namely, and chi, were introduced by Epicharmus, and not by Palamedes. Aristides says that a certain person of the name of Manos in Egypt invented letters 15 years before the reign of Phoroneus, the most ancient of all the kings of Greece, and this he attempts to prove by monuments there. On the other hand, Epigenes, a writer of very great authority, informs us that the Babylonians have a series of observations on the stars for a period of 720,000 years inscribed on baked bricks. Berosus and Critodemus, who make the period the shortest, give it as 490,000 years. From this statement it would appear that letters have been in use from all eternity. The Pelasgi were the first to introduce them into Latium. The brothers Euryalus and Hyperbius were the first who constructed brick kilns and houses at Athens, before which caves in the ground served for houses. Gellius is inclined to think that Toxeus, the son of Calus, was the first inventor of mortar, it having been suggested to him by the nest of the swallow. Cecrops gave to a town the name of Cecropia, after himself. This is now the citadel of Athens. Some persons will have it that Argos had been founded before this period by King Phoroneus; others again that Sicyon had been previously built; while the Egyptians declare that their own city, Diospolis, had been in existence long before them. Cinera, the son of Agriopas, invented tiles and discovered copper mines, both of them in the island of Cyprus. He also invented the tongs, the hammer, the lever, and the anvil. Wells were invented by Danaus, who came from Egypt into that part of Greece which had been previously known as Argos Dipsyon. The first stone quarries were opened by Cadmus at Thebes, or else, according to Theophrastus, in Phoenicia. Walls were first built by Thrason, according to Aristotle. Towers were first erected by the Cyclopes, but according to Theophrastus by the Tyrannithi. The Egyptians invented weaving, the Lydians of Sardis the art of dyeing wool. Closter, the son of Arachne, invented the spindle for spinning wool; Arachne herself, linen cloth and nets. Nicias of Megara, the art of fulling cloth; and Tychius the Boeotian, the art of making shoes. The Egyptians will have it that the medical art was first discovered among them, while others attribute it to Erebus, the son of Babylonus and Apollo. Botany and pharmacy are ascribed to Chiron, the son of Saturn and Philyra. Aristotle supposes that Cythes the Lydian was the first to fuse and temper copper, while Theophrastus ascribes the art to Delos the Phrygian. Some persons ascribe the working of copper to the Chalybes, others to the Cyclopes. Hesiod says that iron was discovered in Crete by the Idaean Dactyli. Erycthonius the Athenian, or as some people say Aeacus, discovered silver. Gold mines and the mode of fusing that metal were discovered by Cadmus the Phoenician at the mountain of Pangaeus, or according to other accounts, by Thoas or Aeaclus in Panchaea, or else by Sol the son of Oceanus, whom Gellius mentions as having been the first who employed honey in medicine. Midocritus was the first who brought tin from the island called Cassiterius. The Cyclopes invented the art of working iron. Choraeus the Athenian was the first who made earthen vessels, but Anacharsis the Scythian, or according to others Hyperbius the Corinthian, first invented the potter's wheel. Daedalus was the first person who worked in wood. It was he who invented the saw, the axe, the plummet, the gimlet, glue, and isinglass. The square, the level, the turner's lathe, and the key were invented by Theodorus of Samos. Measures and weights were invented by Phaedon of Argos, or according to Gellius, by Palamedes. Pyrides, the son of Cilix, was the first to strike fire from the flint, and Prometheus taught us how to preserve it in the stock of giant fennel. The Phrygians first taught us the use of the chariot with 4 wheels, the Carthaginians the arts of merchandise, and Eumolpus the Athenian the cultivation of the vine and of trees in general. Staphylos the son of Silenus was the first to mix water with wine. Olive oil and the oil press, as also honey, we owe to Aristaeus the Athenian. The use of oxen and the plough to Busigus the Athenian, or according to other accounts to Triptolemus. The Egyptians were the first to establish a monarchical government, and the Athenians, after the time of Theseus, a democracy. Phalaris of Agrigentum was the first tyrant that existed. The Lacedaemonians were the introducers of slavery, and the first capital punishment inflicted was ordered by the Areopagus. The first battles were fought by the Africans against the Egyptians with clubs, which they are in the habit of calling phalangi. Protus and Acrisius were the first to use shields in their contests with each other, or, as some say, Calais the son of Athamas. Midius the Messenian invented the coat of mail, and the Lacedaemonians the helmet, the sword, and the spear. Greaves and crests were first used by the Carians. Scythes, the son of Jupiter, it is said, invented the bow and arrows, though some say that arrows were invented by Perses, the son of Perseus. Lances were invented by the Aetolians, the javelin, with the thong attached, by Aetalus, the son of Mars. The spear of the light infantry by Tyrrhenus, the dart by Penthesilea, the Amazon, the axe by Pisaeus, the hunting spear and the scorpion to hurl missiles by the Cretans, the catapulta, the ballista, and the sling by the Syrophoenicians. Pisaeus the Tyrrhenian was the first to invent the brazen trumpet, and Artemon of Clazomene the use of the testudo. The battering horse for the destruction of walls, which is at the present day styled the ram, was invented by Epeius at Troy. Bellerophon was the first who mounted the horse. Bridles and saddles for the horse were invented by Pelithronius. The Thessalians, who are called Centauri, and who dwell along Mount Pelion, were the first to fight on horseback. The people of Phrygia were the first who used chariots with 2 horses. Erycthonius first used 4. Palamedes, during the Trojan War, was the first who marshalled an army and invented watchwords, signals, and the use of sentinels. Sinon, at the same period, invented the art of correspondence by signals. Lycaon was the first to think of making a truce, and Theseus a treaty of alliance. The art of divination by means of birds we owe to Car, from whom Caria derives its name. Orpheus extended it to other animals. Delphus taught us the art of divining by the inspection of entrails, Amphiaraus divination by fire, and Tiresias the Theban presages from the entrails of birds. We owe to Amphictyon the interpretation of portents and of dreams, and to Atlas, the son of Libya, the art of astrology, or else, according to other accounts, to the Egyptians or the Assyrians. Anaximander the Milesian
invented the astronomical sphere, and Aeolus, the son of Helen, gave us the theory of the winds. Amphion was the inventor of music, Pan, the son of Mercury, the music of the reed and the flute with the single pipe, Midas the Phrygian, the transverse flute, and Marsyas of the same country, the double pipe. Amphion invented the Lydian measures in music, Thamyris the Thracian, the Dorian, and Marsyas the Phrygian style. Amphion, or according to some accounts Orpheus, and according to others Linus, invented the lyre. Terpander, adding 3 to the former 4, increased the number of strings to 7. Simonides added an 8th, and Timotheus a 9th. Thamyris was the first who played on the lyre, without the accompanying of the voice, and Amphion, or as some say Linus, was the first who accompanied it with the voice. Terpander was the first who composed songs expressly for the lyre, and Ardalus the Trozenian was the first who taught us how to combine the voice with the music of the pipe. The Curetes taught us the dance in armour, and Pyrrhus the Pyrrhic dance, both of them in Crete. We are indebted to the Pythian oracle for the first heroic verse. A very considerable question has arisen as to what was the origin of poetry. It is well known to have existed before the Trojan War. Pherecydes of Syros in the time of King Cyrus was the first to write in prose, and Cadmus the Milesian was the first historian. Lycaon first instituted gymnastic games in Arcadia, Acastus funereal games at Iolcus, and after him Theseus instituted them at Isthmus. Hercules first instituted the athletic contests at Olympia. Pythus invented the game of ball. Painting was invented in Egypt by Gyges the Lydian, or according to Aristotle, in Greece by Euchre, a kinsman of Daedalus. According to Theophrastus again, it was invented by Polygnotus the Athenian. Danaus was the first who passed over in a ship from Egypt to Greece. Before his time they used to sail on rafts, which had been invented by King Erythras, to pass from one island to another in the Red Sea. There are some writers to be found who are of opinion that they were first thought of by the Mysians and the Trojans, for the purpose of crossing the Hellespont into Thrace. Even at the present day they are made in the British Ocean of wicker work covered with hides. On the Nile they are made of papyrus, rushes, and reeds. We learn from Philostephanus that Jason was the first person who sailed in a long vessel. Hegesias says that it was Paralus, Ctesias Semiramis, and Archimachus Aegeon. According to Damastes, the Erythraeae were the first to construct vessels with 2 banks of oars. According to Thucydides, Aminicles the Corinthian first constructed them with 3 banks of oars. According to Aristotle, the Carthaginians those with 4 banks. According to Mnesigeton, the people of Salamis those with 5 banks. And according to Xenagoras, the Syracusans those with 6. Those above 6, as far as 10, Mnesigeton says were first constructed by Alexander the Great. From Philostephanus we learn that Ptolemy Soter made them as high as 12 banks, Demetrius the son of Antigonus with 15, Ptolemy Philadelphus with 30, and Ptolemy Philopater, who was surnamed Tryphon, with 40. Hippus the Tyrian, who was the first who invented merchant ships, the Cyrenians the pinnace, the Phoenicians the passage boat, the Rhodians the skiff, and the Cyprians the cutter. We are indebted to the Phoenicians for the first observation of the stars in navigation. The Copae invented the oar, and the Plataeans gave it its broad blade. Icarus was the person who invented sails, and Daedalus the mast and yards. The Samians, or else Pericles the Athenian, transports for horses, and the Thracians long covered vessels, before which time they used to fight only from the prow or the stern. Pisaeus the Tyrrhenian added the beak to ships, Eupalamus the anchor, Anacharsis that with 2 flukes, Pericles the Athenian grappling irons, and hooks like hands, and Typhus the helm and rudder. Minos was the first who waged war by means of ships, Hyperbius the son of Mars who the first who killed an animal, and Prometheus the first who slew the ox. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 18. Book 7, Chapter 58. The things about which mankind first of all agreed. The ancient letters. There was at the very earliest period a tacit consent among all nations to adopt the letters now used by the Ionians. That the ancient Greek letters were almost the same with the modern Latin is proved by the ancient Delphic inscription on copper, which is now in the Palatine Library, having been dedicated by the emperors to Minerva. This inscription is as follows: Nausicrates anetheto thi dios Corphi. Nausicrates offered this to the daughter of Zeus. Chapter 59. When barbers were first employed. The next point upon which all nations appear to have agreed was the employment of barbers. The Romans, however, were more tardy in the adoption of their services. According to Varro, they were introduced into Italy from Sicily in the year of Rome 454, having been brought over by P. Titinius Mena, before which time the Romans did not cut the hair. The younger Africanus was the first who adopted the custom of shaving every day. The late Emperor Augustus always made use of razors. Chapter 60. When the first timepieces were made. The third point of universal agreement was the division of time, a subject which afterwards appealed to the reasoning faculties. We have already stated in the second book when and by whom this art was first invented in Greece. The same was also introduced at Rome, but at a later period. In the 12 tables the rising and setting of the sun are the only things that are mentioned relative to time. Some years afterwards the hour of midday was added. The summoner of the consuls proclaimed it aloud, as soon as from the senate house he caught sight of the sun between the rostra and the grecostasis. He also proclaimed the last hour, when the sun had gone down from the Menaian column to the prison. This, however, could only be done in clear weather, but it was continued until the first Punic War. The first sundial is said to have been erected among the Romans 12 years before the war with Pyrrhus, by L. Papirius Cursor, at the temple of Quirinus, on which occasion he dedicated it in pursuance of a vow which had been made by his father. This is the account given by Fabius Vestalis, but he makes no mention of either the construction of the dial or the artist, nor does he inform us from what place it was brought, or in whose works he found this statement made. M. Varro says that the first sundial, erected for the use of the public, was fixed upon a column near the rostra in the time of the first Punic War, by the consul M. Valerius Messala, and that it was brought from the capture of Catina in Sicily, this being 30 years after the date assigned to the dial of Papirius, and the year of Rome 491. The lines in this dial did not exactly agree with the hours. It served, however, as the regulator of the Roman time 99 years, until Q. Marcius Philippus, who was censor with L. Paulus, placed one near it, which was more carefully arranged, an act which was most gratefully acknowledged as one of the very best of his censorship. The hours, however, still remained a matter of uncertainty whenever the weather happened to be cloudy, until the ensuing lustrum, at which time Scipio Nasica, the colleague of Laenas, by means of a clepsydra, was the first to divide the hours of the day and the night into equal parts, and this timepiece he placed under cover and dedicated in the year of Rome 595, for so long a period had the Romans remained without any exact division of the day. We will now return to the history of the other animals, and first to that of the terrestrial. Summary. Remarkable events, narratives, and observations, 747. Roman authors quoted: Varius Flaccus, Cnaeus Gellius, Licinius Mutianus, Musurius Sabinius, Agrippina the wife of Claudius, M. Cicero, Asinius Pollio, M. Varro, Messalo Rufus, Cornelius Nepos, Virgil, Livy, Cordus, Melissus, Sebosus, Cornelius Celsus, Maximus Valerius, Trogus, Nigidius Figulus, Pomponius Atticus, Pedanius Asconius, Fabianus, Cato the Censor, the Register of the Triumphs, Fabius Vestalis. Foreign authors quoted: Herodotus, Aristeas, Baton, Isagonus, Cratus, Agatharchides, Caliphanes, Aristotle, Nymphodorus, Apollonides, Philarchus, Damon, Megasthenes, Ctesias, Tauron, Eudoxus, Onesicritus, Clitarchus, Durus, Artemidorus, Hippocrates the physician, Asclepiades the physician, Hesiodus, Anacreon, Theopompus, Hellanicus, Damastes, Euphorus, Epigenes, Berosus, Petosiris, Mnesepsus, Alexander Polyhistor, Xenophon, Callimachus, Democritus, Diellus the historian, Strabo, who wrote against the Eurymata of Euphorus, Heraclides Ponticus, Asclepiades, who wrote the Tragodumena, Philostophanus, Hegesias, Archimachus, Thucydides, Mnesigeton, Xenagoras, Metrodorus of Sepsos, Anticylides, Critodemus. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Nicol. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 19. Book 8. The Nature of the Terrestrial Animals. Chapter 1. Elephants. Their capacity. Let us now pass on to the other animals, and first of all, to the land animals. The elephant is the largest of them all, and in intelligence approaches the nearest to man. It understands the language of its country, it obeys commands, and it remembers all the duties which it has been taught. It is sensible alike of the pleasures of love and glory, and to a degree that is rare among men even, possesses notions of honesty, prudence, and equity. It has a religious respect also for the stars, and a veneration for the sun and the moon. It is said by some authors that at the first appearance of the new moon herds of these animals come down from the forests of Mauritania to a river, the name of which is Amilo, and that there they purify themselves in solemn form by sprinkling their bodies with water, after which, having thus saluted the heavenly body, they return to the woods, carrying before them the young ones which are fatigued. They are supposed to have a notion, too, of the differences of religion, and when about to cross the sea, they cannot be prevailed upon to go on board the ship until their keeper has promised upon oath that they shall return home again. They have been seen, too, when worn out by disease, for even these vast masses are liable to disease, lying on their back and throwing the grass up into the air, as if deputing the earth to intercede for them with its prayers. As a proof of their extreme docility, they pay homage to the king, fall upon their knees, and offer him the crown. Those of smaller growth, which the Indians call bastards, are employed by them in ploughing. Chapter 2. When elephants were first put into harness. The first harnessed elephants that were seen at Rome were in the triumph of Pompeius Magnus over Africa, when they drew his chariot, a thing that is said to have been done long before at the triumph of Father Liber on the conquest of India. Procilius says that those which were used at the triumph of Pompeius were unable to go in harness through the gate of the city. In the exhibition of gladiators which was given by Germanicus, the elephants performed a sort of dance with their uncouth and irregular movements. It was a common thing to see them throw arrows with such strength that the wind was unable to turn them from their course, to imitate among themselves the combats of the gladiators, and to frolic through the steps of the Pyrrhic dance. After this, too, they walked upon the tight-rope, and 4 of them would carry a litter in which lay a 5th, which represented a woman lying in. They afterwards took their places at table, reclining upon couches which were filled with people, and so nicely did they manage their steps, that they did not so much as touch any of those who were drinking there. Chapter 3. The docility of the elephant. It is a well-known fact that one of these animals, who was slower than usual in learning what was taught him, and had been frequently chastised with blows, was found conning over his lesson in the night-time. It is a most surprising thing also that the elephant is able not only to walk up the tight-rope backwards, but to come down it as well with the head foremost. Mucianus, who was 3 times consul, informs us that one of these animals had been taught to trace the Greek letters, and that he used to write in that language the following words: "I have myself written these words, and have dedicated the Celtic spoils." Mucianus states also that he himself was witness to the fact that when some elephants were being landed at Puteoli, and were compelled to leave the ship, being terrified at the length of the platform, which extended from the vessel to the shore, they walked backwards in order to deceive themselves by forming a false estimate of the distance. Chapter 4. Wonderful things which have been done by the elephant. These animals are well aware that the only spoil that we are anxious to procure of them is the part which forms their weapon of defence, by Juba called their horns, but by Herodotus, a much older writer, as well as by general usage, and more appropriately, their teeth. Hence it is that when their tusks have fallen off, either by accident or from old age, they bury them in the earth. These tusks form the only real ivory, and even in these the part which is covered by the flesh is merely common bone, and of no value whatever, though indeed of late, in consequence of the insufficient supply of ivory, they have begun to cut the bones as well into thin plates. Large teeth, in fact, are now rarely found, except in India, the demands of luxury having exhausted all those in our part of the world. The youthfulness of the animal is ascertained by the whiteness of the teeth. These animals take the greatest care of their teeth. They pay especial attention to the point of one of them, that it may not be found blunt when wanted for combat. The other they employ for various purposes, such as digging up roots and pushing forward heavy weights. When they are surrounded by the hunters, they place those in front which have the smallest teeth, that the enemy may think that the spoil is not worth the combat. And afterwards, when they are weary of resistance, they break off their teeth by dashing them against a tree, and in this manner pay their ransom. Chapter 5. The instinct of wild animals in perceiving danger. It is a wonderful thing that most animals are aware why it is that they are sought after, and what it is that, under all circumstances, they have to guard against. When an elephant happens to meet a man in the desert who is merely wandering about, the animal, it is said, shows himself both merciful and kind, and even points out the way. But the very same animal, if he meets with the traces of a man before he meets the man himself, trembles in every limb for fear of an ambush, stops short and scents the wind, looks around him and snorts aloud with rage, and then, without trampling upon the object, digs it up and passes it to the next one, who again passes it to the one that follows, and so on from one to the other, till it comes to the very last. The herd then faces about, returns, and ranges itself in order of battle. So strongly does the odour in all cases attach itself to the human footstep, even though, as is most frequently the case, the foot itself is not naked. In the same way, too, the tigress, which is the dread of the other wild beasts, and which sees without alarm the traces of even the elephant itself, is said at once, upon seeing the footsteps of man, to carry off her whelps. How has the animal acquired this knowledge? And where has it seen him before of whom it stands in such dread? Doubt there can be none that forests such as it haunts are but little frequented by man. It is not to be wondered at if they are astonished at the print of a footstep before unknown, but how should they know that there is anything that they ought to dread? And what is still more, why should they dread even the very sight of man, seeing that they are so far superior to him in strength, size, and swiftness? No doubt, such is the law of nature, such is the influence of her power. The most savage and the very largest of wild beasts have never seen that which they have reason to fear, and yet instantly have an instinctive feeling of dread when the moment has come for them to fear. Elephants always move in herds. The oldest takes the lead, and the next in age brings up the rear. When they are crossing a river, they first send over the smallest, for fear lest the weight of the larger ones may increase the depth of the channel by working away the bed of the river. We learn from Antipater that King Antiochus had 2 elephants which he employed in his wars, and to which he had given the names of celebrated men, and that they were aware too of this mark of distinction. Cato, in his Annals, while he has passed over in silence the names of the generals, has given that of an elephant called Surus, which fought with the greatest valour in the Carthaginian army, and had lost one of its tusks. When Antiochus was sounding the ford of a river, an elephant named Ajax, which on other occasions had always led the van, refused to enter the stream, upon which proclamation was made that the first rank should belong to the one which should take the lead in passing over. One called Patroclus hazarded the attempt, and as a reward the king presented it with some silver pendants as a kind of ornament, with which these animals are particularly delighted, and assigned it all the other marks of command. Upon this, the elephant that had been degraded refused to take its food, and so preferred death to ignominy. Indeed, their sense of shame is wonderful, and when one of them has been conquered, it flies at the voice of the conqueror, and presents him with earth and vervain. These animals are sensible to feelings of modesty. They never couple but in secret, the male after it has attained its 5th year, the female after the age of 10. It is said that their intercourse takes place only every 2nd year, and for 5 days only, and no more. On the 6th day they plunge into a river, before doing which they will not rejoin the herd. Adulterous intercourse is unknown to them, and they have none of those deadly combats for the possession of the female which take place among the other animals. Nor is this because they are uninfluenced by the passion of love. One in Egypt, we are told, fell in love with a woman who was a seller of garlands, and let no one suppose that he made a vulgar choice, for she was the especial object of the love of Aristophanes, who held the very highest rank as a grammarian. Another became attached to the youth Menander, a native of Syracuse, in the army of Ptolemy. Whenever it did not see him, it would manifest the regret which it experienced by refusing its food. Juba gives an account also of a female who dealt in perfumes, to whom one of these creatures formed an attachment. All these animals manifested their attachment by their signs of joy at the sight of the person, by their awkward caresses, and by keeping for them and throwing into their bosom the pieces of money which the public had given them. Nor indeed ought we to be surprised that an animal which possesses memory should be sensible of affection, for the same author relates that an elephant recognized, after the lapse of many years, an old man who had been its keeper in his youth. They would seem also to have an instinctive feeling of justice. King Bocchus once fastened 30 elephants to the stake, with the determination of wreaking his vengeance on them by means of 30 others. But though men kept sallying forth among them to goad them on, he could not, with all his endeavours, force them to become the ministers of the cruelty of others. Chapter 6. When elephants were first seen in Italy. Elephants were seen in Italy for the first time in the war with King Pyrrhus, in the year of the city 472. They were called Lucanian oxen because they were first seen in Lucania. 7 years after this period they appeared at Rome in a triumph. In the year 502 a great number of them were brought to Rome, which had been taken by the pontiff Metellus in his victory gained in Sicily over the Carthaginians. They were 142 in number, or, as some say, 140, and were conveyed to our shores upon rafts, which were constructed on rows of hogsheads joined together. Verrius informs us that they fought in the circus, and that they were slain with javelins for want of some better method of disposing of them, as the people neither liked to keep them, nor yet to give them to the kings. Lucius Piso tells us only that they were brought into the circus, and, for the purpose of increasing the feeling of contempt towards them, they were driven all round the area of that place by workmen who had nothing but spears blunted at the point. The authors who are of opinion that they were not killed do not, however, inform us how they were afterwards disposed of. Chapter 7. The Combats of Elephants. There is a famous combat mentioned of a Roman with an elephant, when Hannibal compelled our prisoners to fight against each other. The one who had survived all the others he placed before an elephant, and promised him his life if he should slay it, upon which the man advanced alone into the arena, and, to the great regret of the Carthaginians, succeeded in doing so. Hannibal, however, thinking that the news of this victory might cause a feeling of contempt for these animals, sent some horsemen to kill the man on his way home. In our battles with Pyrrhus, it was found, on making trial, that it was extremely easy to cut off the trunks of these animals. Fenestella informs us that they fought at Rome in the circus for the first time during the curule aedileship of Claudius Pulcher, in the consulship of Marcus Antonius and Antonius Postumius, in the year of the city 655, and that 20 years afterwards, during the curule aedileship of the Luculli, they were set to fight against bulls. In the second consulship of Pompeius, at the dedication of the temple of Venus Victrix, 20 elephants, or, as some say, 17, fought in the circus against a number of Getulians, who attacked them with javelins. One of these animals fought in a most astonishing manner. Being pierced through the feet, it dragged itself on its knees towards the troop, and seizing their bucklers, tossed them aloft into the air, and as they came down to the ground they greatly amused the spectators, for they whirled round and round in the air, just as if they had been thrown up with a certain degree of skill, and not by the frantic fury of a wild beast. Another very wonderful circumstance happened. An elephant was killed by a single blow. The weapon pierced the animal below the eye, and entered the vital part of the head. The elephants attempted, too, by their united efforts, to break down the enclosure, not without great confusion among the people who surrounded the iron gratings. It was in consequence of this circumstance that Caesar, the dictator, when he was afterwards about to exhibit a similar spectacle, had the arena surrounded with trenches of water, which were lately filled up by the Emperor Nero, when he added the seats for the equestrian order. When, however, the elephants in the exhibition given by Pompeius had lost all hopes of escaping, they implored the compassion of the multitude by attitudes which surpass all description, and with a kind of lamentation bewailed their unhappy fate. So greatly were the people affected by the scene, that forgetting the general altogether, and the munificence which had been at such pains to do them honour, the whole assembly rose up in tears and showered curses on Pompeius, of which he soon afterwards became the victim. They fought also in the third consulship of the dictator Caesar, 20 of them against 500 foot soldiers. On another occasion, 20 elephants carrying towers, and each defended by 60 men, were opposed to the same number of foot soldiers as before, and an equal number of horsemen. Afterwards, under the Emperors Claudius and Nero, the last exploit that the gladiators performed was fighting single-handed with elephants. The elephant is said to display such a merciful disposition towards animals that are weaker than itself, that when it finds itself in a flock of sheep, it will remove with its trunk those that are in the way, lest it should unintentionally trample upon them. They will never do any mischief except when provoked, and they are of a disposition so sociable that they always move about in herds, no animal being less fond of a solitary life. When surrounded by a troop of horsemen, they take place in the centre of the herd, those that are weak, weary, or wounded, and then take the front rank each in its turn, just as though they acted under command and in accordance with discipline. When taken captive, they are very speedily tamed, by being fed on the juices of barley. Chapter 8. The way in which elephants are caught. In India they are caught by the keeper guiding one of the tame elephants towards a wild one which he has found alone or has separated from the herd, upon which he beats it, and when it is fatigued, mounts and manages it just the same way as the other. In Africa they take them in pitfalls. But as soon as an elephant gets into one, the others immediately collect boughs of trees and pile up heaps of earth so as to form a mound, and then endeavour with all their might to drag it out. It was formerly the practice to tame them by driving the herds with horsemen into a narrow defile, artificially made in such a way as to deceive them by its length, and when thus enclosed by means of steep banks and trenches, they were rendered tame by the effects of hunger, as a proof of which they would quietly take a branch that was extended to them by one of the men. At the present day, when we take them for the sake of their tusks, we throw darts at their feet, which are in general the most tender part of their body. The troglodyte, who inhabit the confines of Ethiopia, and who live entirely on the flesh of elephants procured by the chase, climb the trees which lie near the pass through which these animals usually pass. Here they keep a watch, and look out for the one which comes last in the train. Leaping down upon its haunches, they seize its tail with the left hand, and fix their feet firmly upon the left thigh. Hanging down in this manner, the man with his right hand hamstrings the animal on one side with a very sharp hatchet. The elephant's pace being retarded by the wound, he cuts the tendons of the other ham, and then makes his escape, all of which is done with the very greatest celerity. Others again employ a much safer, though less certain method. They fix in the ground at considerable intervals very large bows upon the stretch. These are kept steady by young men remarkable for their strength, while others, exerting themselves with equal efforts, bend them, and so wound the animals as they pass by, and afterwards trace them by their blood. The female elephant is much more timid by nature than the male. Chapter 9. The method by which they are tamed. Elephants of furious temper are tamed by hunger and blows, while other elephants are placed near to keep them quiet when the violent fit is upon them by means of chains. Besides this, they are more particularly violent when in heat, at which time they will level to the ground the huts of the Indians with their tusks. It is on this account that they are prevented from coupling, and the females are kept in herds separate from the males, just the same way as with other cattle. Elephants, when tamed, are employed in war, and carry into the ranks of the enemy towers filled with armed men, and on them, in very great measure, depends the ultimate result of the battles that are fought in the East. They tread under foot whole companies, and crush the men in their armour. The very least sound, however, of the grunting of the hog terrifies them. When wounded and panic-stricken, they invariably fall back, and become no less formidable for the destruction which they deal to their own side than to their opponents. The African elephant is afraid of the Indian, and does not dare so much as look at it, for the latter is of much greater bulk. Chapter 10. The birth of the elephant, and other particulars respecting it. The vulgar notion is that the elephant goes with young 10 years, but according to Aristotle it is 2 years only. He says also that the female only bears once, and then a single young one, that they live 200 years, and some of them as much as 300. The adult age of the elephant begins at the 60th year. They are especially fond of water, and wander much about streams, and this although they are unable to swim in consequence of their bulk. They are particularly sensitive to cold, and that indeed is their greatest enemy. They are subject also to flatulency, and to looseness of the bowels, but to no other kind of disease. I find it stated that, on making them to drink oil, any weapons which may happen to stick in their body will fall out, while on the contrary, perspiration makes them the more readily adhere. If they eat earth, it is poison to them, unless indeed they have gradually become accustomed by repeatedly doing so. They also devour stones as well, but the trunks of trees are their most favourite food. They throw down with a blow from their forehead palms of exceeding height, and when lying on the ground, strip them of their fruit. They eat with the mouth, but they breathe, drink, and smell with the proboscis, which is not unaptly termed their hand. They have the greatest aversion to the mouse of all animals, and quite loathe their food as it lies in the manger if they perceive that it has been touched by one of these animals. They experience the greatest torture if they happen to swallow while drinking a horse leech, an animal which people are beginning, I find, to call almost universally a blood-sucker. The leech fastens upon the windpipe, and produces intolerable pain. The skin of the back is extremely hard, that of the belly is softer. They are not covered with any kind of bristles, nor yet does the tail even furnish them with any protection from the annoyance of flies, for, vast as these animals are, they suffer greatly from them. Their skin is reticulated, and invites these insects by the odour it exhales. Accordingly, when a swarm of them has settled on the skin, while extended and smooth, the elephant suddenly contracts it, and in this way the flies are crushed between the folds, which are thus closed. This power serves them in place of tail, mane, and hair. Their teeth are very highly prized, and from them we obtain the most costly materials for forming the statues of the gods. Luxury has discovered even another recommendation in this animal, having found a particularly delicate flavour in the cartilaginous part of the trunk, for no other reason, in my belief, than because it fancies itself to be eating ivory. Tusks of enormous size are constantly to be seen in the temples, but in the extreme parts of Africa, on the confines of Ethiopia, they are employed as door-posts for houses, and Polybius informs us, on the authority of the petty king Gulusa, that they are also employed as stakes in making fences for the folds of cattle. Chapter 11. In what countries the elephant is found. The antipathy of the elephant and the dragon. Africa produces elephants beyond the deserts of the Syrtes and in Mauritania. They are found also in the countries of the Ethiopians and the Troglodyte, as mentioned above. But it is India that produces the largest, as well as the dragon, which is perpetually at war with the elephant, and is itself of so enormous a size as easily to envelop the elephants with its folds and encircle them in its coils. The contest is equally fatal to both. The elephant vanquished falls to the earth, and by its weight crushes the dragon which is entwined around it. Chapter 12. The sagacity of these animals. The sagacity which every animal exhibits in its own behalf is wonderful, but in these it is remarkably so. The dragon has much difficulty in climbing up to so great a height, and therefore, watching the road, which bears marks of their footsteps when going to feed, it darts down upon them from a lofty tree. The elephant knows that it is quite unable to struggle against the folds of the serpent, and so seeks for trees or rocks against which to rub itself. The dragon is on its guard against this, and tries to prevent it by first of all confining the legs of the elephant with the folds of its tail, while the elephant, on the other hand, endeavours to disengage itself with its trunk. The dragon, however, thrusts its head into its nostrils, and thus at the same moment stops the breath and wounds the most tender parts. When it is met unexpectedly, the dragon raises itself up, faces its opponent, and flies more especially at the eyes. This is the reason why elephants are so often found blind, and worn to a skeleton with hunger and misery. What other cause can one assign for such mighty strifes as these, except that nature is desirous, as it were, to make an exhibition for herself, in pitting such opponents against each other? There is another story too told in relation to these combats. The blood of the elephant, it is said, is remarkably cold, for which reason, in the parching heats of summer, it is sought by the dragon with remarkable avidity. It lies, therefore, coiled up and concealed in the rivers, in wait for the elephants when they come to drink, upon which it darts out, fastens itself around the trunk, and then fixes its teeth behind the ear, that being the only place which the elephant cannot protect with the trunk. The dragons, it is said, are of such vast size that they can swallow the whole of the blood. Consequently, the elephant, being thus drained of its blood, falls to the earth exhausted, while the dragon, intoxicated with the draught, is crushed beneath it, and so shares its fate. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 20, Chapters 13 through 22. Chapter 13. Dragons. Ethiopia produces dragons, not so large as those of India, but still 20 cubits in length. The only thing that surprises me is how Juba came to believe that they have crests. The Ethiopians are known as the Asache, among whom they most abound, and we are told that on those coasts 4 or 5 of them are found twisted and interlaced together like so many osiers in a hurdle, and thus setting sail, with their heads erect, they are borne along upon the waves to find better sources of nourishment in Arabia. Chapter 14. Serpents of remarkable size. Megasthenes informs us that in India serpents grow to such an immense size as to swallow stags and bulls, while Metrodorus says that about the river Rhindacus in Pontus they seize and swallow the birds that are flying above them, however high and however rapid their flight. It is a well-known fact that during the Punic War at the river Bragada, a serpent 120 feet in length was taken by the Roman army under Regulus, being besieged like a fortress by means of ballistae and other engines of war. Its skin and jaws were preserved in a temple at Rome down to the time of the Numantine War. The serpents which in Italy are known by the name of boa render these accounts far from incredible, for they grow to such a vast size that a child was found entire in the stomach of one of them, which was killed on the Vaticanian hill during the reign of the Emperor Claudius. These are nourished in the first instance with the milk of the cow, and from this they take their name. As to the other animals which have been of late repeatedly brought to Italy from all parts of the world, it is quite unnecessary to give any minute account of their form. Chapter 15. The animals of Scythia, the bison. Scythia produces but very few animals, in consequence of the scarcity of shrubs. Germany, which lies close adjoining it, has not many animals, though it has some very fine kinds of wild oxen, the bison, which has a mane, and the urus, possessed of remarkable strength and swiftness. To these the vulgar, in their ignorance, have given the name of bubalus, whereas that animal is really produced in Africa, and rather bears a resemblance to the calf and the stag. Chapter 16. The animals of the north, the elk, the oclus, and the bonasus. The north, too, produces herds of wild horses, as Africa and Asia do of the wild asses. There is also the elk, which strongly resembles our steers, except that it is distinguished by the length of the ears and of the neck. There is also the oclus, which is produced in the island of Scandinavia. It has never been seen in this city, although we have had descriptions of it from many persons. It is not unlike the elk, but has no joints in the hind leg. Hence it never lies down, but reclines against a tree while it sleeps. It can only be taken by previously cutting into the tree, and thus laying a trap for it, as otherwise it would escape through its swiftness. Its upper lip is so extremely large, for which reason it is obliged to go backwards when grazing, otherwise by moving onwards the lip would get doubled up. In Paeonia, it is said, there is a wild animal known as the bonassus. It has the mane of the horse, but is in other respects like the bull, with horns, however so much bent inwards upon each other as to be of no use for the purposes of combat. It has, therefore, to depend upon its flight, and while in the act of flying it sends forth its excrements, sometimes to a distance of even 3 jugera, the contact of which burns those who pursue the animal, just like a kind of fire. Chapter 17. Lions, how they are produced. It is a remarkable fact that pards, panthers, lions, and other animals of this kind walk with the points of their nails concealed in a sheath in the body, lest they should be broken or blunted, and that when they run their hooked claws are turned backwards and are never extended, except in the act of seizing their prey. The noble appearance of the lion is more especially to be seen in that species which has the neck and shoulders covered with a mane, which is always acquired at the proper age by those produced from a lion, while on the other hand those that are the offspring of the pard are always without this distinction. The female also has no mane. The sexual passions of these animals are very violent, and render the male quite furious. This is especially the case in Africa, where, in consequence of the great scarcity of water, the wild beasts assemble in great numbers on the banks of a few rivers. This is also the reason why so many curious varieties of animals are produced there, the males and females of various species coupling promiscuously with each other. Hence arose the saying, which was common in Greece even, that Africa is always producing something new. The lion recognizes by the peculiar odor of the pard when the lioness has been unfaithful to him, and avenges himself with the greatest fury. Hence it is that the female, when she has been guilty of a lapse, washes herself, or else follows the lion at a considerable distance. I find that it was a common belief that the lioness is able to bear young no more than once, because while delivering herself she tears her womb with her claws. Aristotle, however, gives a different account, a man of whom I think that I ought here to make some further mention, seeing that upon these subjects I intend in a great measure to make him my guide. Alexander the Great, being inflamed with a strong desire to become acquainted with the natures of animals, entrusted the prosecution of this design to Aristotle, a man who held the highest rank in every branch of learning, for which purpose he placed under his command some thousands of men in every region of Asia and Greece, and comprising all those who followed the business of hunting, fowling, or fishing, or those who had the care of parks, herds of cattle, the breeding of bees, fish ponds, and aviaries, in order that no creature that was known to exist might escape his notice. By means of the information which he obtained from these persons, he was enabled to compose some 50 volumes, which are deservedly esteemed on the subject of animals. Of these I propose to give an epitome, together with other facts with which Aristotle was unacquainted, and I beg the kind indulgence of my readers in their estimate of this work of mine, as by my aid they hastily travel through all the works of nature, and through the midst of subjects with which the most famous of all kings so ardently desired to be acquainted. Aristotle then informs us that the lioness at the first birth produces 5 whelps, and one less every succeeding year, until, after having produced one only, she ceases to bear. The young ones, when first born, are shapeless and extremely small in flesh, being no larger than a weasel. For 6 months they are scarcely able to walk, and until they are 2 months old they cannot move. Lions, he says, are found in Europe, but only between the rivers Eschylus and Nestus, being much superior in strength to those which are produced in Africa or Syria. Chapter 18. The different species of lions. There are 2 species of lions. In the one the body is shorter and more compact, and the mane more crisp and curly. These are more timid than those with a longer body and straight hair, which in fact have no fear of wounds. The males raise the leg like the dog when they pass their urine, which has a most disagreeable odor, the same being the case too with their breath. They seldom drink, and only take food every other day. When they have gorged themselves, they will sometimes go without food for 3 days. They swallow their food whole without mastication, as far as they are able, and when they have taken more than the stomach can possibly receive, they extract part of it by thrusting their claws into the throat. The same too if, when full, they have occasion to take to flight. That they are very long-lived is proved by the fact that many of them are found without teeth. Polybius, the companion of Aemilianus, tells us that when they become aged they will attack men, as they have no longer sufficient strength for the pursuit of wild beasts. It is then that they lay siege to the cities of Africa, and for this reason it was that he, as well as Scipio, had seen some of them hung upon a cross, it being supposed that others, through dread of a similar punishment, might be deterred from committing the like outrages. Chapter 19. The peculiar character of the lion. The lion is the only one of all the wild beasts that shows mercy to the suppliant. After it has conquered, it will spare, and when enraged, it will vent its fury rather upon men than women, and never upon children, unless when greatly pressed by hunger. It is the belief in Libya that it fully understands the entreaties which are addressed to it. At all events, I have heard it asserted as a fact that a female slave, who was returning from Getulia, was attacked by a number of lions in the forests, upon which she summoned sufficient courage to address them, and said that she was a woman, a fugitive, helpless creature, that she implored the compassion of the most generous of animals, the one that has the command of all the others, and that she was a prey unworthy of their high repute, and by these means effectually soothed their ferocity. There are various opinions on this point, as to whether it is through some peculiar disposition of the animal, or merely by accident, that their fury is thus soothed by addressing them. As to what is alleged too about serpents, that they can be drawn from their holes by singing, and thus be made to yield themselves up to death, the truth or falsity of it has not by any means been satisfactorily ascertained. The tail of the lion gives indication of the state of his feelings, just as the ears do in the horse, for these are the distinguishing signs which nature has given to each of the most generous of animals. Hence it is that, when pleased, the tail is without motion, and the animal fawns upon those who caress him, a thing, however, that very rarely happens, for his most frequent state is that of rage. He begins by beating the earth with his tail, and as he becomes more furious, he lashes his sides as if trying to excite himself. His greatest strength is situate in the breast. From every wound that he makes, whether it is with his claws or his teeth, a black blood issues. When his hunger is satisfied, he becomes harmless. The generous disposition of the lion is more especially manifested in time of danger, not only at the moment when, despising all weapons, he long defends himself solely by the terror which he inspires, and protests, as it were, that he is compelled thus to defend himself, but when he rises at last, not as though constrained by danger, but as if enraged by the mad folly of his adversaries. This, however, is a still more noble feature of his courage. However numerous the dogs and hunters may be that press upon him, as he makes his retreat, he comes to a stand every now and then upon the level plain, while he is still in view, and scowls contemptuously upon them. But as soon as ever he has entered the thickets and dense forests, he scours away at the swiftest possible pace, as though aware that the place itself will shelter his shame. When in pursuit, the lion advances with a leap, but he does not do so when in flight. When wounded, he discovers with wonderful sagacity the person who struck the blow, and will find him out however great may have been the multitude of his pursuers. If a person has thrown a dart at him, but has failed to inflict a wound, the animal seizes him, whirls him round, and throws him to the ground, but without wounding him. When the lioness is defending her whelps, it is said that she fixes her eyes steadily on the ground, that she may not be frightened at the spears of the hunters. In all other respects, these animals are equally free from deceit and suspicion. They never look at an object obliquely, and they dislike being looked at themselves in such a manner. It is generally believed that when the lion is dying, he bites at the earth and sheds tears at his fate. Powerful, however, and fierce as this animal is, he is terrified by the motion of wheels or of an empty chariot, and still more on seeing the crest or hearing the crowing of a cock. But most of all is he afraid of fire. The only malady to which the lion is subject is loss of appetite. This, however, is cured by putting insults upon him, by means of the pranks of monkeys placed about him, a thing which rouses his anger. Immediately he tastes their blood, he is relieved. Chapter 20. Who it was that first introduced combats of lions at Rome, and who has brought together the greatest number of lions for that purpose. Quintus Scaevola, the son of Publius Scaevola, when he was curule aedile, was the first to exhibit at Rome a combat of a number of lions, and Lucius Sulla, who was afterwards dictator, during his praetorship gave the spectacle of a fight of 100 lions with manes. After him, Pompeius Magnus exhibited 600 lions in the circus, 315 of which had manes. Caesar, the dictator, exhibited 400. Chapter 21. Wonderful feats performed by lions. It was formerly a very difficult matter to catch the lion, and it was mostly done by means of pitfalls. In the reign, however, of the Emperor Claudius, accident disclosed a method which appears most disgraceful to the name of such an animal. A Catulian shepherd stopped a lion that was rushing furiously upon him by merely throwing his cloak over the animal, a circumstance which afterwards afforded an exhibition in the arena of the circus, when the frantic fury of the animal was paralyzed in a manner almost incredible by a light covering being thrown over its head, so much so that it was put into chains without the least resistance. We must conclude, therefore, that all its strength lies in its eyes. This circumstance renders what was done by Lysimachus less wonderful, who strangled a lion with which he had been shut up by the command of Alexander. Antony subjected lions to the yoke, and was the first at Rome to harness them to his chariot, and this during the civil war, after the battle on the plains of Pharsalia, not indeed without a kind of ominous presage, a prodigy that foretold at the time how the generous spirits were about to be subdued. But to have himself drawn along in this manner, in company with the actress Cytheris, was a thing that surpassed even the most monstrous spectacles that were to be seen in that calamitous period. It is said that Hanno, one of the most illustrious of the Carthaginians, was the first who ventured to touch the lion with the hand, and to exhibit it in a tame state. It was on this account that he was banished, for it was supposed that a man so talented and so ingenious would have it in his power to persuade the people to anything, and it was looked upon as unsafe to trust the liberties of the country to one who had so eminently triumphed over even ferocity itself. There are some fortuitous occurrences cited also, which have given occasion to these animals to display their natural clemency. Mentor, a native of Syracuse, was met in Syria by a lion, who rolled before him in a suppliant manner, though smitten with fear and desirous to escape, the wild beast on every side opposed his flight, and licked his feet with a fawning air. Upon this, Mentor observed on the paw of the lion a swelling and a wound, from which, after extracting a splinter, he relieved the creature's pain. There is a picture at Syracuse which bears witness to the truth of this transaction. In the same manner, too, Elpis, a native of Samos, on landing from a vessel on the coast of Africa, observed a lion near the beach, opening his mouth in a threatening manner, upon which he climbed a tree in the hope of escaping, while at the same time he invoked the aid of Father Liber, for it is the appropriate time for invocations when there is no room left for hope. The wild beast did not pursue him as he fled, although he might easily have done so, but lying down at the foot of the tree, by the open mouth which had caused so much terror, tried to excite his compassion. A bone, while he was devouring his food with too great avidity, had stuck fast between his teeth, and he was perishing with hunger, such being the punishment inflicted upon him by his own weapons. Every now and then he would look up and supplicate him, as it were, with mute entreaties. Elpis, not wishing to risk trusting himself to so formidable a beast, remained stationary for some time, more at last from astonishment than from fear. At length, however, he descended from the tree, and extracted the bone, the lion in the meanwhile extending his head and aiding in the operation as far as it was necessary for him to do. The story goes on to say that as long as the vessel remained off that coast, the lion showed his sense of gratitude by bringing whatever he had chanced to procure in the chase. In the memory of this circumstance, Elpis consecrated a temple at Samos to Father Liber, which the Greeks, from the circumstance above related, called the temple Kechinotos Dionyso, or of the open-mouthed Bacchus. Can we wonder after this that the wild beasts should be able to recognize the footsteps of man, when of him alone of all animals they even hope for aid? For why should they not have recourse to others for assistance? Or how is it that they know that the hand of man has power to heal them? Unless, perhaps, it is that the violence of pain can force wild beasts even to risk everything to obtain relief. Demetrius, the natural philosopher, relates an equally remarkable instance in relation to a panther. The animal was lying in the middle of the road, waiting for someone to pass that way, when he was suddenly perceived by the father of one Philinus, an ardent lover of wisdom. Seized with fear, he immediately began to retreat, while the beast rolled itself before him, evidently with the desire of caressing him, at the same time manifesting signs of grief, which could not be misunderstood in a panther even. The animal had young ones which had happened to fall into a pit at some distance from the place. The first dictates of compassion banished all fear, and the next prompted him to assist the animal. He accordingly followed her, as she gently drew him on by fixing her claws in his garment, and as soon as he discovered what was the cause of her grief, and at the price of his own safety, he took the whelps out of the pit, and they followed her to the end of the desert, whither he was escorted by her, frisking with joy and gladness, in order that she might more appropriately testify how grateful she was, and how little she had given him in return, a mode of acting which is but rarely found among men even. Chapter 22. A man recognized and saved by a dragon. Facts such as these induce us to give some credit to what Democritus relates, who says that a man called Thoas was preserved in Arcadia by a dragon. When a boy he had become much attached to it, and had reared it very tenderly, but his father, being alarmed at the nature and monstrous size of the reptile, had taken and left it in the desert. Thoas, being here attacked by some robbers who lay in ambush, was delivered from them by the dragon, which recognized his voice and came to his assistance. But as to what has been said respecting infants who have been exposed and nourished by the milk of wild beasts, as in the case of the founders of our city by a wolf, I am disposed to attribute such cases as these rather to the greatness of the destinies which have to be fulfilled than to any peculiarity in the nature of the animals themselves. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 21, Book 8, Chapters 23 through 35. Chapter 23, Panthers. The panther and the tiger are nearly the only animals that are remarkable for a skin distinguished by the variety of its spots, whereas others have them of a single color, appropriate to each species. The lions of Syria alone are black. The spots of the panther are like small eyes upon a white ground. It is said that all quadrupeds are attracted in a most wonderful manner by their odor, while they are terrified by the fierceness of their aspect, for which reason the creature conceals its head and then seizes upon the animals that are attracted to it by the sweetness of the odor. It is said by some that the panther has on the shoulder a spot which bears the form of the moon, and that like it regularly increases to full and then diminishes to a crescent. At present we apply the general names of varia and pard, which last belongs to the males, to all the numerous species of this animal, which is very common in Africa and Syria. Some writers distinguish the panther as being remarkable for its whiteness, but as yet I have not observed any other difference between them. Chapter 24. The decree of the Senate and laws respecting African animals, who first brought them to Rome, and who brought the greatest number of them. There was an ancient decree of the Senate which prohibited animals being imported from Africa into Italy, but Gnaeus Aufidius, the tribune of the people, procured a law repealing this, which allowed of their being brought over for the games of the circus. Scaurus in his aedileship was the first who sent over the party-colored kind, 150 in the whole, after which Pompeius Magnus sent 410, and the late Emperor Augustus 420. Chapter 25. Tigers, when first seen at Rome, their nature. The same emperor was the first person who exhibited at Rome a tame tiger on the stage. This was in the consulship of Quintus Tubero and Fabius Maximus, at the dedication of the theatre of Marcellus, on the 4th day before the nones of May. The late Emperor Claudius exhibited 4 at one time. Hyrcania and India produced the tiger, an animal of tremendous swiftness, a quality which is more especially tested when we deprive it of all its whelps, which are always very numerous. They are seized by the hunter, who lies in wait for them, being provided with the fleetest horse he can possibly obtain, and which he frequently changes for a fresh one. As soon as the female finds her lair empty, for the male takes no care whatever of his offspring, headlong she darts forth, and traces them by the smell. Her approach is made known by her cries, upon which the hunter throws down one of the whelps. This she snatches up with her teeth, and, more swift even under the weight, returns to her lair, and then again sets out in pursuit, and this she continues to do until the hunter has reached his vessel, while the animal vainly vents her fury upon the shore. Chapter 26. Camels, the different kinds. Camels are found feeding in herds in the East. Of these there are two different kinds, those of Bactria and those of Arabia, the former kind having two humps on the back, and the latter only one. They have also another hump under the breast, by means of which they support themselves when reclining. Both of these species, like the ox, have no teeth in the upper jaw. They are all of them employed as beasts of burthen, in carrying loads on the back, and they answer the purpose of cavalry in battle. Their speed is the same with that of the horse, but their power of holding out in this respect is proportioned in each to its natural strength. It will never go beyond its accustomed distance, nor will it receive more than its usual load. The camel has a natural antipathy to the horse. It can endure thirst for 4 days even, and when it has the opportunity of obtaining water, it drinks, as it were, both for past and future thirst, having first taken care to trouble the water by trampling in it, without doing which it would find no pleasure in drinking. They live 50 years, some indeed as much as 100. These animals too are liable to fits of frenzy. A peculiar mode of castrating them, and the females even, when required for the purposes of war, has been discovered. It renders them more courageous by the destruction of all sexual feelings. Chapter 27. The camelopard, when it was first seen at Rome. There are two other animals which have some resemblance to the camel. One of them is called by the Ethiopians the naban. It has a neck like that of the horse, feet and legs like those of the ox, a head like that of the camel, and is covered with white spots upon a red ground, from which peculiarities it has been called the camelopard. It was first seen at Rome in the Circensian games held by Caesar the Dictator. Since that time too it has been occasionally seen. It is more remarkable for the singularity of its appearance than for its fierceness, for which reason it has obtained the name of the wild sheep. Chapter 28. The Cema and the Quipus. It was at the games of Pompeius Magnus that the cema was first exhibited, an animal called Rufius by the Gauls, having the figure of a wolf with the spots of the pard. There were also exhibited some animals from Ethiopia, which they called by the Greek name Kepoi, the hinder extremities of which resembled the human feet and legs, while the forefeet were like hands. These animals have not been seen at Rome since that time. Chapter 29. The Rhinoceros. At the same games the rhinoceros was also exhibited, an animal which has a single horn projecting from the nose. It has been frequently seen since then. This too is another natural-born enemy of the elephant. It prepares itself for the combat by sharpening its horn against the rocks, and in fighting directs it chiefly against the belly of its adversary, which it knows to be the softest part. The two animals are of equal length, but the legs of the rhinoceros are much the shorter. Its skin is the color of boxwood. Chapter 30. The Lynx, the Sphinx, the Crocuta, and the Monkey. Ethiopia produces the lynx in abundance, and the Sphinx, which has brown hair and two mammae on the breast, as well as many monstrous kinds of a similar nature, horses with wings and armed with horns, which are called Pegasi, the Crocuta, an animal which looks as though it had been produced by the union of the wolf and the dog, for it can break anything with its teeth, and instantly on swallowing it digested with the stomach. Monkeys, too, with black heads, the hair of the ass, and a voice quite unlike that of any other animal. There are oxen, too, like those of India, some with one horn and others with three. The leucrocuta, a wild beast of extraordinary swiftness, the size of the wild ass, with the legs of a stag, the neck, tail, and breast of a lion, the head of a badger, a cloven hoof, the mouth slit up as far as the ears, and one continuous bone instead of teeth. It is said, too, that this animal can imitate the human voice. Among the same people there is also found an animal called the ely. It is the size of the river horse, has the tail of the elephant, and is of a black or tawny color. It has also the jaws of the wild boar, and horns that are movable, and more than a cubit in length, so that in fighting it can employ them alternately, and vary their position by presenting them directly or obliquely, according as necessity may dictate. But the wild bulls which this country produces are the fiercest of all. They are larger than our domestic bull, and exceed all the others in swiftness, are of a tawny color, with azure eyes, and the hair turned the contrary way, while the jaws open as far as the ears, and the horns are as movable as those of the ely. The hide of this animal is as hard as flint, and effectually resists all wounds. These creatures pursue all the other wild beasts, while they themselves can only be taken in pitfalls, where they always perish from excess of rage. Ctesias informs us that among these same Ethiopians there is an animal found which he calls the manticora. It has a triple row of teeth, which fit into each other like those of a comb, the face and ears of a man, and azure eyes, is of the color of blood, has the body of the lion, and a tail ending in a sting like that of the scorpion. Its voice resembles the union of the sound of the flute and the trumpet. It is of excessive swiftness, and is particularly fond of human flesh. Chapter 31. The Terrestrial Animals of India. There are in India oxen also with solid hoofs and a single horn, and a wild beast called the axis, which has a skin like that of a fawn, but with numerous spots on it, and whiter. This animal is looked upon as sacred to Bacchus. The Orsayan Indians hunt down a kind of ape which has the body white all over, as well as a very fierce animal called the monoceros, which has the head of the stag, the feet of the elephant, and the tail of the boar, while the rest of the body is like that of the horse. It makes a deep lowing noise, and has a single black horn, which projects from the middle of its forehead 2 cubits in length. The animal, it is said, cannot be taken alive. Chapter 32. The Animals of Ethiopia. A wild beast which kills with its eye. Among the Hesperian Ethiopians is the fountain of Nigris, by many supposed to be the head of the Nile. I have already mentioned the arguments by which this opinion is supported. Near this fountain there is found a wild beast, which is called the Catolopus, an animal of moderate size, and in other respects sluggish in the movement of the rest of its limbs. Its head is remarkably heavy, and it only carries it with the greatest difficulty, being always bent down towards the earth. Were it not for this circumstance, it would prove the destruction of the human race, for all who behold its eyes fall dead upon the spot. Chapter 33. The Serpents called Basilisks. There is the same power also in the serpent called the basilisk. It is produced in the province of Cyrene, being not more than 12 fingers in length. It has a white spot on the head, strongly resembling a sort of diadem. When it hisses, all the other serpents fly from it, and it does not advance its body, like the others, by a succession of folds, but moves along upright and erect upon the middle. It destroys all shrubs, not only by its contact, but those even that it has breathed upon. It burns up all the grass too, and breaks the stones, so tremendous is its noxious influence. It was formerly a general belief that if a man on horseback killed one of these animals with a spear, the poison would run up the weapon and kill not only the rider, but the horse as well. To this dreadful monster the effluvium of the weasel is fatal, a thing that has been tried with success, for kings have often desired to see its body when killed. So true is it that it has pleased nature that there should be nothing without its antidote. The animal is thrown into the hole of the basilisk, which is easily known from the soil around it being infected. The weasel destroys the basilisk by its odor, but dies itself in this struggle of nature against its own self. Chapter 34. Wolves. The origin of the story of Versipellis. In Italy also it is believed that there is a noxious influence in the eye of a wolf. It is supposed that it will instantly take away the voice of a man if it is the first to see him. Africa and Egypt produce wolves of a sluggish and stunted nature. Those of the colder climates are fierce and savage. That men have been turned into wolves and again restored to their original form, we must confidently look upon as untrue, unless, indeed, we are ready to believe all the tales which for so many ages have been found to be fabulous. But as the belief of it has become so firmly fixed in the minds of the common people as to have caused the term Versipellis to be used as a common form of imprecation, I will here point out its origin. Euanthes, a Grecian author of no mean reputation, informs us that the Arcadians assert that a member of the family of one Anthus is chosen by lot, and then taken to a certain lake in that district, where, after suspending his clothes on an oak, he swims across the water and goes away into the desert, where he is changed into a wolf, and associates with other animals of the same species for a space of 9 years. If he has kept himself from beholding a man during the whole of that time, he returns to the same lake, and after swimming across it, resumes his original form, only with the addition of 9 years in age to his former appearance. To this Fabius adds that he takes his former clothes as well. It is really wonderful to what a length the credulity of the Greeks will go. There is no falsehood, if ever so barefaced, to which some of them cannot be found to bear testimony. So too Agriopas, who wrote the Olympionics, informs us that Demonidas, the Parrhasian, during a sacrifice of human victims which the Arcadians were offering up to the Lycian Jupiter, tasted the entrails of a boy who had been slaughtered, upon which he was turned into a wolf, but 10 years afterwards was restored to his original shape and his calling of an athlete, and returned victorious in the pugilistic contests at the Olympic games. It is also commonly supposed that the tail of this animal contains a small lock of hair, which possesses an amatory power, and that when the creature is caught, this hair is shed by it, but has no virtue whatever unless it is procured from the animal while alive. It is said that these animals couple for no more than 12 days in the year, and that when pressed by hunger they will eat earth. Among the points of augury to have our progress cut short to the right by a wolf, if at the time its mouth is full, is the best of omens. There is a species which is known as the stag wolf, such as we have already said, were brought from Gaul and exhibited in the circus by Pompeius Magnus. It is said that, however hungry this animal may chance to be, if it only turns its head while eating, it immediately becomes oblivious of the food that is before it, and takes its departure to seek it elsewhere. Chapter 35. Different kinds of serpents. With reference to serpents, it is generally known that they assume the color of the soil in which they conceal themselves. The different species of them are innumerable. The cerastes has little horns, often 4 in number, projecting from the body, by the movement of which it attracts birds, while the rest of its body lies concealed. The Amphisbaena has two heads, that is to say, it has a second one at the tail, as though one mouth were too little for the discharge of all its venom. Some serpents have scales, some a mottled skin, and they are all possessed of a deadly poison. The Jaculus darts from the branches of trees, and it is not only to our feet that the serpent is formidable, for these fly through the air even, just as though they were hurled from an engine. The neck of the asp puffs out, and there is no remedy whatever against its sting except the instant excision of the affected part. This reptile, which is thus deadly, is possessed of this one sense, or rather affection. The male and the female are generally found together, and the one cannot live without the other. Hence it is that if one of them happens to be killed, the other takes incredible pains to avenge its death. It follows the slayer of its mate, and will single him out among ever such a large number of people by a sort of instinctive knowledge. With this object it overcomes all difficulties, travels any distance, and is only to be avoided by the intervention of rivers or an accelerated flight. It is really difficult to decide whether nature has altogether been more liberal of good or of evil. First of all, however, she has given to this pest but weak powers of sight, and has placed the eyes not in the front of the head, so that it may see straight before it, but in the temples, so that it is more frequently put in motion by the approach of the footstep than through the sight. The ichneumon, too, is its enemy to the very death. End of Section 21. Section 22 of the Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Natural History, Volume 2, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 22, Book 8, Chapters 36 through 47. Chapter 36, The Ichneumon. This hostility is the especial glory of this animal, which is also produced in Egypt. It plunges itself repeatedly into the mud, then dries itself in the sun, as soon as by these means it has armed itself with a sufficient number of coatings. It proceeds to the combat. Raising its tail and turning its back to the serpent, it receives its stings, which are inflicted to no purpose, until at last, turning its head sideways and viewing its enemy, it seizes it by the throat. Not content, however, with this victory, it conquers another creature also, which is no less dangerous. Chapter 37, The Crocodile. The Nile produces the crocodile also, a destructive quadruped, and equally dangerous on land and in the water. This is the only land animal that does not enjoy the use of its tongue, and the only one that has the upper jaw movable, and is capable of biting with it, and terrible is its bite, for the rows of its teeth fit into each other like those of a comb. Its length mostly exceeds 18 cubits. It produces eggs about the size of those of the goose, and by a kind of instinctive foresight always deposits them beyond the limit to which the river Nile rises when at its greatest height. There is no animal that arrives at so great a bulk as this from so small a beginning. It is armed also with claws, and has a skin that is proof against all blows. It passes the day on land and the night in the water, in both instances on account of the warmth. When it has glutted itself with fish, it goes to sleep on the banks of the river, a portion of the food always remaining in its mouth, upon which a little bird, which in Egypt is known as the trochilus, and in Italy as the king of the birds, for the purpose of obtaining food, invites the crocodile to open its jaws. Then, hopping to and fro, it first cleans the outside of its mouth, next the teeth, and then the inside, while the animal opens its jaws as wide as possible, in consequence of the pleasure which it experiences from the titillation. It is at these moments that the ichneumon, seeing it fast asleep in consequence of the agreeable sensation thus produced, darts down its throat like an arrow, and eats away its intestines. Chapter 38. The Cincus. Like the crocodile, but smaller even than the ichneumon, is the cincus, which is also produced in the Nile, and the flesh of which is the most effectual antidote against poisons, and acts as a powerful aphrodisiac upon the male sex. But so great a pest was the crocodile to prove, that nature was not content with giving it one enemy only. The dolphins, therefore, which enter the Nile have the back armed with a spine, which is edged like a knife, as if for this very purpose; and although these animals are much inferior in strength, they contrive to destroy the crocodile by artifice, which, on the other hand, attempts to drive them from their prey, and would reign alone in its river as its peculiar domain. For all animals have an especial instinct in this respect, and are able to know not only what is for their own advantage, but also what is to the disadvantage of their enemies. They fully understand the use of their own weapons, they know their opportunity, and the weak parts of those with which they have to contend. The skin of the belly of the crocodile is soft and thin. Aware of this, the dolphins plunge into the water, as if in great alarm, and diving beneath its belly, tear it open with their spines. There is a race of men also who are peculiarly hostile to this animal. They are known as the Tentyrityi, from an island in the Nile which they inhabit. These men are of small stature, but of wonderful presence of mind, though for this particular object only. The crocodile is a terrible animal to those who fly from it, while at the same time it will fly from those who pursue it. These, however, are the only people who dare to attack it. They even swim in the river after it, and mount its back like so many horsemen, and just as the animal turns up its head for the purpose of biting them, they insert a club into its mouth, holding which at each end with the two hands it acts like a bit, and by these means they drive the captured animal on shore. They also terrify the crocodile so much by their voice alone, even as to force it to disgorge the bodies which it has lately swallowed for the purpose of burial. This island, therefore, is the only place near which the crocodile never swims. Indeed, it is repelled by the odor of this race of men, just as serpents are by that of the Psylli. The sight of this animal is said to be dull when it is in the water, but when out of the water, piercing in the extreme. It always passes the 4 winter months in a cave without taking food. Some persons say that this is the only animal that continues to increase in size as long as it lives. It is very long-lived. Chapter 39. The Hippopotamus. The Nile produces the hippopotamus, another wild beast, of a still greater size. It has the cloven hoof of the ox, the back, the mane, and the neighing of the horse, and the turned-up snout, the tail, and the hooked teeth of the wild boar, but not so dangerous. The hide is impenetrable, except when it has been soaked with water, and it is used for making shields and helmets. This animal lays waste the standing corn, and determines beforehand what part it shall ravage on the following day. It is said also that it enters the field backwards, to prevent any ambush being laid for it on its return. Chapter 40. Who first exhibited the hippopotamus and the crocodile at Rome. Marcus Scaurus was the first who exhibited this animal at Rome, together with 5 crocodiles, at the games which he gave in his aedileship, in a piece of water which had been temporarily prepared for the purpose. The hippopotamus has even been our instructor in one of the operations of medicine. When the animal has become too bulky by continued overfeeding, it goes down to the banks of the river, and examines the reeds which have been newly cut. As soon as it has found a stump that is very sharp, it presses its body against it, and so wounds one of the veins in the thigh, and by the flow of blood thus produced, the body, which would otherwise have fallen into a morbid state, is relieved, after which it covers up the wound with mud. Chapter 41. The medicinal remedies which have been borrowed from animals. The bird also which is called the ibis, a native of the same country of Egypt, has shown us some things of a similar nature. By means of its hooked beak it laves the body through that part by which it is especially necessary for health that the residuous food should be discharged. Nor indeed are these the only inventions which have been borrowed from animals to prove of use to man. The power of the herb dittany in extracting arrows was first disclosed to us by stags that had been struck by that weapon, the weapon being discharged on their feeding upon this plant. The same animals, too, when they happen to have been wounded by the phalangium, a species of spider, or by any insect of a similar nature, cure themselves by eating crabs. One of the very best remedies for the bite of the serpent is the plant with which lizards treat their wounds when injured in fighting with each other. The swallow has shown us that the Chelidonia is very serviceable to the sight, by the fact of its employing it for the cure of its young, when their eyes are affected. The tortoise recruits its powers of effectually resisting serpents by eating the plant which is known as the Cunil bubula, and the weasel feeds on rue when it fights with the serpent in the pursuit of mice. The stork cures itself of its diseases with wild marjoram, and the wild boar with ivy, as also by eating crabs, and more particularly those that have been thrown up by the sea. The snake, when the membrane which covers its body has been contracted by the cold of winter, throws it off in the spring by the aid of the juices of fennel, and thus becomes sleek and youthful in appearance. First of all, it disengages the head, and it then takes no less than a day and a night in working itself out, and divesting itself of the membrane in which it has been enclosed. The same animal, too, on finding its sight weakened during its winter retreat, anoints and refreshes its eyes by rubbing itself on the plant called fennel or marathrum, but if any of the scales are slow in coming off, it rubs itself against the thorns of the juniper. The dragon relieves the nausea which affects it in spring with the juices of the lettuce. The barbarous nations go to hunt the panther provided with meat that has been rubbed with aconite, which is a poison. Immediately on eating it, compression of the throat overtakes them, from which circumstance it is that the plant has received the name of part elianches. The animal, however, has found an antidote against this poison in human excrements, besides which it is so eager to get at them that the shepherds purposely suspend them in a vessel placed so high that the animal cannot reach them even by leaping when it endeavors to get at them. Accordingly it continues to leap until it has quite exhausted itself, and at last expires. Otherwise it is so tenacious of life that it will continue to fight long after its intestines have been dragged out of its body. When an elephant has happened to devour a chameleon which is of the same color with the herbage, it counteracts this poison by means of the wild olive. Bears, when they have eaten of the fruit of the mandrake, lick up numbers of ants. The stag counteracts the effects of poisonous plants by eating the artichoke. Wood pigeons, jackdaws, blackbirds, and partridges purge themselves once a year by eating bay leaves. Pigeons, turtle doves, and poultry with wall pellitory or helxine. Ducks, geese, and other aquatic birds with the plant sideritis or vervain. Cranes and birds of a similar nature with the bulrush. The raven, when it has killed a chameleon, a contest in which even the conqueror suffers, counteracts the poison by means of laurel. Chapter 42. Prognostics of danger derived from animals. There are 1,000 other facts of this kind, and the same nature has also bestowed upon many animals as well the faculty of observing the heavens, and of presaging the winds, rains, and tempests, each in its own peculiar way. It would be an endless labor to enumerate them all, just as much as it would be to point out the relation of each to man; for, in fact, they warn us of danger not only by their fibers and their entrails, to which a large portion of mankind attach the greatest faith, but by other kinds of warnings as well. When a building is about to fall down, all the mice desert it beforehand, and the spiders with their webs are the first to drop. Divination from birds has been made a science among the Romans, and the college of its priests is looked upon as peculiarly sacred. In Thrace, when all parts are covered with ice, the foxes are consulted, an animal which, in other respects, is baneful from its craftiness. It has been observed that this animal applies its ear to the ice for the purpose of testing its thickness. Hence it is that the inhabitants will never cross frozen rivers and lakes until the foxes have passed over them and returned. Chapter 43. Nations that have been exterminated by animals. We have accounts too no less remarkable, in reference even to the most contemptible of animals. Marcus Varro informs us that a town in Spain was undermined by rabbits, and one in Thessaly by mice; that the inhabitants of a district in Gaul were driven from their country by frogs, and a place in Africa by locusts; that the inhabitants of Jarus, one of the Cyclades, were driven away by mice, and the Amyclae of Italy by serpents. There is a vast desert tract on this side of the Ethiopian Sinomolgi, the inhabitants of which were exterminated by scorpions and venomous ants; and Theophrastus informs us that the people of Rhoetium were driven away by Scolopendra. But we must now return to the other kinds of wild beasts. Chapter 44. The Hyena. It is the vulgar notion that the hyena possesses in itself both sexes, being a male during one year and a female the next, and that it becomes pregnant without the cooperation of the male. Aristotle, however, denies this. The neck with the mane runs continuously into the backbone, so that the animal cannot bend this part without turning round the whole body. Many other wonderful things are also related of this animal, and strangest of all, that it imitates the human voice among the stalls of the shepherds, and while there learns the name of some one of them, and then calls him away and devours him. It is said also that it can imitate a man vomiting, and that in this way it attracts the dogs, and then falls upon them. It is the only animal that digs up graves, in order to obtain the bodies of the dead. The female is rarely caught. Its eyes, it is said, are of 1,000 various colors and changes of shade. It is said also that on coming in contact with its shadow, dogs will lose their voice, and that by certain magical influences it can render any animal immovable round which it has walked 3 times. Chapter 45. The Coracoda, the Manticora. By the union of the hyena with the Ethiopian lioness, the coracoda is produced, which has the same faculty of imitating the voices of men and cattle. Its gaze is always fixed and immovable. It has no gums in either of its jaws, and the teeth are one continuous piece of bone. They are enclosed in a sort of box, as it were, that they may not be blunted by rubbing against each other. Juba informs us that the Manticora of Ethiopia can also imitate the human speech. Chapter 46. Wild asses. Great numbers of hyenas are produced in Africa, which also gives birth to multitudes of wild asses. In this species each male rules over a herd of females. Fearing rivals in their lust, they carefully watch the pregnant females, and castrate the young males with their teeth as soon as they are born. The pregnant females, on the other hand, seek concealment, and endeavor to bring forth in secret, being desirous to increase their opportunities of sexual indulgence. Chapter 47. Beavers, Amphibious Animals, Otters. The beavers of the Euxine, when they are closely pressed by danger, themselves cut off the same part as they know that it is for this that they are pursued. This substance is called castoreum by the physicians. In addition to this, the bite of this animal is terrible. With its teeth it can cut down trees on the banks of rivers just as though with a knife. If they seize a man by any part of his body, they will never loose their hold until his bones are broken and crackle under their teeth. The tail is like that of a fish. In the other parts of the body they resemble the otter. They are both of them aquatic animals, and both have hair softer than down. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Natural History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 2 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 23. Book 8, Chapters 48 to 56. Chapter 48. Bramble Frogs. Bramble frogs also, which live both on land and in water, are replete with various medicinal substances, which they are said to discharge each day, and to take in again with their food, of which they only retain the poisonous parts. Chapter 49. The sea calf, beavers, lizards. The sea calf, too, lives equally in the sea and on land, being possessed of the same degree of intelligence as the beaver. It vomits forth its gall, which is useful for many purposes in medicine. Also the rennet, which serves as a remedy in epilepsy, for it is well aware that it is hunted for these substances. Theophrastus informs us that lizards also cast their skins like the serpent, and instantly devour them, thus depriving us of a powerful remedy for epilepsy. He says, too, that the bite of the lizard is fatal in Greece, but harmless in Italy. Chapter 50. Stags. Stags, although the most mild of all animals, have still their own feelings of malignancy. When hard pressed by the hounds, of their own accord they fly for refuge to man, and when the females bring forth, they are less anxious to avoid the paths which bear traces of human footsteps than solitary spots which offer a retreat to wild beasts. They become pregnant after the rising of the constellation Arcturus. They bring forth after a gestation of 8 months, and sometimes produce 2 young ones. They separate after conception, but the males, upon being thus abandoned, become maddened with the fury of their passion. They dig up the earth, and their muzzles become quite black, until they have been washed by the rain. The females, before they bring forth, purge themselves by means of a certain herb, which is called sessilis, by the use of which parturition is rendered more easy. After delivery, they take a mixture of the 2 plants called sessilis and aros, and then return to the fawn. They seem desirous, for some reason or other, that their first milk after parturition should be impregnated with the juice of these plants. They then exercise the young ones in running, and teach them how to take flight, leading them to precipices and showing them how to leap. The sexual passion of the male having been now satisfied, he repairs to the pasture lands with the greatest eagerness. When they feel themselves becoming too fat, they seek some retired spot, thus acknowledging the inconvenience arising from their bulk. Besides this, they continually pause in their flight, stand still and look back, and then again resume their flight when the enemy approaches. This pause is occasioned by the intense pain which they feel in the intestines, a part which is so weak that a very slight blow will cause them to break within. The barking of a dog instantly puts them to flight, and they always run with the wind in order that no trace of them may be left. They are soothed by the shepherd's pipe and his song. When their ears are erect, their sense of hearing is very acute, but when dropped they become deaf. In other respects the stag is a simple animal, which regards everything as wonderful, and with a stupid astonishment, so much so, indeed, that if a horse or cow happens to approach it, it will not see the hunter, who may be close at hand. Or, if it does see him, it only gazes upon his bow and arrow. Stags cross the sea in herds, swimming in a long line, the head of each resting on the haunches of the one that precedes it, each in its turn falling back to the rear. This has been particularly remarked when they pass over from Sicilia to the island of Cyprus. Though they do not see the land, they still are able to direct themselves by the smell. The males have horns, and are the only animals that shed them every year, at a stated time in the spring, at which period they seek out with the greatest care the most retired places, and after losing them, remain concealed, as though aware that they are unarmed. Still, however, they envy us the good that these might do us, for it is said the right horn, which possesses, as it were, certain medicinal properties, can never be found, a circumstance the more astonishing from the fact that they change their horns every year, even when kept in parks. It is generally thought that they bury their horns in the ground. The odour of either horn, when burnt, drives away serpents and detects epilepsy. They also bear the marks of their age on the horns, every year up to the 6th, a fresh antler being added, after which period the horns are renewed in the same state, so that by means of them their age cannot be ascertained. Their old age, however, is indicated by their teeth, for then they have only a few or none at all, and we then no longer perceive, at the base of their horns, antlers projecting from the front of the forehead, as is usually the case with the animal when young. When this animal is castrated, it does not shed its horns, nor are they reproduced. When the horns begin to be reproduced, two projections are to be seen, much resembling at first dry skin. They grow with tender shoots, having upon them a soft down like that on the head of a reed. So long as they are without horns, they go to feed during the night. As the horns grow, they harden by the heat of the sun, and the animal from time to time tries their strength upon the trees. When satisfied with their strength, it leaves its retreat. Stags, too, have been occasionally caught with ivy green and growing on their horns, the plant having taken root on them, as it would on any piece of wood, while the animal was rubbing them against the trees. The stag is sometimes found white, as is said to have been the case with the hind of Q. Sertorius, which he persuaded the nations of Spain to look upon as having the gift of prophecy. The stag, too, fights with the serpent. It traces out the serpent's hole, and draws it forth by the breath of its nostrils, and hence it is that the smell of burned stag's horn has the remarkable power of driving away serpents. The very best remedy for the bite of a serpent is the rennet of a fawn that has been killed in the womb of its mother. The stag is generally admitted to be very long-lived. Some were captured at the end of 100 years with the golden collars which Alexander the Great had put upon them, and which were quite concealed by the folds of the skin, in consequence of the accumulation of fat. This animal is not subject to fever, and indeed it is a preservative against that complaint. We know that of late some women of princely rank have been in the habit of eating the flesh of the stag every morning, and that they have arrived at an extreme old age free from all fevers. It is, however, generally supposed that the animal must be killed by a single wound to make sure of it possessing this virtue. Of the same species is an animal which only differs from the stag in having a beard and long hair about the shoulders. It is called Tragelaphus, and is produced nowhere except on the banks of the Phasis. Chapter 51. The Chameleon. Africa is almost the only country that does not produce the stag, but then it produces the chameleon, although it is much more commonly met with in India. Its figure and size are that of a lizard, only that its legs are straight and longer. Its sides unite under its belly, as in fishes, and its spine projects in a similar manner. Its muzzle is not unlike the snout of a small hog, so far as in so small an animal it can be. Its tail is very long, and becomes smaller towards the end, coiling up in folds like that of the viper. It has hooked claws, and a slow movement like that of the tortoise. Its body is rough like that of the crocodile. Its eyes are deep sunk in the orbits, placed very near each other, very large, and of the same colour as the body. It never closes them, and when the animal looks round, it does so not by the motion of the pupil, but of the white of the eye. It always holds the head upright and the mouth open, and is the only animal which receives nourishment neither by meat nor drink, nor anything else but from the air alone. Towards the end of the dog days it is fierce, but at other times quite harmless. The nature of its colour, too, is very remarkable, for it is continually changing, its eyes, its tail, and its whole body always assuming the colour of whatever object is nearest, with the exception of white and red. After death it becomes of a pale colour. It has a little flesh about the head, the jaws, and the root of the tail, but none whatever on the rest of the body. It has no blood whatever, except in the heart and about the eyes, and its entrails are without a spleen. It conceals himself during the winter months, just like the lizard. Chapter 52. Other animals which change colour. The Tarandrus, the Lycaon, and the Thos. The Tarandrus, too, of the Scythians changes its colour, but this is the case with none of the animals which are covered with hair, except the Lycaon of India, which is said to have a mane on the neck. But with respect to the Thos, which is a species of wolf, differing from the common kind in having a larger body and very short legs, leaping with great activity, living by the chase and never attacking man, it changes its coat and not its colour, for it is covered with hair in the winter and goes bare in summer. The Tarandrus is of the size of the ox. Its head is larger than that of the stag, and not very unlike it. Its horns are branched, its hoofs cloven, and its hair as long as that of the bear. Its proper colour, when it thinks proper to return to it, is like that of the ass. Its hide is of such extreme hardness that it is used for making breastplates. When it is frightened, this animal reflects the colour of all the trees, shrubs, and flowers, or of the spots in which it is concealed. Hence it is that it is so rarely captured. It is wonderful that such various hues should be given to the body, but still more so that it should be given to the hair. Chapter 53. The Porcupine. India and Africa produce the porcupine, the body of which is covered with prickles. It is a species of hedgehog, but the quills of the porcupine are longer, and when it stretches the skin, it discharges them like so many missiles. With these it pierces the mouths of the dogs which are pressing hard upon it, and even sends its darts to some distance further. It conceals itself during the winter months, which indeed is the nature of many animals, and more especially the bear. Chapter 54. Bears and their cubs. Bears couple in the beginning of winter, and not after the fashion of other quadrupeds, for both animals lie down and embrace each other. The female then retires by herself to a separate den, and there brings forth on the 30th day mostly 5 young ones. When first born, they are shapeless masses of white flesh, a little larger than mice, their claws alone being prominent. The mother then licks them gradually into proper shape. There is nothing more uncommon than to see a she-bear in the act of parturition. The male remains in his retreat for 40 days, the female 4 months. If they happen to have no den, they construct a retreat with branches and shrubs, which is made impenetrable to the rain, and is lined with soft leaves. During the first 14 days they are overcome by so deep a sleep that they cannot be aroused by wounds even. They become wonderfully fat, too, while in this lethargic state. This fat is much used in medicine, and it is very useful in preventing the hair from falling off. At the end of these 14 days they sit up and find nourishment by sucking their forepaws. They warm their cubs, when cold, by pressing them to the breast, not unlike the way in which birds brood over their eggs. It is a very astonishing thing, but Theophrastus believes it, that if we preserve the flesh of the bear, the animal being killed in its dormant state, it will increase in bulk, even though it may have been cooked. During this period no signs of food are to be found in the stomach of the animal, and only a very slight quantity of liquid. There are a few drops of blood only near the heart, but none whatever in any other part of the body. They leave their retreat in the spring, the males being remarkably fat. Of this circumstance, however, we cannot give any satisfactory explanation, for the sleep, during which they increase so much in bulk, lasts, as we have already stated, only 14 days. When they come out, they eat a certain plant, which is known as aros, in order to relax the bowels, which would otherwise become in a state of constipation, and they sharpen the edges of their teeth against the young shoots of the trees. Their eyesight is dull, for which reason, in especial, they seek the combs of bees, in order that from the bees stinging them in the throat and drawing blood, the oppression in the head may be relieved. The head of the bear is extremely weak, whereas in the lion it is remarkable for its strength. On which account it is that when the bear, impelled by any alarm, is about to precipitate itself from a rock, it covers its head with its paws. In the arena of the circus they are often to be seen killed by a blow on the head with the fist. The people of Spain have a belief that there is some kind of magical poison in the brain of the bear, and therefore burn the heads of those that have been killed in their public games, for it is averred that the brain, when mixed with drink, produces in man the rage of the bear. These animals walk on 2 feet and climb down trees backwards. They can overcome the bull by suspending themselves by all 4 legs from its muzzle and horns, thus wearing out its powers by their weight. In no other animal is stupidity found more adroit in devising mischief. It is recorded in our annals that on the 14th day before the calends of October, in the consulship of M. Piso and M. Messala, Domitius Ahenobarbus, the Curile Aedile, brought into the circus 100 Numidian bears, and as many Ethiopian hunters. I am surprised to find the word Numidian added, seeing that it is well known that there are no bears produced in Africa. Chapter 55. The mice of Pontus and of the Alps. The mice of Pontus also conceal themselves during the winter, but only the white ones. I wonder how those authors who have asserted that the sense of taste in these animals is very acute found out that such is the fact. The alpine mice, which are the same size as badgers, also conceal themselves, but they first carry a store of provisions into their retreat. Some writers, indeed, say that the male and female, lying on their backs alternately, hold in their paws a bundle of gnawed herbs, and, the tail of each in its turn being seized by the teeth of the other, in this way they are dragged into their hole. Hence it is that at this season their hair is to be found rubbed off their backs. There is a similar animal also in Egypt, which sits in the same way upon its haunches, and walks on 2 feet, using the 4 feet as hands. Chapter 56. Hedgehogs. Hedgehogs also lay up food for the winter. Rolling themselves on apples as they lie on the ground, they pierce one with their quills, and then take up another in the mouth, and so carry them into the hollows of trees. These animals also, when they conceal themselves in their holes, afford a sure sign that the wind is about to change from northeast to south. When they perceive the approach of the hunter, they draw in the head and feet, and all the lower part of the body, which is covered by a thin and defenceless down only, and then roll themselves up into the form of a ball, so that there is no way of taking hold of them but by their quills. When they are reduced to a state of desperation, they discharge a corrosive urine, which injures their skin and quills, as they are aware that it is for the sake of them that they are hunted. A skilful hunter, therefore, will only pursue them when they have just discharged their urine. In this case the skin retains its value, while in the other case it becomes spoilt and easily torn, the quills rotting and falling off, even though the animal should escape with its life. For this reason it is that it never moistens itself with this poisonous fluid, except when reduced to the last stage of desperation, for it has a perfect hatred for its own venomous distillation, and so careful is the animal, so determined to wait till the very last moment, that it is generally caught before it has employed this means of defence. They force it to enroll itself by sprinkling warm water upon it, and then, suspended by one of its hind legs, it is left to die of hunger, for there is no other mode of destroying it without doing injury to its skin. This animal is not, as many of us imagine, entirely useless to man. If it were not for the quills which it produces, the soft fleece of the sheep would have been given in vain to mankind, for it is by means of its skin that our woolen cloth is dressed. From the monopoly of this article, great frauds and great profits have resulted. There is no subject on which the Senate has more frequently passed decrees, and there is not one of the emperors who has not received from the provinces complaints respecting it. End of section 23.